Ladies and gentlemen, I have nothing but happiness in my heart to be standing in front of you here today. What words can be used to describe such a beautiful atmosphere? There are none, but it is my job and my pleasure to try to find some of them to describe to you the absolute joy of Saints Gauntlet Series. Today we're here with Rocket League. We have 8 teams here to battle it out in round robin before we go into playoffs. Best of 5s all the way until grand final. So you know what that means. That means we have a lot of Rocket League here for you today. And look at all these teams. Look at all these beautiful faces. Look at the stage. Everything is so nice. It is just an absolute joy to be here. And if you have any excuse to not be here, dash it aside and get here as fast as possible. There's still plenty of time left in the day, but not so much more time for me here because we have our 2 lovely casters up at the front desk, more excited than I am to get into the action. So without much more ado, I've been Daniil, looking forward to seeing you guys throughout the rest of the day, but let's take it to our casters.
Welcome, everyone, to the Saints Gauntlet Series. My name is Seb Dodd. I'm extremely happy to be here at St. Clair College. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Name's Wyatt Rapson here on the cast, and like Seb, it's a pleasure to be on cast with you, the Canadian Patriot yourself, and we've got a lot of Canadians in-house today. We've got one American team, Ole Miss, hoping to take the trophy back to America, but we're Canadians here. We're gonna smash them. We're gonna completely annihilate them as the hope as a Canadian. But what are you thinking about today? We got a lot of different teams out. We got a lot of good names, a lot of RLCS names as well. Some ex-pros, some current pros. What are your thoughts for the whole land today?
I mean, listen, I'm wearing this jersey for a reason. Okay, we of course came off of a very spectacular hockey tournament recently, and we're looking to bring that energy over to the Canadian side. Like you mentioned, we have Ole Miss here. You can't really find a more rambunctious team of individual Rocket League players in Ole Miss, of course. Lunar, C-Money, Stealth, all willing to talk the absolute most smack possible. That being said, we still, of course, have our own hometown heroes in St. Clair Green, as well as St. Clair Gold, all of them being frontrunners for this title. But we also have some other schools that are involved that are, looking to showcase themselves. Of course, we have the good old Durham, in this case, still running with Zocion and Jordan. University of Windsor coming back, being present in their hometown, doing fantastic work. Conestoga bringing in their team all the way from my home region as well, from the Toronto Kitchener, Hamilton. We don't get to the minutiae of that. But along with that, we have Humber College as well, who is coming in with their own team. So a lot of these esports programs that we have around the different colleges coming in to show up for Canadian Collegiate Rocket League.
Indeed, and we've got some older ones, like we've got Durham, which you mentioned, one of the first Canadian institutions here in Canada for esports, and then we've got some newer ones, which I've talked to Humber. They've got a little bit of a revamp of their program, and they're looking to take this with some new installations of some new training methods, some new practices for their teams, and I even hear some dedicated kickoff practice, which could be very interesting to see on the pitch. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to our groups. Let's see, Group 1 and Group 2. We've got the St. Clair Saints teams split up, and then with gold, we've got Ole Miss, we got Durham, and we got Fanshawe. And on the other side, we got Conestoga, Humber, and U of Wynn. So far, I think you got a lot more ball knowledge than I do, Seb, but it's not looking like we got any pools of death so far. What do you see?
No, I think the only pool of death you're going to see is whichever one St. Clair Green is going to be in. Now, that being said, as far as I know, the full team isn't playing just yet. We're going to be playing with Barrist and Shuffleverse first, they're still fantastic players in their own right. They're really, really great and can probably roll through most of Group A. That being said, with all that, you still want to see the main players involved. The Group B side is actually, I think, where things get a bit spicy because St. Clair Gold, fantastic level, as we know, of course, with Christian on the squad. They're going to have to deal with Ole Miss. And I think this is going to be a really good metric to see at what level is St. Clair Gold at right now. Obviously, Vesh, we really hope that, he's getting better. I haven't gotten an update, but I really hope he's getting better. Not currently being on the team. Kipper is in place, and they're going to have to deal with an Ole Miss that has that full squad. I was just watching Lunar play ranked with Arsenal, and oh my God, he's playing very good.
Indeed. And I got to correct you on that. We aren't going to see Keeper today. We are going to be seeing Fatal, Fabzo, and Christian. Fatal from our academy team is coming up to the gold team. And I have to be honest, he's been performing phenomenally.
Yes,
He's
academy has been fantastic in CRL quals. It has been a treat to watch them. They've been impressing even my co-casters in that way, where they're just like St. Clair Academy. It's insane how, despite the fact that St. Clair Green and Gold exist, St. Clair Academy is still able to shine to that level as well and make it deep for these top 24, top 32 runs.
Oh, indeed, and like I was saying before, like Fatal, the thing that I see with him is he's been putting so much time into ones. He's been practicing with our coaches here, and he's been popping off. And with the guidance of Christian and the support of Fabzo, is definitely going to be a potent team for this entire game. But on that message of where St. Clair Green will not be playing with their full roster, I had to talk to their first match of the day, which would be up against Humber. I was talking to their coach Rice, and the moment I mentioned that to him, he was like, "All right, boys, we're winning this first game. We're taking this off of St. Clair Green. They're not having their full roster. They're not at full capacity. We are going to be the Canadian dominant team in this first match."
Yeah, I do love Eric Rice. He's a good guy. He's consistently a really like big proponent and advocate for like the Toronto Rocket League scene. We have our own Discord server for it, and he's tried to help with the grassroots of everything. It is really cool to see him get on the ground level, helping manage and coach his own team as well. That being said, I mean, listen, Barrist is still a really great player. Shuffle's still a pretty good player. You're not going to just be able to walk over them just because they might seem unprepared. These guys have a European playstyle through and through that is difficult for any North American team to overcome in that way. That being said, on the gold side, obviously we got a mix with Fabso, of course, being on the board, formerly coming from the green side, and then formerly of course, from the Dr. Boomin side, bringing in that European flair to things, along with Christian, who has seemed to have adapted pretty well in that way. And then, of course, with Fatal being on there, I think this is a big step up for him specifically, trying to figure out, if that third piece is going to be able to fit in that gold roster, because like with Vesh unfortunately kind of being absent, they had a really good run during fall. Literally, we had them, me and my co-casters had them around that 10th spot, 10th, 11th spot of the best CRL teams in the world at that point, and unfortunately, we just hadn't seen as much of that in this spring. It's been a really hard spring for them as more teams have come in, as more teams have developed. So I'm hoping this will be like a nice rebound tournament for them, but you got to deal with green at the end of the day, and we won't see that until later. So
yeah, the EU invasion is indeed real, and that's something that a lot of Canadians like Christian have had to adapt to. They've got to learn that kind of play style. They've got to get into those kinds of games where they can practice a new set of skills to adapt to whatever it may be that they're bringing over. And I think Christian, as you mentioned, has been doing that phenomenally. But as we're going to get into our first match, we've got Conestoga versus UWin. I mean, we mentioned it. UWin doesn't look like they're playing to their full capacity either. I believe they've got a sub-in, which is an alumni of the college or school, but is also a current college student here at St. Clair.
Dude is jacked. Jesus.
Oh, yeah. They are ready to go.
That dude is like so much more jacked than I am. Holy moly. Oh man, I want to know what his benchmarks are like. But yeah, no, Conestoga. I want to give a quick shout out to Conestoga because, like, I will consistently say that Rocket League is one of the hardest esports to develop a proper Rocket League esports team for in the collegiate level, because it is so dense in every single way. Every single college that has an esports program has developed it to a T over a very long history of this point of significant gameplay with significant history, tournaments and whatnot, all the way from 2017 to now. We have our dynasties, we have our own history, just like the RLCS does. And Conestoga being able to come here with their own team, really trying to develop that program from the ground up to not only just be relevant in other games like we have in Call of Duty, but also to bring some of that success over to the Rocket League side. It's a hard one to do. Canadians always have a uphill battle in that sense, except for St. Clair Green anyway. But the fact that they're able to kind of at least show up here and hopefully look for a good placing, I think will be a true testament to how much they're working on their own program.
Oh, yeah. I think St. Clair Green have got so many targets on their back for today, especially the gold team as well. I mean, talking with Ole Miss, they're looking to take them down, and especially Condors, they're looking to take them down as well. As one of the Canadian teams here, I think AD, Akaza, and Cyber are definitely looking very strong. Now, definitely could be not the pick to win, but they could definitely take it, I think. It could be the upset over UWin, but let's get into it now. And done talking on the desk. Let's see how they do on the pitch.
We will see how they are as, of course, University of Windsor and Conestoga College look to get on the board. Cyber is a fantastic SSL player in his own right. I think probably one of the better players that we have in the tournament thus far, and continues to show that with Conestoga as they get some decent placements of their own.
Yes, indeed. And coming back on the side of Conestoga, Alca's got to take it to his corner now. A little bit of passing plays out from the team, but Peter gets a beautiful shot on net, and Cyber is just not there in time to defend it out.
Sending his heart out to his teammate for the easy assist. Conestoga laughing. They see what's going on. It's round robin. They already know what's going on. They're, having some fun. It's the first match of the day, trying to get warmed up into this one, as we do have our graphics on the board. So on the University of Windsor side, Inguinal, Peter, and Zeno versus Akaza, 80, and Cyber. In this case, Zeno, very old player. Very much remember casting him as, oh my lord, we are all over the place right now, as it looks like a Christmas tree with the latency and variation right now. I think we're going to have to take a second as the players just try and get back into the server. But with University of Windsor already on the board, 2-0. I don't know if we'll count it, but we're kicking things off pretty early here.
It's first game of the day. You gotta get the tech issues out. You gotta get the buffers out of the way for the rest of the day. The playoffs, the grand finals of the SGS Rocket League land, and I think now is just the time that we got to get that out. But they are looking great so far. I mean, Conestoga took a pretty good lead there, and then definitely UWin had some opportunities there to make some good saves and counteract what they could, but didn't seem like they were able to act on any of that.
Yeah, I believe in this case, I think it is Inguinal and Zeno who are like the historic players of University of Windsor. At a time, you could make a really strong case for University of Windsor being like a top 3, top 4 Canadian collegiate team outside of St. Clair and Durham at the time. They were really on a run in that like 2023 era. And although we haven't seen, I think, as much damage from them as of late, I think those are two players that are still incredible in their own right, continue to do some damage and have represented Windsor very well. We just hope that, as far as I know, with them kind of being the long-standing players, like we haven't seen them compete too much, that we get to see the development of the next game as, hello, we are on camera again. So as we continue to see, Windsor develop, we want to see them bring in more players. We want to see them bring just more energy to that program, because we need to have that competition within the Canadian space.
Indeed, you talk about energy. Talking to a couple of teams today, I've heard so much about a couple of specific individuals that are looking to get loud and get on stage. I mean, the one to mention is definitely the matchup between Fanshawe and Conestoga.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 80 and you've got Sustain. Long-standing friends, know each other, and the second that they get on that stage together in this round robin or play together anywhere in this tournament, it's going to be loud. It's going to be incredibly loud.
It's going to be insanely loud. We also, again, when we talk about, trash talk, we're going to get Ole Miss on there. I think Ole Miss, they have a tendency to rile up another team to the point where they will rile up a team to make them mad. And I'm very excited to see how Ole Miss is going to play against the likes of Gold and Green, to see if we're going to see some trash talk on stage, because both Gold and Green, they're not necessarily trash talk types. They're not really ones where they're going to stand up and scream their face off just to, rile up another team. So it will be interesting to see if Ole Miss will be able to inject some chaos into some of the discourse that we have here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, both teams, as you said, have definitely maintained a very good amount of composure throughout their competing careers. And then also, I would say, because Ole Miss are right now in the same pool as St. Clair Gold, they've got a pretty fair chance of beating them out, I think. I think C-Money, definitely one of the top players I would mention on that trio, has definitely got a good chance of beating out Christian, Fatal, and Fabzo, and definitely going to be a series to watch, I think. One of the ones that I am expecting for the day. I'm also expecting, as I mentioned before, if we get to see that Fanshawe versus Conestoga. And then I also want to see how Humber play today, because Humber, I've talked to them a little bit about how they've been revamping their program, putting a little bit more emphasis on something that not a lot of gamers do put on in the industry, is health and wellness, trying to maintain a little bit of a healthier diet, not eating pizza and burgers all night. But it's been interesting to talk about them, and I think that's going to be something that I want to see if that comes out with some results today.
Yeah, I mean, health and fitness is something that I think we should all really value. I'm looking at to every single player who can hear me currently. Go to the gym, okay? Go to bed on time. I get it. Oh, my scrim block goes till 2 a.m. No, it doesn't. Come on, you don't need to do that. Oh, my scrim block goes till 4. No, you don't. You don't need to play ranked until 4. You don't need to play six mans until 4. Just go to bed and then go to the gym morning. Okay, okay. And I'll be a proud, happy father at that point. So, health, huge factor that we have here. I'm hoping that we get to see with our own match some of the I guess fitness levels of some of the players in the server. We got some fist bumps. Oh, you got sweaty hands as well. But we're going to be getting in shortly, as it seems we just had a brief server delay, so we're just going to try and get back into it.
Indeed, yeah, they're looking good so far. I mean, looking to definitely get rid of those sweaty hands. You do not want that with your keyboard.
I have a horrible time with sweaty hands. I literally, for both Melee and Rocket League, will be playing with the towel. I'm not even joking.
Well, they've got to have some towels on hand definitely for these players, because it's going to get heated, it's going to get hot, it's going to get definitely, I think, pretty exciting on that stage.
Yeah. No, I make sure that whenever I go to a tournament, I have a bag of stuff. So I have my controller, I got a towel, I got deodorant, and mints, because I just drink coffee all day and therefore I don't take care of my breath. So
I think you're doing better than already 90% of the other competitive people out there.
Well, I know I used to TO, so I know what it likes. I know what it's like to set up a tournament and to let some people in, and Smash stuff in particular. We never had to outright send someone home for smelling bad, but we were pretty close. And if you're getting at that point, then it's pretty bad. So I think the players are just ready to get going. I see controllers in hands, just about ready to get started. As I just want to know, is he actually that jacked, or because dude, that is huge, man. Oh my god, dude.
We will be taking a short intermission to do a comparison on the desk and on the game. Who has the bigger muscles? They'll be taking home the grand prize of today. But we'll wait for that little segment afterwards and get into the game hopefully soon.
Yeah, I think we'll hopefully be getting into it again. This is still game 1, so we're just figuring out the server stuff. But I believe we're just kind of waiting to see at the moment. But everyone seems ready to go, unless they're just restarting Rocket League. As for us, I think we are good to go. It seems the server is ready to go. We got some MNK players. What is that in 2025? And then we have, of course, University of Windsor just taking a nice stroll through the park that you hear at St. Clair College.
Yep, finally back into the game underway. It looks like University of Windsor took that first one off of them, so now Conestoga on the back foot. We've got to come back after that. Inguinal is on the ball, trying to find something into the net. Doesn't find anything just yet. Now he's got to get back with 0 boost. Looks like Conestoga might put a little bit of pressure on with this attack. Looks like AD is up to it, but Zeno is close to stop it out. And so far, both teams have been showing a lot of aggression early on.
Now, controlling that midfield will be huge for Cyber. Cyber's just going to send it up over, potentially looking for the double tap, but won't be able to. Cyber on the rotate back, just trying to make sure and diffuse any pressure that Windsor is going to go on. But Zeno's so quick on the touch. 80 looking for a pass off, but it's immediately cut off by Inguinal. Cyber has to rotate to the third man and just try and get a decent save. This one's going to go on, but will be saved by Cyber.
Great way to save that out, playing as that third man, but now Inguinal is back on it. Gonna find it under 80, but doesn't find it in front of the net. And now it's up to the hands of Cyber. Looks like he's gonna find it over Peter, might find it into the net, but no, Zeno is there to make a quick, swift save. And now Akaza is looking at the potential a little bit to his own side. Now Inguinal's gonna pass it up, double tap from the side. What a way to start out the first game.
Inguinal bringing it back. Really rolling back the years. Beautiful touch. Making sure his team pops off for this one. University of Windsor going to be able to lead early in this. Conestoga really trying to just ride off the back of Cyber as well, who's trying to peak his own, but couldn't get much done. Cyber will try and chase this in the midfield, but what a beautiful start from Windsor.
Indeed. Now he's up to it, but he doesn't have any boost to play with. But luckily, AD is there in the mid to find the shot off a great pass from the wall. What a way to tie it up.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bad challenge from Zeno and an even worse read as well. from the Windsor defense, especially being so far forward, a bit too ambitious with your defensive positioning. So it will be a tie game early in this one. Windsor, though, looking to wrap this one up. 80 will be able to come in for the save. Can't just doubt it yet, though. Akaza trying to get a redirect to send it downfield. Zeno's just going to put this one on, but 80 will be able to get the save.
Yeah, but now applying a little bit more pressure, but now it looks like it's going to get relieved. Akaza is going to pass it down to 80, looking at 50, out Zeno, and Zeno makes a great save there. And then Cyber tries to dive for it to find the net, but cannot do anything. And now Akaza just keeping it on their side, but Ingunal is quick to get it out, looking for another double tap. What a man! 2 double taps to count, 2 on the board for University of Windsor, leading strong so far.
I mean, 80, this was just a bad challenge, really, to start. He had a hard time with the read off the corner. To be fair, historically, people do tend to struggle with it. Cyber, I think, a bit too far forward, but with the man who has to kind of carry his team a little bit on his shoulders at times, that will happen. You're going to make some defensive mistakes. This is still at the goal line, though. Windsor trying to battle back and just get these shots through to force Conestoga into a pressure scenario, but Peter be able to diffuse things in that midfield and hopefully keep the possession, as this one's just going to go a bit squirrely. Akaza will send it down. Potential double touch by Cyber, who will be able to put it on to tie this game.
Great way to tie it up. Cyber taking it to Ingunal, saying, you know what, if you can double tap, I can double tap too, and definitely passes it right by him as Ingunal tried to make the save there, but was a little too quick to it. Did not catch any shape on the ball.
We'll see again, back to a tie game. Windsor leading the series, but Conestoga placing their name on the board. Cyber just using all the mechs possible. Finally, a 50 will come through for Windsor. Akaza for Inguinal. To just get a demo at the goal line to alleviate some pressure, but not going to be able to get much. As Inguinal has just been so peaky and mechy right now. It's actually been such a treat to watch.
It's definitely been, and now, just going to miss that off the ball, leaving Peter to try and defend it, but 80 is going to find it over him, going to try to find it over Ingunal, but no, he's there yet again, make it save, and now Zeno is there to support him as he bangs it out to Cyber, who's off the back wall, gets a flip into it, and now looking to dunk on Peter, but doesn't find it, finds it to 80, though 80 finds a shot, and it looks like Ingunal just had a little bit too much speed on his car and was not able to make the save. Now, Conestoga taking the lead.
I don't even think Conestoga was ready that they were, or sorry, Windsor that was ready with that they were going to take a shot, so Windsor was kind of struggling with the pace a little bit. So Ingunal just a touch late on the rotate to at least get the save, but Ingunal, that's a great 50. He's able to capitalize, could isolate the 2v2. Ingunal, look for a pass over to his teammate, but can't get much done as Conestoga will hold down the defensive rotation nice and cleanly. A bit shaky for Akaza. It's Peter. Send it down. Ingunal looking to keep the pressure alive.
Yeah, the pressure right now building up on the side of Conestoga. You're going to have a little bit of an awkward pass there. Probably back to his teammate. He's going to find a bump as well. Demo onto one of Conestoga. Now looking to keep it up onto their side. Tries to keep it over, but Conestoga are still there. Akaza's leading the charge, but Zeno just beats him out. Looking to follow it up with another tap, and he does. And Cyber just did not account for the momentum and the force of Zeno.
I mean, it's such a hard time to be able to get the read in that midfield, especially when it's just a flat-out lost 50 like that. Cyber did what he could, and he was trying to play the wall position because they thought it was going to roll up, but in this case, just had to go for the half flip back, try and make the save, but he was a bit too slow to it. Zeno look for Peter. Peter can't get there in time. Zeno staying with it, trying to get a 50 to at least keep it going. But with Conestoga on the ball, still a tie game, minute remaining. Anything could end it here.
It's lovely to see how close the game is. Definitely don't want to see a lot of shutouts today, but we may see some. But right now, it's absolutely heated so far. 50 seconds left on the ball, and it is on Conestoga's side. They have to relieve some pressure. They got to get it out of their end because Ingunal is on it. Looking to pass it out to Zeno, and then 80 is there to stop that halt. Cyber finds it past one. Ingunal is left. Looks like he doesn't have a lot of boost to play with either. And now Zeno is up to it on the side of the wall. Finds it over two of the defenders, leaves it to AD, but AD is great to take it to the side of the wall. Looking to find it over Ingunal as well, but no, he's there in the air. Finds another tap. Hope for his teammate. Peter is there. Looking to find it into the mid for someone. Zeno might be there, but no, he's ready to play the defensive touch from Cyber. Cyber finds the demo onto him. Looking to lead it down to Akaza. Akaza tries to set it on the goal, but does not find it. And now 10 seconds count down. We may see overtime.
Yeah, potentially, unless with this last possession, be able to see Windsor do something. It looks like Cyber's just trying to end as much time as possible, though with 80, full tank of gas. If he's able to get underneath, tries to, but can't get the catch. We're going to go to overtime for game 2.
My favorite word in the entirety of esports. Love to see it every day of the week. Who will take it? The golden ball might take a lead for University of Windsor, but Conestoga might be able to come back and take a tie series. Let's see who starts it off. 80's under the ball. Looks like Zeno is there to close the follow up. Now it's all up to Cyber. Taking a 50 out from Zeno. Didn't have any boost to play onto that. And now Ingudon has got to get up there as well. But Akusa passing it out to 80. 80's up in the air. He's got some boost to play with. Gets it over Peter, trying to get it over another. But no, Zeno is there.
Almost went for the aerial bump as well. This could be dangerous. The Cyber's going to put it down and in. Catches Windsor lacking. And with it, takes game 2 to tie up the series.
Conestoga definitely putting it to them. Now tying up the series 1-1. You can see a lot of smiles there. You can see a lot of fist bumps. You can see the water passing around. These boys need to stay hydrated on this land, because if you do not, you don't keep your health up, you don't keep your water in your system up, you're going to lose. You're going to get absolutely drained out of this entire series.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to just catch yourself a little slow, especially early on in the day. But, I mean, that's kind of what Robin's for. You get to have a feel for every single one of your opponents before things start to get serious. And then, of course, we have quarterfinals later in the day. But with all of these matches, every single one of our teams currently is playing their match right now. So while these matches are going on, we also have Ole Miss who are playing their matches, St. Clair Gold, Green. Every single team is trying to vie for like that first win in round robin. I'm very interested to see what the results are going to be after this one, but as of now, we're going to take just a little bit in between our matches. Coaches are just going to try and work some stuff out with the teams.
Indeed. Now, looks like those muscles aren't doing them any favors. It looks like they've got to come back now.
I will not hear any muscle slander right now.
But yeah, no, it's a good game so far, and we didn't get to see how the first game ended out, but it definitely seems like these games have been really close so far for both of these teams, and now it's working for them. It's a good series so far. Definitely not a shutout, which is what I love to see. And I think something that we noticed a lot of that game was a lot of double commits and a lot of opportunities where there was just one defender left on either side. I would say more so for Conestoga, trying to make that kind of hero save, which worked out for them, but definitely was not a sustainable course of action.
Yeah. Now, back into the series, game 3, Conestoga, having won the last one, will try and earn their lead in the series. And like you mentioned, double commits, and just some cleanup in general gameplay. I think one of the things that both Windsor and Conestoga were struggling with, especially Conestoga, was the challenge game specifically. You want to be somewhat predictable with your challenges, and if Windsor are just going to beat you to it and force the ball into the orange half through every challenge, it's going to be very difficult for your third man to be able to get a read on where to exactly play and eventually opening up some opportunities. So with Conestoga coming out early, trying to continue this series in their favor, but Windsor looking to make some adjustments.
Yeah, Peter's out there trying to find it up. Zeno looked like he committed to it just too early, and now Ingudon's got the ball. He's got the boost as well to play with it. Tries to set it up for his teammates, but cannot find anybody just yet. Now Cyber's got to try and beat it out, but Zeno is there. Trying to find it in front of the net as well. Akusa has control, finds it past Peter, looking to keep it up to the wall. Zeno, a very early jump to that, but now Cyber's got control as well. Gets it right over Windsor's side, and now trying to relieve some pressure as Peter just misses it out, but Ingudon is able to bang it out down to his teammate. Tries to find a hit on target, finds a shot throw from Peter, but does not find the goal.
Yeah, Peter just needed a bit more sauce in that one. Wasn't able to get much. Ingudon may have been able to catch Conestoga lacking. Cyber will be able to get there on the back wall with ease, though Zeno looking to try and get back. So far, Conestoga on the back foot, continuing to struggle against what Windsor is going for, trying to just maintain the possession as long as possible.
Indeed, now bang back out to the side of you, Windsor. Looks like 80 might have a shot on, and he does! And a cross down bar. Goal is going to the side of Conestoga for the bang out. 80 follows it up. Peter just didn't have the boost, didn't have the prediction, and he finds a goal.
Yeah, Peter needs to get that read, and it allows Conestoga to have an easy transition, almost unchallenged. I get it's a bit of a difficult read especially, but that's why you need to reduce the margins. Go boost in as much as possible. Ingudon Good save. Cyber looking to potentially get a pass over. We can see Akaza going for the shot, and it's going to bounce off the crossbar, almost in. Beautifully set up from Conestoga, but Windsor is just like, get out of my net.
That was so close to it. Now Windsor are putting on the pressure, trying to find their net yet again, but Akaza is on to it. Looks to find a good 50 past Zeno, and Peter's got to get there to try and send it out of their control. Ingunal is on it, but he doesn't have any boost either. Now Cyber's coming in from the sky to bang it out. Zeno is close to follow, and Ingunal's going to get a little touch there to try and get it to Peter. Peter gets it to Zeno, but no, it's disrupted by AD, and now AD's going to make the pass out to Cyber, and Ingunal tries to make a save, but it just flips right below him. Luckily, Zeno is there to keep it out of their nets.
Yeah, you want to be able to place yourself in a position, especially when you have no way of just challenging that shot, but that one almost floated on underneath and in. Bit of a scary scenario for Windsor. So Conestoga still maintaining the lead and just continuing to just go for these transition plays. Let Windsor do what they want to do, let them use their resources, and then eventually go back onto the offense. Zeno with an 80. These 50s are starting to come through. Windsor trying to set stuff up, but Conestoga, what they can.
Tries to find a redirect off the side of the board. Doesn't find anything yet. Now up to Zeno, down, trying to pass it out to someone, but doesn't find any of his teammates now. Just leaves it for AD, and now to Cyber. He's got the ball, finds it over Ingunal, tries to find a player, but doesn't find anybody on his side. Finds Peter though, and now Peter taking it down to where Akaza has it, but now Ingunal's back onto it. Peter tries to find a quick, slick touch into the net, but doesn't get it. And now still pressure are mounting on the side of Conestoga. They gotta relieve this soon. Looks like Peter just bumps out his own teammate there, and now Cyber and Akaza might have a little bit of an opportunity to capitalize on this. The pass goes out the shot, and AD finds 2-0 for Conestoga.
Zeno needed to be there. He saw the first man come through and the pass come through. Zeno was just a touch too late, but that is where you cut off the passing lane. Be able to cut off AD's angle of shot. Conestoga 2-0. Windsor not out of it just yet, and they've played a decent game, but so far it will be 3-0. Cyber going to be able to extend this lead.
You know, that's something that we have to talk about is definitely kickoff strategies. Could have been a dedicated kickoff strategy, could have been a flunk. It's harder to recognize that, but definitely as the tournament progresses, I think we're going to see a lot of those come out of the back of pockets. I mean, I mentioned Humber definitely putting some dedicated time to it, possibly Conestoga as well, as it looked like that kickoff worked for them, but we'll have to see as the game goes on. It looks like so far Conestoga have just got this in their back pocket.
Yeah, this one looks like it's essentially done and dusted. And like you mentioned with kickoffs, when I was casting for OG, one of the main aspects that I commented on and that OG was particularly excellent on was their kickoff strategies, because it is the one, in my opinion, and I think to a lot of pros' opinion, the one untapped, unmaximized part of, oh my god, Zeno! Getting Windsor on the board off of an incredible solo, 50, beautiful angle, pre-flip shot and in, somehow finding this angle.
It was quick, it was caught beautifully, and it's giving them a little bit more life back. They've got a little bit of momentum to take this into the next game, but with 20 seconds counting down, it looks fairly uncertain that they're going to find two more, because Conestoga are right now putting on the pressure. It looks like AD is going to be able to relieve a little bit of that. Now Cyber taking it up, Zeno's going to bump him out. Peter tries to find a touch onto that, but as the time ticks down to 0, Conestoga have secured the third game 2-1 now.
So Conestoga will go to match point, though Windsor will be able to take a nice shot for themselves, almost getting 2, but it will go to Conestoga. GG's all around as Conestoga will continue in their path trying to win this series. Windsor, though, they have the mechs. It is so clear they have the mechs. They're just having a hard time with the pace and the rotates right now.
Yeah, there's so many moments that I've seen where either player on U of Windsor has just been either too fast to it, not fast enough, or hasn't had enough boost to actually get there. So that could just be due to rotations and boost management. That could also be due to some off-scene boost cutting and stealing from the other side of Conestoga, but it's definitely not working for them right now. I said they put a little bit of momentum on their side with that final goal of Game 3, but now heading into match point, they got to get a lot more momentum on this side to close it out.
80 flip reset, potentially going for the double, but will be knocked away. Windsor going to try and be a bit more proactive on getting these touches and to at least prevent Conestoga from having so much space in the offensive zone. We can already see Akaza in the pocket trying to do what he can to be set up for a shot, though this will be going back into Windsor's favor. Peter doing what he can to keep it in midfield. And go straight to Inguinol. Inguinol going for the solo. He sees the read, goes for the aerial bump. Will be able to score off of it. Conestoga left hanging.
Definitely a highlight play you want to put into the book. A great tap to get it up and then absolutely banging Cypher out of the way. And then Akaza, he couldn't find the right touch on it. Didn't look like he had enough boost or the right positioning to make that save. Put a little bit too much trust in Cyber's ability to dodge that bump.
Is that a fire alarm? Alright, well, apparently St. Clair College agrees that Inguinol's shot was absolutely fire since the fire alarm has been set off. So, if you hear anything, don't worry about it. Zeno looking to peek his own. Oh, it is a test. Okay, well, it is a test. Congrats, everyone. It is a test. Don't worry, we're all fine. Okay, if you hear fire, well, you didn't because it's a test. So now 3:50 into this one. Conestoga a little bit on the back foot.
Indeed. U of Windsor putting a lot of pressure onto their side right now. They've got to find an entryway out, and it looks like Cyber might be able to find it, but no, it's quickly shut down by Ingunol, who finds it out to Zeno, tries to find a pass, shot, doesn't find it though, because AD is there to make the save, and Cyber there to clear it out. Now Aka's going to take a little bit of control, but they have been so proactive and so preemptive to jumping onto this ball, and it's just stayed in the Conestoga side so long, and yet again, it's coming back to their side from Zeno, looking to pass it out to another one of their teammates. They have not been able to get past this mid-line.
Yeah, I think they're just holding down the midfield boost so well so that there really is no point for Conestoga to go in, and every time they do, it will present some percentage of risk. If they want to try and collect these midfield boosts to beat Windsor to the ball, they're going to have to dive in just a touch more. We can see that here, the first man going in for the bump and demo. Cyber, of course. It's going to go back to Windsor's favor. Zeno's going to put a shot on. Will it be saved? Yes.
Great shot, a great save out from AD, but Peter's back onto the ball, tries to make a shot, doesn't find an accurate one though, and Zeno is gonna find a beautifully preemptively jumped 50 onto Zeno. I mean, Akaza, look at this, just absolutely dunking him out.
Yeah, I think Akaza, this was a case of reading the ball, not the player, which is what you're supposed to do in many cases, but in this case, he tried to play too far ahead of it and eventually got punished by Zeno. But I do want to give props to Peter for having a fantastic pass, especially that post touch was beautiful to actually set up Zeno for that shot right at the goal line. So we approach halftime now. Windsor looking much better than the previous, and with it, hopefully on the path to collecting another game and tying up the series.
Their mechanics have definitely been shining throughout, and I think that's definitely their biggest advantage right now is they've got such mechanically talented players, but then Conestoga, they've also got great teamwork, and they've got great rotations out from any of them, and now it's been working for them, but they've been completely shut out this game by their mechanical difference between themselves and U of Windsor. Now, Ox is going to take a little bit, but no, he's going to leave it to 80. 80 finds it past one, but Zeno is there. Finds it on the backboard, but Cyber is close to stop that out. Akaza tries to find it over Ingunol, but no, Ingunol finds a great touch to keep it onto their side. Looks like we got just less than 2 minutes left. Now, Zeno up to the ball from the aggression on Conestoga. He's got to pass it out to Ingunol, finds another touch onto it, leaves it for Peter. Peter finds one on the backboard, looking for the double tap, does not come through, leaves it to Agasa and the rest of Conestoga to push on.
I just love how aggressive Peter's being because he's recognizing, okay, I'm not as mechanical as the other guys. However, despite that, I can do a lot of damage. I can go in, I can be a nuisance, I can bump, I can collect boosts as much as I want to. At least leave some room for my boys to be able to go in, peak when they need to. Ingunol over to Zeno. Zeno can't slot it through. Peter's looking to still be annoying, but Cyber, of course, getting a fantastic 50 in the midfield.
And sometimes you really need that annoying player to just set off the other team. I mean, I've seen it in other collegiate games with our green team. I think Jazzy has definitely taken that role of being the more aggressive bumper, demoer on the side of St. Clair. And it's been working right now for Peter as well. He's been able to steal boost. He's been able to get people out of rotations, just put himself in the opportune position to just disrupt whatever Conestoga are bringing to them. Now, Ingunol's going to have the ball now in the corner, but no, 80 is going to stop that out, going to find a little bit of a bump off, but now Akaza's there to keep it up. Ingenol's got to make it all the way across the field to keep this control on their side as it counts down from 20 seconds. It seems like, in my prediction, Windsor have taken this and they've tied it up. Looks like we're going to be seeing a game 5.
So we're going to be going to game 5, and with the Conestoga, they're going to have some thinking to do. They're going to have to figure out, how do we liberate this midfield? How do we try and just get in there to at least stop Windsor from oppressing us in our own half? Cyber is trying to do it himself, doing what he can with the last of his boost, but Windsor will collect game 4 as we go to Champions Field.
You know, I like how you said it, Seb. They have been focusing a lot on playing to the ball more than they have been playing to the other players. And I think that is where you, Windsor, have been able to capitalize on these moments. They've been able to take games, they've been able to take goals, because Conestoga are more focused about that ball. They're not more focused about positioning themselves to predict a 50 or to predict a great passing play. They're more so worried about getting the ball in the net rather than getting the players out of the net.
Right. Well, going into Champions Field, I think we're on Champions Field. Oh no, I think we're still on DFH. Anyway, doesn't matter. But historically Champions Field, as with Windsor and Conestoga, what a great way to open things off. Both having such stylistic clashes right now. Conestoga trying to go for a much more team-based play, whereas Windsor, they're just mechy boys all together, and they continue to show us why. So this will be a long ball down the field at 4:30.
Indeed, Zeno's trying to take it to his corner, but Akaza is there, misses a flip onto the ball and leaves it to Peter to try and get it out of their side, but Cyber is back onto it as well. Takes it to the corner, tries to find it out to someone, but no, Ingenol is there to stop it. Akaza lovely there in the side to keep it onto their side, keep some pressure on, but Ingenol is going to pass it out yet again. Now 80 in the mid, trying to pass it out to Cyber, tries to find a touch, but does not find one on the rotate back, and now Akaza just up to it a little slow, cannot find the opportune 50 there, but now 80 is going to get 50'd out by Ingenol, and now it's back on to Conestoga's side. They need to relieve this pressure, and I think they need to find something early on to give them the momentum to close this out.
I think Conestoga is starting to respond a little bit better, though, to Weirin hits and trying to just dive in to make sure to cover space that they're currently not occupying. So Windsor will be able to try and attack as much as they want, but if Conestoga already have 2 defenders on it, as they are currently playing more of a passive rotation. So this 50 coming through, that one almost finds its mark, but good coverage as well from Conestoga. Zeno has to dive in to prevent a transition from going too bad. 80 with the great 50. Peter not getting the best touch. This is perfect for Cyber unless Ingenol gets the save, and he does.
He is going to leave that for Ingenol, which might be his curse as Akaza puts it on net, but no, Zeno is there to save it out, keep control. Now he's going to bang it down, send it all the way down to 80, who's ready in the air, and now on zero booth, both Akaza has now got to be there to be the deciding factor that they can take control, but Ingenol now has got it, passes out to Peter, tries to find a shot, and Peter has just not been on his A game today. A double demolition out from Conestoga is going to take Ingenol and Zeno out for a little while, and now it looks like we haven't found anything yet in the first half of this game.
No, I think both teams have had decent opportunities. Both have tried to capitalize awesome spaces in defense. Zeno, both Windsor and Conestoga have been able to at least rely on some team plays to get shots set up, but it's always just that slimmest of margins. Just as I say it, another shot's going to come through. Gaza will be able to put it into the post. Conestoga, one of the closest that we've seen thus far. Windsor barely managing to hang on.
Looks like some voodoo magic is going on because nobody has been able to put this in the net. We've seen so many close shots to try and find the lead in this 5th game, but so far nothing has come through. 2 more minutes left, down and counting. It looks like 80 is going to try to be the first one to put something on, but no, Ingenol is going to shut him out, and Zeno is going to follow it up. Misses the ball though, and now it's left up to Cyber. Tries to 58 out, he does, into the center, tries to find Akaza, but no, does not find anybody, and now Ingenol on zero boost. A little bit of a flip, out of position, tries to find it, but no. Zeno is going to get out of here as well. Now Peter's got to take it over one, but gets demoed out. Akaza has control now. He's going to try to take it over Zeno, but has a really early pre-flip to that. Now Ingenol had a little bit of an awkward touch there, but is going to be able to follow it up from the back of the wall. Now 80 is back onto it again. Looks like they're keeping control in the mid, keeping the boost to themselves, and Akaza tries to put one on net, and Cyber is there to lay down the hammer and take the lead.
It was always going to be Cyber who will wait for his opportunity, to put Conestoga on his back, but truly, this was a team effort. Every single 50, every single touch mattered. So now with just under 90 seconds, Windsor on the back foot. They've had chances. Ingudal going to try and solo, but he's going to have to back off as 80 will go for the challenge.
Seems like Anguinal has been there to the ball a lot with 0 boost, which is not the best opportunity you want to try and put it in the net. You want to have some resources to play with. Sure, you've got your boost, you've got your car as well, some of the little resources that you have in this game, but boost is one of the most important, and Conestoga have been using it to their fullest. They've been taking boost, they've been stealing boost, and it looks like it's been working out for them, but now Zeno is looking to try and put it on target. Doesn't find one, but 2 defenders out from Conestoga are going to try to make this get out of their side. 80's going to be the one to try and get it out as well. Now Cyber's onto the ball, and Peter is there. A pinch out down to the side of U of Windsor. 40 seconds countdown. Windsor have got to get something out now. They got to react fast, or else it's all over for them. And Conestoga are going to take their first in this round of robin.
It's very possible, and you can see that Windsor, they're starting to prep up. They've loaded up on as much boost as possible. Inglewood doesn't get the best touch. Zeno is going to have to knock it to the ceiling, looking for the second touch. Going to try and be challenged, but the time is slowly but surely running out. Peter dives in as first man, trying to create space. Inglewood going to go in again. And at this point, Conestoga, they're just letting him do what he wants. They're just doing anything they can to stay alive. So long as there isn't much space, 80 going to be able to get a challenge. Ingwenal, last touch potentially. Who's going to be there? Cyber's going to put it to the ground. Conestoga walk away with our first best of 5 with a single goal lead. Beautifully done by the Condors.
GG's all around, good fist bumps for all the teams. Both played very valiantly in that game. And it was a close game, is what I always love to see. You know, casting for St. Clair, you get a lot of shutouts. You get a lot of training on those opportunities where you got to make some time, create some conversation for those complete 7-0, 5-0, 3-0 games. But now, to see this on land, to see a great game, first game of the day on the broadcast, going to Game 5, I think it's going to be a great day going on forward.
Yeah, if there is any indication of how strong not only just this tournament is going to be, but also just this group is going to be, it is from this game. It was a back and forth affair all the way through, a real dynamic of mech versus team and how those two styles clash against each other. It was a case where I would still say that Windsor is probably the more mechanical team. Like on paper, like they just flat out were. I mean, you look at what Ingwenal was able to bring in, Zeno was able to bring in. Peter was trying to be like a very calm-esque third man, which I understand. It's a difficult style to really bring forth, especially if you guys haven't been playing together for a tremendous amount of time. Whereas the Condors, they have been playing through different leagues, through NECC, through CRL, everything. So, you know, it was always going to be that clash, but I'm interested to see how these styles will be able to handle other teams within their group.
And I think an untouched aspect that we haven't talked about yet is the actual LAN experience. Because for some teams, like Humber, this is their first LAN together at all. Like, they've never played on LAN, they've never played in an actual person event, and that starts to bring a little bit of stress, a little bit of wiping of the brows, a little bit of, like, you gotta get in your groove, you gotta get comfortable, and that's definitely what some of these teams will suffer in, is suffer on LAN, not having a lot of that experience. But we're going to bring to you our first round result. It looks like both of your St. Clair teams are going to be taking their first one. We saw Conestoga taking theirs, and it looks like University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, are also going to be taking their first. Definitely, predictions is what I would say. Everyday predictions is what I would say. I think these are the teams that I would have expected to take their first ones.
Yeah, though that being said, I mean, Ole Miss over Durham College, that is to say, like, it was always going to be, that was actually going to be like a pretty hype series regardless. I'm interested to see like what the scoreline is from it. But Ole Miss taking the win there isn't the most shocking thing in the world. I think the fact that they were able to take the win is not the biggest surprise considering everything that happened. But with Ole Miss, they're going to be able to rock away, of course, the first win on Canadian soil for them. And with Lunar, I imagine he was talking the absolute smack to its peak.
Yeah, they've taken down their first of the many Canadian teams, but I don't think it's going to keep going for them. I think they've got a big wall, an absolutely massive wall of Canadian teams to go over. They've
Yes.
taken down their first, they've taken down Durham, but then they've also got the St. Clair Gold team. They've also got the Green team. They've also got Conestoga, which we just saw shine, and we were talking about how their team play works for them. I think that was definitely the factor, as you mentioned, that outshone the mechanical genius of U of Windsor. But that's to also show that it could have been a little bit of land experience, could have been a little bit of that pressure on stage that also got to them. It's some of these factors that we as casters can't actually see in the actual land experience, but we can see it out in the game. We can see the results. We can see how they're playing. And I think so far, like, Old Miss definitely taking their first up, but they've got a long way to go. They've got a lot more of Canadian soil to try and stomp over.
Well, we have our winners on the stage now ready for an interview, so let's get it going.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Cyber, also known as Ian, also known as one of the best Rocket League players we've gotten to see today here at SGS. Now, I wanted to ask you, Ian, that was a pretty good back and forth series. I wanted to ask you, is there anything you think is unique about your team dynamic that helps you guys kind of come back from those close game situations?
I think we just kept it high energy, we kept it close, and we just focused on one by one, taking a game at a time. We're playing with a sub right now, so it's a bit different, but we're still trying to do our best.
Absolutely. I think you guys are pretty much doing your best. You won, of course. Couldn't do much better than a victory. Now, I wanted to ask, during your drive down here, I'm assuming you guys drove, right?
Yeah, we drove it.
What's anything unique about the drive? Anything you like, interesting, that catches your eye down here in Windsor?
I'm not gonna lie, we low-key slept the whole way, so we didn't see much, but the city's really nice. We ate out last night, and you guys have some really good food, I can't lie.
Hey, that's one thing that everybody agrees on in Windsor. The food is fantastic. Any recommendations for people at home? What did you guys eat?
Oh, we tried to go to multiple spots. They all denied us because it was like 10 p.m. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's because I played Qual last night, so we had to stay late. But it was just some random spot, but it was really good.
Well, hopefully, besides food, you'll get to eat some victory here tonight at SGS. Now, anything you want to say to the folks at home before we wrap up and take it to the next series?
Just thank you to everyone watching and the production as well. You guys are doing great.
Thank you. We're trying our best. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for this first match. We're going to send it to a break, but don't go anywhere. SGS is just getting started. We'll see you guys very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Thunderdome. You may think the action happens out in the Rocket League field, but here, in reality, it's these players that make the action memorable. I am standing here with Tyler and Aiden, Fanshawe, Durham College, and I wanted to ask you two gentlemen to tell me exactly how you plan on breaking down your opponent out here in the field and what you're going to do to celebrate your victory.
I think that our best point is our communication. So as long as we talk, we can probably break down by figuring out how they play. That's pretty much our best strong suit. I'd say our speed's close second.
Very diplomatic, very diplomatic. And now, hopefully, you have some more vicious words for your opponent here.
We're just going to play our game. We know we got it in the bag if we play our solid game, solid defense, solid offense, good passing, good comms, and that's about it.
Absolutely, gentlemen. How do you feel about the last games you just played? Do you think they kind of went your way? You think you could have done anything better, done anything worse? Victory or defeat, I think there's always room for improvement. So what do you think about that?
For us, it was mainly communication. It's kind of nerves. This is our first LAN as like outside of Fuel, I guess, because we have our own spot to play. But this is our first LAN where we see our opponents, so it's kind of a little nerve-wracking. But we're starting to get over the nerves, so hopefully we play better.
Excellent, excellent. Now you, my friend.
Rough start. We played fairly well, but not the best we could. Definitely good warm-up for our next upcoming games, and I'm sure it's going to help us in the future.
Absolutely. And speaking of seeing your opponents, very seldom you get to stand right in front of your opponent before the match starts. There's nothing separating you two except for little old me. So if I just take a little bit of a step back and offer the floor to you, have anything you'd like to say to your opponent before we get started?
Good luck, and I can't wait to demo you in game.
Oh, okay. Any words for you, my friend?
Good luck. I hope you like seeing the ball in your net.
Damn. All right. Hopefully this is the start of the vicious action we're going to get in this game. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see what our casters have to say about what we just saw.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your SGS 2025 Rocket League coverage. I am Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by the one, the only Seb Dot. A great interview down in the pit with Daniil. We saw what the matchup is. It's Fanshawe going up against Durham, both 0-1 in their first round. I believe Durham losing 3-1 to Ole Miss, and Fanshawe losing in a clean 0-3 sweep from Saints Gold.
Yeah, I don't think any of these results are necessarily surprising. I was actually sort of expecting the Durham-Ole Miss match to be a touch closer. That being said, Ole Miss, considering their current form right now as they are handling Sinclair Gold, as far as I know, on a bit of a run themselves. They came into this pretty hot. They're a team that tends to do decent on LAN from past experience through Bluegrass Invitational and other LANs, but they did handle the work for Durham. So Durham on the revenge tour, continuing to try and just, get back to that level. Fanshawe, though, I mean, losing to St. Clair Gold, St. Clair Gold's good. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, but like we just pointed out right now, I think there are definitely teams that can deal with them. I believe we were literally just watching. I think Ole Miss was up 2-1 last week.
Something along that. Like they were smoking gold like 4-0. So
yeah, at least in that third game, I believe.
Bit of a
But
smoke show.
besides the point, we do have to focus on this series. Both teams, they really need to try to get their get back for their loss in the first round. And I mean, it's kind of a little more of a group of death comparatively to the other side of the group. So again, I think that these series make for a lot more, I guess, creative and important results when it comes to seeding, because I could see groups in Durham's group being able to take down higher seeds in Group A.
I think it's safe to say with Group B, it's like, yes, St. Clair Green is like the 1 seed coming out of Group A. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But Group B, you really have a mix between Durham, Ole Miss, and St. Clair Gold, who are all kind of fighting, even for like not just the 1 seed, but also the 2 seed and how that's going to result into the bracket stage. I think Durham losing to Ole Miss is a bit of a challenge to fight back from, because now you're going to have to not only win against Fanshawe College, but you're going to have to win against St. Clair Gold, and that's going to prove continuously difficult as time goes on. Yet Fanshawe, I mean, this whole, like, they are the underdog in this, no doubt about it. They are going to be fighting from the bottom up. Yeah, hey boys, you're on the screen. Say hi to your parents. Yeah, there we go. There you go. All right, pop off. Show your stuff. It's fine. So Fanshawe it's a uphill battle for them. Durham, they're on the run back. They're looking for a nice like easy match before they get to St. Clair Gold, and I really hope like Fanshawe can offer something to them.
Well, I will say I was talking to Fanshawe before we went live here, and between Sustain, Dungeon, and Vortex, Sustain, I don't know if Wyatt brought it up, but Sustain is someone who is willing to talk their smack, if you will, especially on stage. He was saying he's definitely going to let anyone on stage against him hear it. So I hope that they can try to maybe get into the heads of Durham, but Durham, they've been ice cold before in the Colleague Invitational. I remember casting with you last year. They did very good, and that was against the likes of some stronger teams that were here as well from last year. Even this year, competitively in the CRL Open 2, I was casting the green stream for St. Clair's run, and they went up against Durham, and Durham was definitely giving them a lot more pushback than I would have expected. So big things I expect from Durham, and here we go, off to the races.
Already in game one, and you mentioned Sustain. You know, he's going to talk some smack. This is how Jordan's going to react. Cool. All right. Now let me just double flip reset on you real quick. As I say that, Zocian will be able to open things up for Durham in the easy transition.
Yeah, immediately Zocian just goes through the entire team. A little bit of a double commit from Dungeon, and I believe Sustain as well, and no one's back. Vortex was missed on the challenge in the near post corner. So again, it's just Zocian going through the entire team. Durham, they open things up early.
Again, off the kickoff as well. Pepper is going to be in. Pepper, newest member in for Durham as well, coming in to replace Wildfire, who real ones know who Wildfire is. Wildfire was probably the first great Canadian CRL player back in like 2017, 18. Before, oh my God, Zocian! How did that angle work? What a beautiful 1-2 pass to make this happen for Durham.
I was going to say Jordan was the one who set it up completely. Dungeon just not there in time. Nobody up on the backboard to try to defend the pass as it comes down. Durham, they slot it through 2-0 early on kickoff. It's going to be Sustain. And now Zocian already pre-jumping, has maybe the pass down to Pepper, but no. Follow-up shot gets blocked out. And right now, Fanshawe, they get by the skin of their teeth.
Jordan just going to take the possession, looking for a pass over Zocian. Going to go for the Musty as well. Zocian-Jordan duo has carried Durham through so many games. And while Durham has struggled to really find a third that was as effective as Wildfire in the past for them, it really feels like for them at times. Oh, that is a beautiful start though for Vertex. Okay, shut me up real quick.
I mean, it is what it is. Sustain a great job of just setting up Vortex, and he immediately finds the dunk as well, has the beat, and that's just all it is. No one's there back post. I believe it was Pepper who maybe drifted a little too far, but again, when you're up there, you're just trying to play for the 50. You're hoping that it'll just go kill, and that's just not what happened.
No, it was Jordan almost finding the side angle as well, forcing Fanshawe to have to use some boost to get up for it. Sustain is going to look for a second touch in the midfield, and does. Able to take the boost as well. It's a bit awkward. Vertex at the goal line. Somehow Durham, but Vertex will be able to clean it up. Durham giving a bit of a scare, but Fanshawe will be able to convert.
Yeah, again, you know what? Sustain, props to you, man, because you set that entire thing up. The bump was absolutely huge. It gave Fanshawe a lane to go in forward, and they just find it through a couple of beats. Kickoff goes the way of Fanshawe for now. The beat comes through. Sustain trying to set up for a shooter, but no one back in time. The demo goes through. Jordan just going to try to play for maybe a 50 and finds the reset instead to force the ball down. Now, Zoci trying to look for another demo. He's going to be successful in that notion. Sustain has a reset, going to opt for the pass though. Vortex going up, but now all of a sudden they have to be careful. People from Fanshawe, they're low on boost. Sustain back post waiting for the pass, and he's going to be able to pick it off in time.
Yeah, that was a great 1-2-3 setup though from Durham to at least try and get that pocket, but despite that, Pepper, again, Pepper having a big shoe to fill on the Durham team, and despite that, he's been able to fit in all right, as results have spoken to lately. Surely not, at the peak of Durham's powers, but it is a grind back to the top for these boys. So all of the care in the world, Durham or Jordan, just looking to send it downfield so that Durham can reset.
Well, I was going to say for Fanshawe right now, they kind of look like they're stressing a little bit, especially when the ball is in their end. I've seen a couple of double commits already. So, again, I think right now these guys, they just got to kind of cool their heads, get the comms going, try to see if they can maybe deal with some aggression that Durham's putting out. And at the other end, I think they got to start they have to kind of start giving it back, because I've seen it now twice. Whenever Fanshawe get aggressive, whenever they go for bumps, they usually end up becoming offenses that are effective. But right now, all three commit upfield. There's no one back. And Durham, they have a beat over Vortex. It's an easy snipe.
No. That was incredible, because I thought was just going to be a pass from Jordan to Zocian. But Jordan knew exactly where Zocian was going to put it, that he stayed in the air, pushed forward to the midfield, and was able to get the immediate pass shot off. That was insane chem work from Durham. I would love to clip that later, but either way, Sustained and Fanshawe not out of it just yet. As Durham, yes, they may have the mechs, they may have the peaks and streaks here and there, but Fanshawe have been able to keep it close.
They absolutely have, as the ball goes into the corner. Now we're just waiting on Sustain. Has to have a big touch, but he's actually going to get beat. Pepper trying to maybe force a low 50, instead going to let Zocian take it from here. Goes into the corner, but there's no one in the midfield to act on it. Now Jordan on the sidewall, has the dribble, has the beat maybe for Zocian, but no, Vortex just narrowly keeping it out.
That was a great save, Zocian. I really do appreciate that save. It was not bad. Anyway, 90 seconds here. Durham still have the lead and have another chance here. Jordan going to try and play from the ceiling, but won't be able to get much. Dungeon, not the best defensive touch. Sustain bumped out of the way. Jordan looking to be as annoying as possible. Pepper, can he net this one through? And he does. 4-2 for Durham.
Well, the lane just opens up completely for Durham. Jordan had a bump on Sustain, and it opened everything up. Dungeon has 0 boost, so after finding the initial clear, his teammate Sustain, who would have been there for the follow-up to try to challenge the follow-up shot, he's bumped out of the way. He's gone. There's no boost for his back post either, so it's just open net and easy for Pepper to slot through.
Love Vertex's preset, by the way. Did I ever tell you that I had the... Okay, that is a beautiful bump attempt, but Durham able to stay alive. Did I ever tell you that I had the Shopify players react to my preset in Rocket League?
No.
Yeah. They said that, oh man, I like it if this was like 2019. And I was like, ouch. Do you know how much that hurt me to have Justin say that? Oh man. Because I'm a very simple Pearlson, Paint, Pearlson, Paint, Cristiano's kind of guy. You know, that I'm very simple. I like the easy cars. And they're like, yeah. This is like ancient, so it's all right. It's not bad, but it's, you know, it's just because that's what everyone used back then. I was like, okay, ouchies.
So that is an absolute hard pill to swallow. But right now,
oh my
so
gosh,
just trying to create. Oh, maybe had the reset, but instead fakes it out. Jordan over 1. Can he try to find the dunk? No. Vertex, good job on the backboard. But with 7 seconds left, Durham should be taking this one easy pickings. The clock moving down, and that's going to be all she wrote for now. Dungeon will slot one through just to make the score a little less revolting, but hang on, there's 1 second left.
There's 1 second.
Fanshawe can keep it up.
There's 1 second, and with it, I mean, if Fanshawe are confident in their kickoff, the thing is, at this point, you know that you're going to go for a fake kickoff, right? So Durham are going to try and game theory that exactly. Going to go for the light touch. Immediately red. Durham able to take game 1. Closer, I think, than expected. So I think they know it. Zocian, a little smile on his face. I think he knows it. The boys are just chilling out, but I mean, this was just kind of Durham, not necessarily like, you know, being a little overconfident, but kind of playing around a little bit. They were balling out.
I think they're kind of trying to just test how much Fanshawe can take on the defensive end.
They're skill testing.
I was going to say, they're finding their footing.
Yeah.
And I think Fanshawe on the other side, the problem is they're getting bumped away from their own boost pads, right? They're all getting stolen. We're seeing so many players on 0, and the first man from Durham, what happens is when you create the play before rotating, then tries to flood the goal line and try to bump out someone or get a demolition. And while there weren't many demos, there are a lot of Fanshawe players just flying in every which way and direction, and no one was able to deal with the follow-up shots that Durham were able to put on net. And that's the formula right now that Durham have been working with. On the offensive side, though, we also saw that whenever Fanshawe would get aggressive and do the same thing, send that first man to really be sort of that initiator to disrupt the back line of Durham, it works out too. Yeah. So right now, both teams, they're finding success in being aggressive, but the problem is Durham, they're more successful in their positioning, in picking up boost pads, even the small 12s, and they have more boost for when they go on their attacks, and they're able to put on powerful shots, whereas for Fanshawe, sometimes we see them get bumped out of their own end, and they don't really have the same capabilities to force those aggressive attacks, and that's what we saw it happen less often, those players not having enough boost to really give the back line of Durham any trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, though, I mean, with how much Fanshawe was able to actually get in the zone, they were really playing some like goal line offense and just catching. I think there was some times where Durham defensively was stumbling over each other. And although we see Zocian and Jordan have incredible chem and being able to read each other, they're still trying to implement Pepper into a lineup effectively. Where I don't like he's good. I think he's around like 2000, but you're having to play with like a former LCS player and a really great player in Zocian
Right.
as well. And so it is a bit of an uphill challenge to match them beyond their comms and their chemistry defensively in the rotation, especially when trying to manage. Like, for example, that shot that we saw that was dunked through from the Fanshawe side that was right at the goal line, that would have been saved if Zocian had let Pepper make the knockout instead of Zocian going for the light touch that was at it. Because there's just so much, especially if you are a better, or if you believe you're a better player and you believe like, you are more confident in your play, you're going to take that initiative a lot quicker and a lot more. I think he was just trying to take the decision out of Pepper's hands, but those are situations where you need to be able to trust in your teammates or recognize Pepper has the better touch. I need to let go of it. So we are just ready to get going into Game 2, Durham versus Fanshawe. It was close for Game 1. Will we see the same?
Well, hopefully we do, because I don't want a boring series, and right now, I believe it should be Vortex who should start to force the issue. Looking at what we can see right now, Seb, oh no, all of a sudden, Sustain, the ball must have went past him because Dungeon now is all of a sudden in a little bit of a troublesome position. Vortex with the save and Zoshan with the shot, but latency's not making it very easy to catch anything.
No,
but
I think
we can
was it Vortex that shot, or was it?
I think Vortex got the save. And
Okay, yeah.
I think Sustain just had the goal where Vortex was able to get the save and then drive the ball for the assist as well. So for now, Fanshawe up 1-0.
I think, unless we reset, but I'm not sure. I think I don't know if they're still playing or not. It could just be for the stream. Either way, an early lead here for Fanshawe as we get back into the game. It seems we're still dealing with the stuff. So Durham will be working from behind. Hate that goal explosion, by the way. I think it's garbage. Any like, actually the worst goal explosion is the nuke by far.
I was going to say, what is your favorite goal explosion?
That Hatsune Miku one is pretty boss. I'm not going to lie. That one is pretty sick. Though, I think I still just run Atomizer. Like, Pink Atomizer has been, like, my go-to forever. I don't really, like, go in for a lot of... I hate Crunch. I hate Crunch a lot. Like, the, where it sucks you in and whatever. The Black Hole one is cool. There's one that I'm thinking of. I think I like Splash the most. Like, Splash. Like, that's just a Splash, Did it come through? No.
That one maybe.
No. There we go.
There we
No.
go.
Anyway, that's my attempt at doing a drip on the comms. But I think that was probably my favorite. It's just so classic. Like, it's just
I can tell you right now, on the topic of Hatsune Miku, that shout out to your co-caster Wyatt from last time. Me and him, when we play twos, we run the Hatsune Miku decal.
Dude,
for the
I've
octane.
seen it so
gas.
much. I think like I was running, like when I was running the KCP stream, I think the first day that it came out, Aqua was running Hatsune Miku. And I was like, dude, I'm telling you, Epic Games, you gotta leverage the weaves. You got to get the weave skins. Get some Blue Lock in there. Get some Naruto in there. Oh my God, Bleach skins would go so hard, dude. I think I would be so like. I got a shirt
Bankai
at
Goal
home
Explosion?
that's what?
Bankai Goal Explosion.
Oh my God, dude, that'd be sick. You would get like a Byakuya one where it's just like rose. Oh my God, dude. Like I'm telling you,
on
man,
Epic.
I'm gonna DM Cliff right after this. It was like I need you to make me part of your sales activation team so I can just get all of the Wii properties. We don't have initial D in this game. How do we not? I bought the R32 for like $30, so I'm still happy with that. I think that Godzilla skin was I don't care about the Godzilla like skin or the goal explosion or anything like that.
Right.
But that Nissan GTR 32 is like my goat. I still use
Close
it.
to your heart. Close to Seb's heart, ladies and gentlemen. And what I can see as we're close to these player cams right now is judging by how locked everybody looks. I'm assuming we are actually still
I don't
having
know if
them
we're still playing.
play game. I don't. I think they are. I think they are.
What
I think
is
it's
that
just. I think-
plushie on Sustain's desk.
I don't know.
I hate this trend, by the way. I hate the fact that we, like, Valorant completely ruined that for us.
Really.
Yeah, I don't. I hate the idea of we're gonna bring we're gonna fill our desks with plushies because we need to make it like home. And I'm like, no. That's. I don't care about your personality.
I mean, for me, the first time I ever saw it was in Siege because I know it's a Rocket League stream, but for Siege, they don't have plushies. They just have like food items. This is the thing where they just put a banana on the desk.
Yes.
That's just all. That's just
Yeah.
all it is.
Well, no. Astralis did that.
Yes.
In CS for a bit, where Dupree always had a banana on his desk,
Okay.
and then he would just suspiciously just, but then Valorant's like, oh, let's bring our plushies because we're so cute, and then like
Then everyone adopted it.
yeah, and then everyone just wants to do it. I think we're still waiting to get. I think the players are still in game. They look like they're
I
common.
got confirmation.
Production,
They're
do we
still
have
in game.
a do we have a comment on the score potentially if we know exactly kind of what we're looking at here for this game 2? Because otherwise, I think we're still for game 3 going to be. It is 4-2 for Durham currently, as in this game 2 we're just struggling to get into the game as far as production is concerned. So we're just common. We're just seeing it. Actually, we could probably just bring our mics and just watch from out there.
That's true. We could.
Yeah.
However, that would require us from completely unplugging our audio boxes, and I don't.
Yeah, we'll just scream
yeah.
very loudly.
Yeah. I just want to see if I can just quickly peek over to the side. If I can. No, I can't see
No, you
anything.
can't. All right.
But what I will say is, with Durham up 4-2 as it stands right now, it clearly means that, again, they're still looking good. I think that a big factor, based on what you were saying, Seb, is for just the entire team, not Pepper necessarily matching the pacing of Jordan and Zosi, but also Jordan and Zosi trusting in Pepper more. I think they just got to get on the same foot, on the same pace. And I think once they match pace, they should be able to roll quite frequently, because I do think they're a very dangerous team, like you're saying. Again, ex-RLCS talent on that roster, and I've seen some very impressive showings from them before. So I do think that, again, that is kind of just the X factor. And if they can really get a hold of that, I don't see why they should have too much of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been a symptom for Durham for a long while. It's just, it's the symptom of just having a really good duo, but then struggling to find a third. You see it in a lot of teams. I would argue that for a while it is currently 6-2 for Durham with 1 minute remaining. But Durham is one of those teams that struggle with this. They have like the third man syndrome, where it's this, they struggle to get that third man in, but they have two like pretty good players. And Rocket League as a threes game is a 3-man game where you need to be able to have a confidence in your third to be able to execute effectively. I would say Ole Miss for a while was like that. Before they got Stealth in the roster, it was kind of just the Lunar and C-Money show. Yeah, you had Wonder Mike in the roster, but he wasn't... What?
We're going back in.
Okay, we're going back in.
We got Collins, we're going back in.
Oh my gosh, we're back in, everyone. Oh. But
So-
it isn't 2-0. Durham is currently still just up 1-0 thus far, but are pretty looking to this one.
I was going to say, I don't think there's any need for that. The graphic is probably going to be very correct come the next 24 seconds, but here we go. I mean, back into it. This is always good to see, and now as the pass comes downfield, it will be dealt with very efficiently. Pepper has a shooter maybe inbound, trying to force it up, and there it is. Can it get saved out? No, not quite, but it gets bounced out. Vortex not quite able to deal with it, sustained. Just trying one more for the culture. Maybe has a shooter in field, neglects go for a beat, and
For the
now has the center. The 50 goes wide, though, and that will be Durham securing their second game.
Yep, second game, and with it moving on to match point. As although we didn't get a ton of the stats, we missed frankly most of this game, but I am happy we got to talk about Weebs.
Hatsume Miku.
Yeah,
And goal
Hatsune Miku,
explosions.
goal explosions. The items. I still, even though like, because I know we're not on like the official Rocket League stream, but every single time we're on the Rocket League stream for CRL, it's just bring back training, bring back training. Oh, bring back my items. Oh, that is a good piece actually from Pepper there. That is a nice one. Either way, match point here for Durham College as they look to take this one 3-0 after a relatively close game 1 and not so close game 2. Fanshawe are going to be looking to fight back.
They absolutely will be, and they need to try to find a game because, well, they're on their round life right now. They need to take this one or else it is series wraps over. Pepper just missing there, but going for the bump on a dungeon instead was maybe looking to clear off the back line to help force a shooter have a lane. Jordan, near post, he's got to be a little bit careful, but he has players on his back post that he can work to like Zosi. Just has to make sure he gets the beat on the dunk, and he does. Zosi up top has the musty. Is it on target? No, not quite. Was potentially looking for a pass, but the follow-up shot is good from Jordan. And Durham, they make it work.
It's just there's so much accuracy from the Durham side when they want to. A great 50 as well that Zosi was able to force on Durham. Cleaning up with ease. 417. Just taking tee shots, Speaking of golf. Yeah. Me and the Durham general manager, we wanted to go golfing for a long period of time. We just haven't been able to settle on a date, but
definitely not anytime soon right now in Canada. No way.
There's
just no way.
No, we're going sim for sure at this point. That being said, with this game in particular, Durham just went, continuing to, I think, find their form a little bit. That's a great attempt from Jordan as well. You really wonder with how comfortable Durham are. Like, I want to watch that Ole Miss VOD now. Like, I really do want to see, like, what does Ole Miss bring to the table that is different from Durham?
Yeah, again, I was kind of watching the Humber series because I wanted to see them take down Green, but as I say that right now, Jordan, they're looking to take down Fanshawe because right now they are up 2-0. They have their safety net, and it's all because, again, there's just no one back for Fanshawe, and if there is anyone back, no boost to deal with the oncoming threat.
That was a bit of a spicy wall bounce to have to take care of, and one that Durham recognized and played a more passive position, but even with the wall bounce, there just wasn't much to be done from the Fanshawe side, especially after he whiffed the attempt off the side wall. So Durham, 2-0 lead early on, though Dungeon looking to control, baiting out the defender for one, going off the wall for the second. Vortex, decent touch, not going to be able to continue a sustain while to play the midfield.
And the problem is right now for Fanshawe is being down 2-0, you have to now force the issue. You have to throw everything at them, kitchen sink. And that could leave you vulnerable for counterattacks or just ropey transitions. And right now, Pepper trying to see if he can make Fanshawe get punished for that. Jordan has a flip, but will elect to just use it. Doesn't quite get the touch that he would have wanted, or at least the ball path desired. But the ball goes back into midfield. The double, the flip. No, not quite. The crossbar being the fourth defender for Fanshawe.
Yeah, need to. Also, did they add the crossbar ping sound in the game yet?
I don't know.
I actually need to ask about that because everyone's been complaining about it where it's just like ping and it's okay, Vortex, finally! No crossbar here, as he'll be able to make this a bit closer against Durham. About time.
I was actually going to say, it was actually a, I don't know if that was a fake or just a whiff from sustain, but either way it works out. Both of the Durham defenders on pretty much no boost, so not like anyone really could have chowed high anyway. Dungeon right now trying to find anyone mid, but it's actually going to be Pepper who picks his pocket. But all of a sudden, they have to work back. Zosi has to just elect to take it slow, play for control, uses the muskie to keep it. Should try to have a 50, but no, it's going to be Dungeon who has the beat. Pepper slow and controlled, but they got to watch out, Durham. Fanshawe, they could get aggressive, could disrupt that back line and try to force the issue, but they stay composed. Good clear out. The pass goes midfield. There should be a shooter inbound, but a great save from Sustain.
Not done yet. Jordan still in position, playing off the 50. Dungeon has to go up with barely any boost. You can see Pepper tries to dive in for the shot. Zosi, full tank of gas, going to go in, potentially for the pitch. Second touch off the bounce, but no. Dungeon will get the read and be able to get the save.
Well, close attempt at a ground double. But right now, Fanshawe, they're trying to move down, but they can't find any space to breathe in the midfield. They have just been getting dominated on midfield possession, and it's starting to show. Boost starting to go thin. Zosi with a flip, maybe has another one, can try to find for a bump, but no, not quite. Pepper already up. Vortex trying to get the clear, and he's going to get the bang downfield to sustain, but Jordan going to be able to pick it off. Again, it just seems like right now Fanshawe, they're just trying to hit the ball up, they're trying to hit it deep, they're just trying to breathe in general and try to find anyone in the midfield who can advance that ball towards Durham's side, but they're just not being successful in any of their attempts.
So with a good 50, that's straight to Jordan, but he actually waits off, trying to bait out these defenders. Will do what he can as the midfield struggles to keep up the pace, and at this point for Fanshawe, they're just sending everything they possibly can towards the midfield, making sure that these challenges are effective and useful. Despite that, Durham continues to just deal with whatever Fanshawe is throwing, trying to maintain this 1-0 lead.
They're doing a good job of keeping someone high on the backboard. Durham is, at least for whenever Fanshawe goes downfield. They've showed that they really like to force the ball high, at least in the midfield, and that will usually set up for someone to take control on a shot that ends up going to that same place. So right now the backboard defense is going well for Durham. A good clear downfield, and it should be hit out by Dungeon. But 10 seconds left. Fanshawe, you have to force the issue. You have to throw kitchen sink at them. That's a good 50 by Dungeon. Allows Sustain to take control, but a great beat as well, and that's going to seal the deal for Fanshawe. Durham take it in sweeping fashion.
I mean, look at the boost on the side of Fanshawe. Both Vortex and Dungeon had literally nothing to play with, so all it was Durham just knocking it downfield, taking their ball and going home. Durham taking this 3-0 against Fanshawe. Not that it wasn't threatening at times. I think there was a little moments where I could see an inkling of sweat coming off the boys, but either way, the result is the same. Durham taking their first win on the stage.
Yeah, I think something that was so very clear to see that game was just how often the ball was in midfield possession for Durham. And they were able to generate attack after attack after attack off of it. Eventually, boost starts to run thin. You have someone steal maybe a pad here and there, and all of a sudden, it just chokes them out even more. Fanshawe, they looked very uncomfortable on defense, but for good reason. You have to give credit for Durham for causing the issue. And I think, inevitably, too much out of position, too many players were just simply out of position or forced out of position by Durham, and that was overall why Durham was so successful on their attacks.
Yeah, I think Durham, they just were able to extend their pressure as much as they possibly could. You see Jordan not only cutting in the midfield, but Jordan cutting in offensive rotation with almost no boost left because he has so much confidence to be able to challenge the ball from whoever is touching on the defensive side. You'll see Vortex going off the back wall to go for a touch. Jordan's already in the air for it after he just made a shot literally a second before. It's that willingness and trust in your teammates to be able to go for that easy cut, to be able to go and play that aggressive offensive rotation, extend it as much as possible, that allows for so many opportunities, despite that, as well as also keep the boost in control. However, that's not to say that it was perfect, because the moment that it was transitioned across, you saw Durham kind of get caught out of position sometimes. There were times where it was a little fumbly as to set up who is going to be that third man on that back net or back post position, and overall, they were able to keep it together, make sure that no passes essentially came through from the Fanshawe side, or were able to just lock things down.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that something that Durham did really well was they played to, well, at least Pepper. Something I think Pepper did really well that entire series was, despite what we were talking about earlier, despite maybe some trust issues or maybe some pacing issues, I think Pepper, what he did really well was he ended up matching and playing to Zosian and Jordan's strengths as the series went on. I know there were some blunders in game one around that, but they took it. And then through there, it felt like Pepper really kind of got set in, and everything just kind of went smooth afterwards.
Yeah. I think there were times where you could see Pepper, like, he wanted to really be like that guy and wanted to, just try and set up the boys a little bit. But it was clearly, I think that he was trying to be like the third man and be in good positions to be able to help facilitate Zosian and Jordan when he needed to. But either way, we have our winners on the stage with us for an interview. So let's send it down with our winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was one hell of a series. Wouldn't you say so yourself, Jordan? You did fantastic, and I want to know, for the first 3-0 we've seen on stage, maybe it's going to be the last one, given the competition we've seen so far. What's going on in your head right now? Do you think this was business as usual? This is an exceptional performance? Is this what Durham College is capable of? And do you think you're going to give us more?
Yeah, it's definitely what we're capable of, and I think we played pretty well, and hopefully we can keep it up.
Absolutely, and I like to look back at the interview before the game. I remember your teammates saying something about, I hope you like to see the ball in your net, and we saw that ball in the net plenty of times. I wanted to know, when it comes to those in-game plays, those strategies, how do you guys go about deciding who's going to be taking those shots, who's going to be going for the defense? It's such a fast game, and what do you think is the biggest element of coordinating effectively?
I think it's just the comms, making sure we all calm very quickly and very precisely. To make sure, there's not as much overlap. So yeah, that's what it is.
Who do you think on your team is probably the most important person when it comes to getting everybody together after a tough loss, after a strong victory, or in the middle of the game, kind of reining everybody in?
That would be my coach, Cressy. Shout out to him.
A man of few words, and I respect that very much, Jordan. Thank you for having me. Thank you for joining us here at St. Clair College, and thank you for the fantastic second game on stream. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after a short break for the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here in the Thunderdome, as I'm going to be calling it now. We have Fanshawe Fuel versus Ole Miss. It's going to be two of the most electric teams here we've seen so far. And I have Vertex joining me as well as Lunar. And gentlemen, I'm tired. I'm tired of all this niceness here in the pit. Everyone's been saying good luck, good this, good that. What's wrong with you people, okay? Being an interviewer, a part of that is bringing out the best in people. I want to start bringing out the worst. Tell me something you hate about your opponent right now.
Oh, that's going to be a tough one. It's pretty good competition, so... one of the other games saw some demos. Don't like that about you guys, so I'm probably going to come back with some demos at you guys.
I respect that a lot. Very Canadian response. And now we got the American here. Hopefully you guys can live up to your reputation of rude and yeah, old Mississippi. Yeah. So go ahead. What's something you hate about your opponent saying before you?
I mean, for one, he's Canadian. Two, we got to avenge hockey.
True.
And like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, chill. I mean, I guess that we didn't have to warm up, I guess. I mean.
Tough words. Okay, all right. Let's bring back the love a little bit here. I know you, again, from America. Is there anything that you love about Canada so far? I know you said that was a kind of a negative so far, but what's something you love being here?
It's not, I mean, where we're at, there's not like that big of a culture shock, but you can definitely tell, like, I like how they act, and like, they are definitely nicer. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, I mean, I like the area. You can definitely tell, like, the environment's different. Like, last night when I was leaving the facility, I saw people playing ice hockey, which was pretty cool. I don't get to see that in the South, so, yeah.
I like that. Now, for you, before we go off into the game, what's something that you love about your team up there?
My team, we're a little bit of a puzzle piece tonight. There were some problems we occurred right before we came, and we got all that sorted out. So just nice to be here with the boys, and nice little road trip for us, a little team bonding activity, which was really great today.
Lovely responses. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time, and I wish you the best of luck before you go into the game. Oh, look at that. Camaraderie. Good sportsmanship. Fanshawe Fuel, Ole Miss. Let's go into the game with our casters.
Beautiful. Welcome back. And ladies and gentlemen, to the people at home, I'm back on the desk, your caster, Wyatt Rapson, joined with my lovely co-caster. And I would have to say we are the St. Clair Rocket League caster duo. I mean, Patrick, what do you think about that? We are two of the best here.
That's a strong label, and you definitely put me on the spot. But I will have to say, we definitely have some pretty darn good practices. And I honestly think that, you know, I very much enjoyed casting Rocket League with you, and I'm going to keep that enjoyment because we're here again. We're doing it again. We have Fanshawe going up against Ole Miss. Ole Miss 2-0. They just got out of a barn burner of a series with Saints Gold, I believe, going to Game 5, as you pointed out. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, in their first series, they got the 3-1 over Durham. And for Fanshawe, it's looking a little rough right now. But you know what? It is Rocket League, it's LAN. Anything can happen on LAN. I'm a firm believer in that, but Fanshawe, they have a lot to work on if they want to take down this Ole Miss roster.
Indeed. They have the odds stacked against them, I think, and especially up against like Ole Miss, they have shown complete dominance so far in all the games they played. Even in the St. Clair Gold team they played against. I mean, it was a close game. It was one of our only other games today that I've seen that have gone to a Game 5, which is very impressive. And I think both teams put a lot of effort into that. But now that's over. We got to look to the future. We got to look for Fanshawe and Ole Miss. And I mean, Fanshawe in this round robin are the last line of Canadian defense against these American invaders. And I mean, to the boys out there, if I have anything to say to you, send them home. Send them back to the States crying.
I'm telling you right now, that is not happening.
I know.
Because even if Ole Miss pulled off the unpredictable and threw the series out to the river, they're still 2-1. They'll still get seeded quite nicely, at least. Or maybe if Saints Gold go 2-1 as well, maybe we'll have to have a little bit of a tiebreaker through maybe score differential. I don't know how that's going to work, but what I can say is right now, Ole Miss, they are looking like they're on fire. Lunar, C-Money, Stealth, they've been absolutely amazing all day. And after just casting Fanshawe against Durham, there are definitely some holes that I could point out, especially when it came to being on defense.
Indeed, and I think that just comes from the fact that like Fanshawe, they came into this not like comparatively to the other teams, not fully formed. I mean, I talked about that in the first one when we were talking about all teams around here for the event. Is that Fanshawe came together a little bit in like the mud. They had Dungeon who was subbing on for their third man who couldn't make it, and then also their other player who was apparently stuck in Alberta couldn't make it either. So coming in the super sub, the veteran and retired, coming out of retirement to try and help his boys out, and I mean, definitely going to help sustain there. They've been a duo for the longest time that I can remember talking to them. They've been playing back since the days of 2017, and then Vertex has also been a great addition to that trio, but it hasn't come out to any good results so far for the event.
Yeah, I think right now, from what I've seen, we're just seeing kind of the aftermath of what you were breaking down. The reasons why, yes, you have an incomplete roster. You're going up against some top talent, at least right now you are. And even from the series that I saw of Durham, an amazing team, right? They look awesome. I know I've already pointed it out before, but like XRLCS talent, like, come on. But Durham, they kind of ran the table with them after game one, and I think that was mainly due to Pepper just not having, or at least the team not having at least as much trust, or maybe not on the same foot in terms of pacing. But we're not talking about Durham right now. I'm talking about Fanshawe. Fanshawe, the problems I was seeing was that on defense, even in the midfield, the problem was they didn't have possession almost at all. It was very easy for Durham to pick off their passing lanes and immediately start progressing down the pitch on their own right. And what they would do is their first man, whoever would send in the initial pressure, would then go to the goal line and would either find a bump on someone's sitting back post or a bump on someone who was going to be dealing with the follow-up shot. And that's what I was seeing at least 2, 3, 4 times throughout that series, were just Durham hitting those follow-up shots to empty nets because that second defender, that second man who was in the rotation on the defense, was just bumped all the way to Narnia.
I mean, yeah, and when you mention RLCS level talent at a Canadian LAN like SGS, that's bound to draw some heads, and that's bound to get a couple teams shaken. And I mean, we were just looking at Conestoga versus our green team. They're putting up as much fight as they can. Last I checked, they had the scoreboard tied 2-2, but you still have team members on St. Clair Green like Arju who are playing for current top 8 contending teams in NA. I mean, that's got to send a shiver down your spine, and definitely for Fanshawe, looking at Old Miss, looking at the amount of talent they have, the amount of ex-pros, the amount of currently still star-striking players that they have on that roster, is definitely something that I think is going to shake them a little bit. And it seems like it has been shaking them for the entire day, because they're 0-2 currently, and I don't know if it's going to get any better.
At the same time, I will go ahead and say, we were talking to the Fanshawe boys before we came out here. They are just looking to have some fun, and especially Sustain is looking to get on that stage and talk some ish. Talk some smack. He's very loud from what we were told, but right now, I want to really hear it. I wasn't really hearing it a whole lot in the first series. Granted, it wasn't a very close one. I believe they got swept by Saints Gold.
Yes, it was not a close one.
But at the same time, I think that if you can kind of get into the heads of Ole Miss, it's better off than just not doing it at all. You might as well make an effort. And who knows? Maybe you take one game off them. All of a sudden, that game may turn into 2. You never know. Any team on LAN on the day, it's just who's mentally better, who's on their peak. And yeah, sure, Fanshawe isn't at that right now. But if they let the last 2 series sink into their heads, they could be going out of here in the first round of playoffs anyway, easy. Yeah. And they could also be looking at a 0-3 in groups. You can't let your past series define who you are at this moment. And at this moment, you have the chance to really pull a massive upset. Take it for what it is. Don't play as if you think you have any pressure on you, because trust me, you don't. But all of a sudden, if Ole Miss throw 2 games, all of a sudden everyone's just calling them burgers, and then that's just it, right? So you never know.
Yeah, no, you never know, and it's LAN. Anything could happen at LAN, and right now, I think, as you mentioned it beautifully, Fanshawe, they don't need to stress.
No.
Push off the anxiety. Push off any pressure that you think is mounting on your shoulders and just say, you know what? We're here to have fun. This is one of our first of many LAN events to hopefully come in the future. Let's face off against Ole Miss and let's show them what we got. Let's put the best that we
Absolutely.
can out there, and hopefully we take one game, maybe we take 2 games. The best opportunity and the most efficient one that they would want is definitely that win. But against a team like Ole Miss, it doesn't seem too possible. Now, that's not to say, okay, we're not going to win. Let's not try our hardest. Let's just throw it. No, they got to put their pedal to the metal, and they have to do as best as they can in this series.
Well, they have to put their best foot forward, but only actions will be able to speak now. Words cannot do very much. Sustain just dropping back, and already Vertex putting one cleanly through the middle, as it's going to be C-Money who just bites a little bit too much, doesn't realize that Vertex is just lurking behind, can't quite speed flip back to get the pre-flip save in time, and all of a sudden, like I said, anything can happen on land. Fanshawe up 1-0.
Yeah, C-Money definitely gave a little bit too much respect over to Vertex, thinking he would not go for that, but he did. And now they are down. They have to come back from this, which should not be a big feat. We still got a whole game of Rocket League left, and Lunar's trying to put it on. Seems like 2 Fanshawe members are going to try and get in the way there. Looks like we got the Skyline as well out from Lunar, and C-Money just going to put one in from the right side.
I mean, calm, compose was the only 2 words you can really look at it from. Stealth, I believe, with the pass. C-Money has all the time and control in the world. Vertex, not much boost. Same with Dungeon again. As I was pointing out before, those Fanshawe defenders, they were low on boost all the time back on defense and mispositioned. It's what was kind of their undoing versus Durham. We see a little bit of a shade of it versus Ole Miss right now. 1-1 as it stands. Dungeon clearing things out to Sustain, has the pass downfield. It's going to be a shot from Vertex, saved out by C-Money.
Could also be a little bit on the side of Ole Miss. I think just taking a little bit of less focus onto winning this game. I mean, we saw a beautiful shot there just because these teams are going to be facing off against some heavy hitters later in the day. We still haven't seen them play against our green team, which I think is going to be a game to watch if we get to cast it or watch it. Who knows? But right now, just pull your punches a little bit. Just play relaxed, play fun. This is a LAN event. You're here to have some fun, to meet some new people in the community and create some connections. And I've seen a lot of people doing that right now. And even on the pitch, just have some fun playing with some of the other boys who love the game as much as you do.
But at the same time, why we want to win. Fanshawe, they want to win. How awesome would it be to take a best of 5 off of Ole Miss? But right now, C-Money and company, they're going to try to not let that happen. Sustain with a pop-up. Is there a shooter inbound? Yes, but the whiff comes through, and all of a sudden, a triple commit should leave for an easy counterattack. Lunar, the one to slot things through and give Ole Miss their lead.
That is a little bit of a textbook play that you do not want to mess up there. Both Vertex and Dungeon tried to jump for it, but they just didn't have the right trajectory. They didn't have it planned out in their heads, and both whipping it, then allowing Ole Miss to capitalize on it, simply as it is.
Yeah, I think as well, when we see the fake kickoff come through, it shows that Fanshawe, they're really trying to now switch things up. They're trying to play a little more awkward, get into the heads of Ole Miss, which they need to do. The dunk comes in. Can Vertex be the first one to it? He can, but it was just 50 out enough to the point where it hits the crossbar and goes a little too high. Sustain, trying to get a pass in the field. It's actually 2 defenders from Ole Miss missing, but C-Money falls on it, ground pinch for the clear. And even though they're not out of the thick of it yet, right now, Stealth should have some decent control. Alex to use the flip, trying to see if he can just call it off. Lunar takes instead. Reset. Lunar, can he get the ground pinch? Yes, he almost can. It was really close. I think it should have given it to him. But Epic Games, Rocket League, they weren't feeling very nice.
No, they weren't feeling generous there, but Ole Miss are still pretty good so far in this first game. Still 1 up, still half of the game left to play, and it looks like Fanshawe are not completely shut out of the possibility to get a game here. Now, Stealth is onto it, going to get it off the ceiling, looking for the flip reset, finds it but does not find it on the ball, and now Dungeon trying to make something happen himself, cannot find it yet. Z-Money's onto it now, trying to find it out to Stealth, just misses it, and now Vertex has got it. Could have a 1v1 isolated situation here with Dungeon as well, trying to find the bump onto Lunar, but Lunar plays the defense beautifully, and now Stealth takes it up and finds the goal. What a way to counterattack.
Yeah, again, we've seen it happen twice right now where it's just the counterattacks that are working out for Ole Miss. Stealth just has the touch just enough over Sustain, not able to force that ball to the back post near enough. It's going to be Ole Miss now with their safety net of 2. Kickoff happening through. It's going to be the fake from Ole Miss, and it should drive through. However, Dungeon, low 50, but it sets up perfectly for the shot, or at least the pass from Dungeon to C-Money.
Yeah, just great way to start it out. Now, that weird, awkward 50 with C Money, and then just a bump in to get it on the goal was just a little bit of a creative way to set it in. Get a little artsy with it on the pitch.
Absolutely. You know, sometimes you got to get creative, but right now, creativity is what Fanshawe are lacking, and they're just kind of falling flat. Ole Miss, they don't really seem too troubled. Stealth right now just trying to pass it back to Lunar. They're looking for C Money in the middle, but it's not going to fall through. Sustain trying to find a double. But again, it seems like whenever Fanshawe try to drive or make an attack up the pitch, their boost numbers are just completely low for the attackers. They can't find any touches of power to generate strong passes or shots that could be troubling. And right now, Ole Miss, they're just dealing with it. There's nothing happening for Fanshawe on attack, and Ole Miss, they are making them pay. They're beating them to the ball in the midfield, and it's setting up for some very troubling shots and attacks.
Beautiful hat trick out from C Money is going to set them in the opportune position right now. And Fanshawe, I think at this point, either they come back with a hero play themselves, or they got to brush it under the bed and just say, you know what? We're going to finish with this game, and we're going to head to the next. They still have the chance to take a single game off of this team, and I think that is something that will boost their mentality, will get them a little back into this game, because it seems like they've been completely shut out so far. They've been able to put a couple shots in, been able to connect a little bit, but it seems like Ole Miss have controlled the pace of this game and have controlled the ball itself.
However, right now, we'll see if Fanshawe, even for just consolation, can try to find a goal. But I think down by 4 with a minute left, this one is most likely over. However, I will say, right now, Ole Miss, they seem troubling. They're trying to link up on some team plays, but you know what? Screw that. Let's just take the smart shot instead. Stealth fires an absolute rocket into the top right.
Yeah, just coming from the side, absolute missile. Dungeon did not have the right resources to deal with that kind of shot, and that's the kind of plays that Fanshawe need to be ready for. They need to have boost when they are in that defensive line. They need to plan for that. They need to be ready for Lunar to get a shot and a goal right off of the bat. And right now, 7-1, a beautiful Brazil is where the game stands.
Yeah, I was about to make a comment on that. Lunar just being able to beat to the kickoff, and that might be the first time I think I've seen a Fanshawe defender able to challenge a shot on net with more than 50 boost in the tank, or even 30. I might even wind that one down. That seems to be their problem. Lunar just barely getting to that one, but it didn't seem too troubling. Seems like he had the read out. C Money trying to continue, but leaves it off for Stealth. Gets called off. Stealth, a good job just being able to force the pinch. It should be a shot, but no shot in the making. Just not on target. But at this point in the game, it doesn't really matter. You know, you're up 7-1. I don't think Ole Miss is worried about anything. We're seeing it in the chat. We're just kind of, you know, getting some fun. But right now, as 13 seconds dwindle down, that will be the storyline. Is Fanshawe, they just cannot get out of their own end. Ole Miss has just been there the entire time, and even when the ball drifts back down, they're the ones with possession.
And you know, it's not even like very complex mistakes that Fanshawe are making. It's very simple ones, like simply missing the ball, simply getting bumped on rotation, simply missing some boost, not having enough resources back to make a good defensive line. It's just smaller things like that that seem very obvious that you just got to get back into the game. And you know what? Sustain, he doesn't care. He's got a smile on his face. He's ready to play with the boys. He's ready to have fun. And that's what I said. Yes, we're playing for prize pool, we're playing for money, we're playing for that big SGS Rocket League Championship title.
You just gotta vibe out, man.
But at the end of the day, yeah, we just gotta vibe out and we just gotta have fun, because this is a beautiful facility that most of the boys are experiencing for the first time.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I see the plushie on the desk, I can tell you right now, as Seb was wondering what that was. Yeah, I can't confirm that. I don't know what that is either. So as we get into our second game, sorry, I know that didn't add anything to my previous statement. Right now, Ole Miss looking to try to end this one quickly. Fanshawe seeing if they can force the issue. C Money, a great beat off the ceiling, reads out Vertex's clear. Dungeon trying to see if he can find the 50, but no, Lunar takes it across. Vertex finds the save, though. C Money with a follow-up pass. Is the shooter there? No, not quite. Stealth able to put one on net, but it gets picked off very quickly.
It does. Now Dungeon's up to it, looking to find one touch. He finds one, trying to find it over C Money. Does not, and he denies him. Now going to find it again, but Vertex is there to stop any aggression that he may bring Stealth over to Dungeon now. Looks like C-Money's just going to stop it in the mid-cold. Now Lunar takes it up, but Sustain is there to give it a halt. But C-Money puts it on the money and takes a first on the board for Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think Sustain had a first touch there, but he just doesn't have the double to get it past C-Money. C-Money just takes his time. There's no one back post in time. Dungeon was there, but again, 0 boost, so not able to get to the shot in time. Well-placed ball, Ole Miss take it on the scoreboard.
Kickoff in favor of Ole Miss. C-Money taking their back boost, finding a demo also onto Dungeon. A way to start it out. Now Vertex is going to try to get it out of their half, but C-Money is on it yet again. Now Stealth and Lunar are back. Lunar trying to clear it out, but no, given to a halt by Sustain. And now coming on the back, looks like Vertex is going to miss it. It might be all up to Dungeon to make the save. He does, but C-Money is there to support him, and Lunar is in the mid. Finds a shot on the net, but doesn't find the goal. Now Stealth is going to pass it out to C-Money. Cannot find a clean cut angle to get it in this net. And now Lunar is up to it now, taking it up to the wall. Looking to find a flip onto it. He does, and there is Sustain with a great epic save there to keep them in this second game.
But again, possession, it's just all for Ole Miss. They haven't given it up. Lunar still has possession. He's looking for a pass midfield. C-Money's there. The backflip maybe gets it over one, but Sustain, 0 boost to his name. He still gets up for the save. But this is the problem. When you have so many defenders time and time again, look at the boost numbers in the replay. We're seeing 3s. We're getting under 50 now. Everyone's kind of just sitting around that 30 mark, and no one with that as well, those pads, is anywhere near the net. Defenders are just out of position, and whether that's because they're getting boost stealed, they're having to rush for boost, and they're not maybe playing to the ball as much as they should be, they're not putting up challenging defenses, challenging clears that force Ole Miss to drive back and that give Fanshawe possession. And right now, I think that's just what we're seeing is Ole Miss slowly but surely, with follow-up shots, by sustaining possession, by playing for the ball, they are choking Fanshawe out slowly but surely, and we're seeing the result of that.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. They are definitely choking them out, and the difference between Ole Miss and Fanshawe is definitely reflected in the scoreboard right now. 2-0, 1 game up. Half the game left to go. Still a lot of opportunity for Sustain, Dungeon, and Vertex to bring it back, but as you said, like, I haven't seen one moment yet where Fanshawe have tried to go for a team play with control of the ball, because Ole Miss have just kept it. I mean, we saw Lunar, he tried to go for a shot, but then was like, you know what? I'm going to take the ball right over back to my side, and I'm just going to give it to my team. That's the name of the game, is ball possession. If you have the ball, you have the win, and it looks like Stealth had a great shot with the ball onto the net, giving them their third.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is just going to be Lunar who cooks, finds the top. It's a drop-down pass, and all of a sudden, Stealth just has nobody around him. No one threatening for the shot. Saw the defender challenging high, so he just opts to shoot it low instead. It's very calm, very composed shooting from Stealth and Ole Miss as they take their 3-0 lead and a very tough safety net with 2 minutes left to go. Fanshawe, I don't know if you can break through. At least it would take nothing short of a miracle, but we've seen crazier things happen, so why don't we start it off right now, potentially. Sustain, trying to find a pass down to Vertex, but it's going to be cleared out perfectly by Lunar. Stealth takes, he has possession, but is going to elect to leave it off. All of a sudden, it seems like, you know, Fanshawe, they're looking a little bit better, but at the same time, then they suffer from the same flaws. Defenders low boost again. Sustain, able to just barely get there on 0, has the pad now, but not very much more left to go. Has to give up possession again. And now it's going to be Ole Miss with their counterattack. C-Money, the shot, and it's just an absolute laser beam to the upper deck.
I mean, yeah, stranger things have happened today. I mean, I even heard that Windsor took like a game off of our boys on the St. Clair Green team, which
that was shocking.
That was indeed shocking. Never would have expected that. And Fanshawe, while this does seem very one-sided to Ole Miss, they're still not out of it yet. They still have the opportunity to take one game off of this American team, and that would be, I think, the start of the end for Ole Miss, because, you know me, Canadian favorite, fan favorite. I think we've got to take this out of them. We got to get these guys off of our soil, and we got to send them back to their home crying and not with a trophy in their hands.
Well, you know what? Ole Miss are looking to prove you wrong, and right now they're showing a great case for it. C-Money with an absolute slammer of a double tap, just takes it off, and that is the statement right there. Double commit from the save from Fanshawe, and even when you send 2 at C-Money, he has the angle thought out. He sees where you're challenging. He knows where you're predicting the shot to go, and he just goes the other way.
Collecting hat tricks like Pokemon cards. I mean, C-Money is on the ball 24/7 with Lunar and Stealth to help him out. And they're not giving any space or any possession over to Fanchon. We saw Sustain just jumping for it, and Vertex cannot be in the right position to make the save. C-Money finds his 4th and finds Old Miss their 6th.
I mean, I think I could have probably called the result of this game around 3 minutes left to go, but now most definitely with a minute left and down by 6, this one's definitely dead in the water. So, C-Money saying, it's not hard, you have time. Lunar, I have more points. Again, Fanshawe, you can tell they're having fun, but they're just not getting results. It is what it is, but we're just seeing them get beat in every which way, shape, and form. It's a good bump to open up the clear from Dungeon, but Stealth has very good control. He can just elect to try to play this one pop up to a teammate. C-Money's the first one there, beats in the midfield, and Sustain has to keep composed, but with 0 boost, he can't make a play happen. C-Money was trying to, I believe, find a lane in a gap. Didn't open up there, but with 6-0 and 15 seconds left to go, this one is going to be all she wrote.
Very close for Lunar to find their 7th, but yeah, now 10 seconds counting down for 5. I mean, it's all but said and done. Old Miss taking their 2nd game, going to game 3.
Oh,
looks like Sustain is trying so hard to end it off on a positive note there, but just couldn't come through. Just couldn't come through.
That is the ultimate heartbreaker. They know they're like, well, we were so close to breaking through, but in the end, even if you did, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But we're glad that they're laughing, they're having a fun time. Fanshawe likely to go 0-3. I will say there's probably a little more than about a 99% chance I'd put on the table for this to happen.
You gonna put the house on it?
I'll put the house on it.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll put the house on it.
Patrick Smoke Chambers is putting the house.
I'll put the house on it. C-Money Lunar, don't sell my house now. You know, I don't need realtor agents this early on into the tournament to help me figure this one out. We want Fanshawe to come back, obviously, but it just seems so far away. Dungeon trying to see if he can make anything crack through. It's a good shot, but poorly positioned, or at least a good attempt at a shot, but shot poorly positioned. Stealth has a man up top. It's C-Money. Can he find the double? No, not quite, but Dungeon's there for the cutoff. Vertex,
save.
I was going to say, that's something that I want to see more of. Back post rotation with defenders that have boost. Hey, who would have known it would have worked out?
I mean, yeah, they're improving on their save game, but it may be too early for the series, but is it too early for the tournament? They still have opportunities to shine in the rest of this LAN event. Maybe not against Old Miss, but against the next competitor they may go up against. But now they've got to get through this game first. They got to get through Old Miss, and they're still putting Old Miss to the back foot. They're still bringing some aggression. They're still bringing all that they can, bringing shots on, bringing connections between each other. There's Dungeon with another shot on net with a beautiful pass from Vertex. Now trying to follow it up. Looks like he had a little bit of a misprediction there on where it was going to go, and now Lunar's going to try to get down to C-Money to top it up in front of the net. Trying to touch it again, has 0 boost now, and now it's left to Vortex and Sustain to take it back down.
Again, I think that Ole Miss, though, they're just beating Fanshawe to the ball. There's no really other way to put it out. That's why they're keeping possession. And yeah, we've seen Fanshawe generate a couple of shots, maybe a near redirect, but no. Vertex very close there. As I start to get very worried about my housing situation, as Dungeon puts one in the back of the net. So there you go, Fanshawe, they finally break through. Stealth and Lunar on 0. Or at least, sorry, Lunar and C-Money on 0. Stealth with the full pad, but again, when you think about it, he was in the midfield. So all 3 Ole Miss players on 0 boost for the first time in the series that I've seen Ole Miss with maybe not the best boost conservation.
And you know, it's those very rare moments that I think Fanshawe have now got to start praying for more. Those opportunities where Ole Miss will not have anything to help them, and they have the advantage. It looks like they could have had it there, but C-Money was just up to it too quick. Now Dungeon's going to top it off for Vertex, going to try to find it down to Sustain. Finds a weird pass over to Dungeon, but it works out for them. They keep control. Now Vertex going to find another pass out to one of his teammates, but it does not look like anybody is there. He's got to stay on this ball. He's got to try to keep possession out of their hands, but Stealth is there. He keeps it up, finds a flip reset over Sustain, tries to go for the double. No, leaves it for C-Money. Finds the shot, but does not find the goal.
I'm getting more worried as the game goes on for me becoming homeless because right now, Fanshawe, they're actually looking a lot better at least. And I don't know whether this is Ole Miss trolling and getting rid of my house or if this is just Fanshawe peaking. But from what I can tell, I think there have been some opportunities where Ole Miss really should have had a finish, but it just hasn't come through in fruition yet. That's a great beat off the backboard from Vertex, and now all of a sudden a 2v1 low boost. One can try to go for the bump, but no. Sustain just barely missing out. Stealth, they're already ready on rotation. Reset, able to take it through. C-Money with maybe a combo up for the play, but doesn't happen. And all of a sudden, Ole Miss, they have to rotate back. Lunar will be able to allow time for his two teammates to find boost. Has a reset, maybe a ground double, no. Doesn't find the bump on Sustain either, but C-Money puts a perfect shot on net that becomes a pass because Lunar stole the goal with a gracious backflip.
Yeah, great way to steal a goal. And you know what, Patrick, your heart can rest now. Your housing situation
My house is safe.
Is safe for a while longer.
For now.
But you know, I've seen Fanshawe in so many scenarios against Ole Miss where it's been a 2-on-1 and they have the man advantage, but it just doesn't work out on them. The last one was Lunar. Lunar played against two of the attackers from Fanshawe beautifully. And then earlier in this series, they also did the same thing, and now Lunar's just going to take the advantage right off of the back. But it's moments like those where Fanshawe cannot be fumbling the ball. They have to play to the advantages that they have in that moment. And if they let that slip out of their grasp, this game is good as done. I mean, already it's in the advantage of Ole Miss.
And that one really hurts because Sustain really should have had that save. That shouldn't have probably been a goal for Ole Miss. But either way, Ole Miss, they aren't the ones complaining. And all of a sudden, Fanshawe, Sustain, he makes up for his former blunder. He finds an opening because Lunar and Stealth were trying to link up for a team play that, frankly, they had no business to even have to try going for. But Fanshawe, they make him pay, and they find the opening. All of a sudden, it's looking like Fanshawe may have a overtime looming if they can just hold on and try to see if Ole Miss will get a little too greedy on their team plays. Maybe a counterattack coming through could seal a game for them. Vertex with a great shot, but it's going to get saved out. And Dungeon maybe crept up a little too far. Has to try to go up and predict the beat and the save, and that's exactly what he'll do. Vertex, can he get the reset? No, not quite. The shot, no, but he finds the bump, and all of a sudden, off the crossbar is going to be able to help C-Money assist in the save. Drop down pass potentially from C-Money, trying to find a man down mid, forces it to the other side instead. And with 45 seconds left to go, Fanshawe, they're fighting for this.
They are. Vertex is up to this ball so early to counteract Lunar. Now Stealth is going to hit it out to where Sustain is ready, but he's still going to beat him out, and now he's going to send it down to Vertex. He had an open net, but he did not get the right shot. Dungeon was there to help him out as well, and Sustain missed it, and now Ole Miss are going to capitalize on the counter attack. And I mean, these Sharks have just been absolutely menacing on that counter attack. It seems Stealth has always been there to be the connecting player to find it right in the other side of the net.
Well, again, it's just Fanshawe, 2-2. They think with little time left, they can try to force a chance, maybe catch Ole Miss lacking, maybe end this one in regulation, find a quick goal to really make Ole Miss panic. But in doing so, they send the kitchen. And they didn't get, well, sorry, they send the whole team, and they threw kitchen sink at them, and it didn't work out. So now, Ole Miss, they've capitalized on this aggression. They have their 2-goal lead. This one will be wrapped up shortly, barring a miracle. And I think it's safe to say that my house is not for sale.
Patrick, you can put the phone down. You don't need to contact your agents. You are safe. But Fanshawe, they are not. Going 0-3. And I mean, it was a tough battle. Ole Miss, a very strong team out from America. And I mean, to end it off the way that they did in that last game, I would say was actually very good for them. They put Fanshawe, or they put Ole Miss on the back foot. They tried as best as they could to get an equal game, to get an overtime, possibly to send it to maybe a reverse sweep in their eyes. But sadly, it did not work out for them. And you know what? We're going to see Sustain. He's still got the smile on. He's still got the vibes up. Dungeon, maybe a little darker, a little colder. Not too happy with his performance there. But you know what? It's a LAN event. You've still got a lot more Rocket League to play. And these teams are not going anywhere.
No, they aren't. At least not yet. They still have a round of playoffs to go through at the very least. But which, as of right now, would be confirmed as soon as these rest of these round 3 round robins wrap up. We should have playoffs good to go. But I will say that quickly breaking down that series, other than Game 3, where I think Ole Miss kind of took their gas off the pedal a little more, that was an absolute thrashing. There's no other really way to word it.
Yeah, I mean, 4-2, the final scoreboard. I mean, C Money had 2 back-to-back hat tricks, collecting them left and right center, and then he probably got a third one in that last game. I wasn't watching for it, but you know what? That just goes to show how strong this team is, coming in from America, looking to take this trophy back to their homeland. And I mean, they still have a lot of more teams to get through. They faced off against Durham, and they had a great game against them, but they've still got both St. Clair teams, and they've also got Conestoga, they've got Humber, and they've also got anybody else here who is looking to take home that prize pool and take home this beautiful trophy we have here before us.
Yeah, I think that Ole Miss, they're a genuine contender. I could very well see them finishing second if they pull the upset first. Sure, because they just look like they're in complete. They're complete. They're in form right now. Me and you were, wrapping up on the Saints Gold series with Ole Miss, and they didn't necessarily surpass expectations. I had a feeling Ole Miss was going to be able to come out victorious, but they look very strong right now. And Fanshawe, you put up a good fight on I guess game 3, but at the end of the day, Ole Miss is victorious. And speaking of victorious players, we have one down in the pit right now for an interview with your very own Daniil Betterson-McGee.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be here once again with Lunar. That was quite the dominant victory over Fanshawe. I can see it in your face. You're happy about it. You're happy about it. I want to ask you, what do you think was the biggest factor in determining why your victory was so strong over them today?
Because we're better.
Simply put, and the results can't really disagree with you there. And after such a strong game, I really want to know, you really think, I want you to tell me straight, do you think you're walking home with this trophy?
Yeah.
Confident, I like that. You're here to SGS, an American school, coming in. You're going to do your best to tear up the competition. What team do you think are you going to struggle with the most against today?
St. Clair Green. Gold's also or if that's their color, they're pretty good too. But I'd say definitely St. Clair Green. I feel like everybody's kind of going for their throats.
Yeah. So what kind of preparation have you guys been doing up to the lead up to this tournament?
Honestly, not much. I mean, just chilling. I mean, we've played them enough to know. So we just gotta be locked in. I feel like it's not really you can prep, but I feel like it's just who's better on the day, and it's land, so it's a different environment. They're not gonna play the same as they do online.
Absolutely agree. A LAN environment is completely different, and that's why I always encourage everybody to try to come out to these if ever you can, especially since we get a fantastic lunch. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going to a break, but after our break, we're going to be going into the playoffs, so don't miss the action. We're just getting started. We'll see you guys very soon. It's an exciting part of the day, the beginning of the playoffs, and I couldn't think of a better match to get started with. We have Fabzo from the St. Clair Saints Green Squad, and we have Akaza from the Conestoga Condors. Gentlemen, it's been a little bit of time since the start of the day. I'm sure the energy is starting to leave your body, but now more than ever, you're going to rely on it. Just looking back on your group stages, let's reflect a little bit on your performance. How do you think it went, and do you think you're going to be able to do anything better in the playoffs?
I think our games went fantastic, actually. We played really well in games 1 and 2, ended up taking home the win against Windsor and against Humber. Things got a little bit slow when we got psychoed on against St. Clair Green, but I'm excited to bring some energy to the game today and try and take this win home.
Absolutely love to hear it. Fabzo as well, like to hear. How's the group stage has been for you guys? I'm sure feeling good about it.
Yeah, not the best. Like we got game 5 lost 2 times in a row. Hurts kinda, but we had a good pizza, so we're ready now. We're on stage now. It's that's our space, we're comfortable, we're ready. We have Big Daddy Thermal Rex on the roster. He knows these guys. We're pretty confident.
I love to hear it, and it's a great day. Like you said, that pizza, it's done miracles for us. Like everyone was saying before, Windsor food is fantastic. But one thing I want to bring up, it's a LAN, I know it's a little bit of a different experience for everybody participating in the LAN environment. I want to know, how many LANs have you been to?
I've only been to the Toronto LAN previously, so this would be my second LAN, but on something of this scale, this is definitely a first for me.
I absolutely love to hear that. Bob, so how many LANs have you attended?
A lot. Actually, I don't know the exact number. I would say between 7 and 10, I would guess. Back in Europe, a lot of small lands. I've been to a lot of CRL lands. I've been to a lot of lands, yeah. But this is still special. It's at my college. I've never experienced something like that, so I'm pretty stoked.
Home field advantage. And gentlemen, before I send you guys off, I wanted to ask, pick your brain, what is the biggest difference, or at least your favorite difference between the LAN environment and playing online? What is something so unique and interesting about it for you?
Being able to live trash talk your opponents is gotta be the best part of being in person at a LAN here. I'm excited to make some loud cheers when we score.
I'm looking forward to that too. And Fabzo, what's your favorite part about the LAN experience?
Yeah, 100%. Being with your own team, having fun, trash talking opponents with all respect. We're all having fun.
Always respect.
Yeah, always respect. But just have fun. Everyone is having a great time. Be together, meet new people.
Well, you guys better make sure you deliver on the trash talk promise, okay? Go ahead. Shake hands, gentlemen, as we're going to get started with this game. Let's send it over to our casters to take us right into the action.
Thank you, Daniil, for the beautiful interview. Back on the desk, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Wyatt. Joined with me again, Seb, rocking the beautiful Canada hockey jersey. I mean, you got to represent the nation.
You do. With that, though, I do want to point out real quick, Fabzo something said. He says, I've been to, a few lands in Europe, a couple lands for CRL. He neglected to say that he is a CRL world champion, that he won with Dr. Bowman in 2013, beating... or 2023, excuse me, beating Sosa's Fisher College at that time in a best of 7 series. I'll give you your flowers, Fab, because you're too nice about it. Too nice to actually go off on your accomplishments. So yeah, huge on Fabso there. But I'm glad to be wearing this. We're of course in Canada right now, so as long as I get to rock the Canadian pride through some Canadian collegiate action, that is the best case scenario. So I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, but it does seem that the Canadian Pride has received a couple punches from our American team here, Old Miss. They've definitely been playing really well so far, and going into the rest of this tournament, I don't see them slowing down at all, but we'll have to see them later in the day, because right now we've got our gold team versus Conestoga Condors. And I mean, we saw them in the game against Green, and they played pretty well. I don't think they were able to take any games off of them, but they definitely put them in a pretty good position to try and find something. I mean, we mentioned that amazing psycho out from Arju was just devastating for them.
Yeah, that was disgusting. The coach was like, "No, don't look at it. Don't look at it." No, it was an incredible shot and an incredible performance by Green altogether. Gold, however, has had a bit of a harder road. They've taken 2 losses thus far, once to Ole Miss and another time to Durham College. A bit of a rough road for them, but they know how they like to play on stage. They are very familiar with it. Of course, they are playing at home. As we take a look at the group stages thus far, we have University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, number 1. Durham College, rocking the Ole Miss logo there, but still 2-1. Good, real return to form from them thus far. And then on the Group 1 side, I think it is essentially just University of Windsor was able to take a win, which is huge. We saw the, was it Fanshawe? No. Was it University of Windsor versus Humber, where they were going absolutely crazy in the floor, I think. They were talking so much trash and whatnot. It was a great time. Conestoga as well, going 2-1. I think predictably, Group 1 just went the way we were expecting.
Yeah, Group 1 definitely, and Group 2 kind of did seem like that group of death for Fanshawe. I mean, you've got St. Clair Gold, you've got Durham there, and you've also got Ole Miss. 3 really great teams, and they played beautifully against each other. I think the one that I was on my toes the most for was St. Clair Gold versus Ole Miss. It went to Game 5, and it was really close.
But that's another thing, is that both of the losses that St. Clair Gold have taken have been in Game 5 scenarios, which is like, it's one thing to lose a series, but it's completely other for the mental to like lose in that Game 5. You start to question your ice, and really kind of bouncing back is a bit harder from it. You could say, oh, like it just lingers on your mind a bit more because it was so close and it was within reach. So overall, I think Group B, or Group 2, excuse me, in this case for Ole Miss, it's been a good run for them. They haven't really skipped a beat thus far, and now I'm just wondering, now that the players for St. Clair Green are like here on the board and ready to play for the playoffs here at full strength, I'm really interested to see how this is going to go.
Especially, I'm interested to see how they will face off in this bracket against St. Clair Green, because we saw that interview, I believe it was out from Lunar in their last game up against Fanshawe. He was completely like, we're going to win. Doesn't matter who the team is. St. Clair Green, you're done. We're going to take you, and we're going to take this trophy home back to America.
Yeah, I feel like Lunar and the rest of Ole Miss, they're somewhat motivated by a certain hockey tournament that happened recently that America unfortunately lost. Actually, not unfortunately, they lost. This is our single limb bracket stage, though, and now we have a long road to go for all of these teams, but we are going to be kicking off with the Conestoga Condors versus St. Clair Gold in that 3rd spot. But everything has been reseeded, so we're going to be having St. Clair Green versus Fanshawe College, Durham versus University of Windsor, Conestoga versus St. Clair Gold, and Ole Miss versus Humber, where the grand final, well, could go either way.
It could go either way, and that's the thing that we love about this LAN, is there's so many different teams that have the capability to take that. Not only our home St. Clair teams, but also Durham and Ole Miss. They've got the talent, they've got the numbers, they've got the experience in RLCS and CRL games to compete at this high level.
But by the way, I wanted to point out right before Fabso got into it, Fabso got very mad at me because I said that him and Lunar have the same haircut. He was like, "Why would you say this to me? Why would you say?" Christian, I don't know if you can hear that, but tell him that I said that, because it's true. They shared the same haircut, and and I love that he's still mad about it. So it's funny. But Conestoga on here, and now we got some trash talk. Silent as a library. Okay, fair enough. We're going to see how it's going to end up in the server, as Conestoga, I mean, they look at that record of St. Clair Gold and like, you know what? There's a decent chance here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely shut out for them. They may think going into this, you know what? It's St. Clair. We're going to get demolished. Yeah. No, they have had a hard run this tournament, and like you said, Seb, the door is open for them to take that opportunity.
Well, we're underway now in our first game of the playoff stage. It's going to be St. Clair Gold versus Conestoga College. Underway with game 1.
It looks like 80's on the ball, trying to make something happen quickly first for Conestoga, but it's left up to Christian. And down to Fabso, makes a shot, but doesn't get it past Cyber. Christian tries to cut something off, but leaves it for Fatal, trying to find something past 80. Finds it to Christian. Christian finds a double tap, but does not find it. And then Fabso has to get there to slide it in and force it into the goal.
Fabso muscling this one through. Great pass, though, from Christian off the double top. And even though Makaza was trying to go for the save and had a decent touch on it. Fabso just forces it through. St. Clair Gold coming out with the early lead here, and I think they're just looking for a bounce back from the pretty rough round robin stage that they had in this bracket in this tournament thus far. And just overall, just for the confidence for later on in the bracket if they make it through. Just want some sort of pick-me-up.
I mean, yeah, you mentioned the 2 game losses in Game 5 was definitely a mental dampener on them, and now they want to hit it off strong, and Fabzo is going to lead the charge, finding 2 within the first minute.
And again, the 1-2 from Christian and Fabso. He recognized the waterfall. Fabso, perfect positioning, straight to convert. Within a minute, St. Clair 2-0 lead.
I love how St. Clair Gold aren't going for really flashy plays right now, and that's something I think we need to see more from them. Is they need to go for a lot more simpler plays, and it looks like Akaza missed a simple play right there, trying to go for it, but flipped the wrong way. And you know, you don't have to be that flashy kind of player on the pitch. You just gotta get the ball in the net, get the score for your team, and then end it out like that.
I mean, Akaza, I think he tried to just go for a side touch into it, because if he went straight on, maybe there's a chance he could have just punted it too high. Either way, Cyber 50 with Christian. Akaza whiffs again. Someone check his controller. He's having a hard time with these adjustments.
Indeed. Now Fatal's up to it, tries to get it past Cyber, but Cyber is there to clear it out. Looks like 80 is going to miss one up top, and now all up to Akaza back, tries to find it. Yes, he does. Cyber is there to help him out, and now Fatal's got a little bit of control on the ball, tries to put it low for them, but no, Akaza is there to slide in, but it looks like Christian's going to be there to cut it off quickly, but no, Cyber is there to take it from the back of the board. St. Clair Gold are not relieving any pressure soon.
Nope. You can see Fatal, again, the newest member of the squad for this tournament, trying to do what he can to just cover that midfield line, being very aggressive with it, playing advanced of the boost as well. Cyber shot on and in. Fatal couldn't get the reach. Conestoga on the board.
That's the momentum shifter you need. Cyber popping it up just right into the net. It was just not fast enough. Fabzo did not have the right timing on that goal, and now, you know, we're just about done our first half, getting into the second half now. St. Clair Gold are still up in it, but it is not completely shut out for this Conestoga squad. Now Christian's going to pass it out to Fatal to try and find it, but Fatal is just too slow to it. Now it looks like Conestoga are going to bring the thunder, but no, Fabzo is there to give it a halt, and now he's on the ball again. Finds it over to Christian, who slots it in.
Beautiful lob pass as well, coming in from Fabso. Putting in, down, and straight in for Christian. Fabso doing a great job at having the vision for Christian. I don't even know what that, I don't think I've seen that goal explosion before. Do you have, anyway, whatever. Okay, 3-1 for St. Clair. They got their insurance goal back.
Akaza up to the ball now, trying to get it out of Christian's control, but no, he has it. Now 80's got to bang it out to where Fatal is ready off the backboard, but Cyber catches it, keeps control, finds another touch off to follow it up, but Fabzo tries to get it over him, but does not. Cyber dunks him over, but now coming back to them as well. Fabzo has to make a touch to where Akaza is on the board. 80's trying to get something out as well. Fabzo's there to bump him out. Fatal tries to find something as well, but it looks like 80 is going to find a great slot in the net. 2-3. It is not over for Conestoga just yet.
I was just a little surprised as to why this challenge. Oh, Christian had no boost on the rotate, so it was essentially just an empty St. Clair side for boost because Fabzo didn't have any either. So St. Clair Gold will take a goal lead once again, but Conestoga are keeping it close, at least within reach. If they can keep it there, I mean, anything can happen within 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's small plays like that where you have a little lapse in judgment, you don't have enough boost, your little off rotation that can open up a gateway of opportunities for the other team. Now Fabzo's up to it, tries to get it past to Cyber, he does, but 80 is there, now picks up the 100, but gets taken out by Fatal. Tries to find it past a couple. Looks like he does find it past one, but not going to find it past Fatal. And 80 is there to support him. Tries to find it past both. Looks like they have a little bit of a double commit. Cyber tries to shoot it on, but Christian is there for the save. And now Fabzo takes the ball over to Conestoga's side.
Fabzo's just looking for detail. Oh, he's just going to put it on himself, but Cyber able to react to it quick enough in time. Beautiful transition from St. Clair Gold to at least relieve some pressure, but also add some aggression as well. Another shot on thanks to Christian. Fatal tries to get the rebound, but can't get much out of it, though we'll be able to steal some boosts. Cyber needs to get a hand on it. Fabzo looks for a pass, just can't find his mark with a minute remaining. St. Clair looked like they're in the driver's seat.
Looks like Christian is going to try and continue that. Tries to find another one to make it 4-2, but now 15 seconds countdown. Fatal's going to leave it to Fabzo. Tries to find it off the backboard, but no 80 is there. And it looks like Fatal also dodged a quick bump out from Cyber. Now Akaza's up to it, but Christian is already on the ball. Tries to find shape, but cannot get it. Tries to beat it over Cyber, but Cyber is a rock wall and finds it still on the side of St. Clair Gold. 80 tries to find one. A little bit of a bump there from the teammate. Now looks like Akaza is in the mid, gets it, keeps it on their side, but Fatal has got it in the air, finds it over Cyber, finds it to the backboard, and 80 misses the clear, and now Akaza's got to get there as well. Looks like he's going to be able to get it, tries to get another touch onto it, but no Fabzo is there, and St. Clair are applying more and more pressure. A bump out demo from Akaza, and Cyber is quickly to make the save.
Fatal can't put a touch on it, and with this one last possession, there is a chance for Conestoga, but with how much boost is on, just kidding! It will touch the ground. However, St. Clair, take a deep breath, just try and figure things out. That one was a little bit closer than expected, I think, for them.
Yeah, you know, it's something that I think St. Clair in general is not too I'm familiar with. They're not too familiar with these closer games. They love to get the complete shutouts with. I think is just something that St. Clair struggles with a lot. We're too familiar with that kind of play, and when we get into these kind of situations where we have teams that can put it to us, that can meet our money, that can meet our bang, it's a little harder for us to adapt on the spot because it's like, oh, we're not 7-0. We're not winning 3-0 series. We need to actually focus now. We need to put our pedal to the metal, and we need to work as a team. And it looks like Conestoga have got the smiles out, even though they lost the first round. They are happy and they are positive in this match, bringing all the good vibes.
I think they're just looking over at them and be like, "Hey, it's a one-goal game, eh? It's a one-goal game, eh? Pretty close, eh? You know, you getting nervous, eh?" But they're chilling. I think we're just about ready to get into the next game. Remember, Fatal, also an M&K player. Rarity nowadays, by the way, but still always interesting to see. As the boys are getting ready to get into map 2, Christian hunching over like, I don't know, some metaphor. Anyway, back into game 2 now of this series. St. Clair versus Conestoga. St. Clair looks to solidify their lead and move on to match point.
A little bit of boost steal there from Christian, taking it on Conestoga's side. Now 80 is going to force it in front of the net, but does not find a teammate. Fatal is there to find it, but it looks like it might find the net! Finds the edge, though, and Akazaki is not able to put it in the goal line. Now Fabzo there, leaving it for Fatal, who finds another touch onto it. Now Akaza's up to the ball. Fatal is there to closely to meet him, but he gets it around him, tries to get it over Fatal, but does not find it. He gets a little bit of the ball. Now Fatal's back in the net, finds it. Now 80 is going to bang it back all the way to his own side where Akaza is going to take control.
I think it's just a case right now that St. Clair may be playing a touch too honest. I think they're giving Conestoga a lot of room, whether it comes from transitions, you know, ride-ups the wall, essentially, and giving a lot of space when they're quick enough that they can essentially challenge every ball, and they're trying to play for the ball rather than, like, you know, the player that's in front of them. They're not really going early enough and aggressive enough as they need to, because they can. So with the 4 minutes into this one, Conestoga having a decent amount of control.
Indeed, it's working out for them. 80 tries to put one on the net yet again, but Fatal is there to keep it out. Tries to pass it out to a teammate, and I agree with you, Seth. There have been a lot of opportunities where St. Clair have just given too much space for Conestoga, and they can definitely tighten it up. They can get a little more accurate with their shots, a little more accurate with their passes. I've seen them do this so many times before, especially with the rising star Fatal, new to the team, has been performing absolutely great so far in this tournament and on the team itself. And I think that's what they have to do, is they have to come closer together and they have to be a little tighter. Fabzo is just going to put it straight on net from midfield.
I mean, I was wondering where this 50 was going, but good reactions from Fabzo to immediately jump in for this one, dial it in, and put in that crossbar dinger. So now St. Clair will be able to lead, but frankly, that's not the goal that I want to see. It's not the goal that I think you want to see, especially when you're going against a player that you know you can beat like Conestoga. You want to be able to just put a goal on whenever you want to, just like that. Christian, you're in my head, man.
He is indeed. He's got ears all around, and he hears when you are hoping for an amazing goal, and he will set you up. perfect beat. Akaza is just not quick enough to it. Now, St. Clair Gold find themselves in a familiar situation where they are 2 goals up.
Now St. Clair with an insurance goal in the bank. We're going to see Conestoga playing so aggro off the kickoff, sending that first man in super deep. And I think that's kind of what Conestoga have realized is like they're trying to mitigate the pressure from St. Clair by being as disruptive as possible to their rotation. So we see the demo in the defensive line and the rotate back, but also sending that first man deep for any transition passes. Look at Cyber's positioning. You can see he's ready for any ball that might come towards him.
Yeah, Cyber's back up to the ball, ready to it. Now, it's taken up to Fabzo, who's going to bang it out. Cyber misses it off with the back, leaving it for 80 to have to get it over Fatal. He does, but does he find it to his teammate? He does find it to Cyber. Cyber tries to find a shot, but cannot put it in the net. Now Fatal's going to try to take it out, but Akaza is there in the mid. Has a little bit of boost left to find another touch, and now left over to Cyber. It's a good 50 out from Fatal. Try to find it to a teammate. No, he just finds a shot, and now it looks like a great save came out from 80, and now Cyber's going to have all the time and all the world to play with. Not if he cannot find it.
Why was Fabso trying to go for like the musty? I don't get it, but either way, that's a good bump though. Christian tries to put it on. Fabso tracking it, shadowing it, doing everything he can to not lose possession of this one, despite the clearly open chance that they had previously. St. Clair, though, still with the lead and not looking like they're going to lose it too quickly. But Conestoga coming out with some hero defensive plays. Can they keep it going here? Off the crossbar, off of Christian. Fabso trying to edge it in, but can't get it done.
No, now Christian's back onto the ball to try and keep this pressure on, to try and find that goal to send it to a 3-0 and give them their second game, because it counts down from 1:20 left. It doesn't seem certain that Conestoga can really come back. Looks like we're doing a little bit of tiki-taka in the midfield right now, but now Fatal is up to it in the air, finds one touch, leaving it for Christian, finds the backboard where 80 is ready to save it. And that's something that I've seen Conestoga have done beautifully so far, as they've been playing really good with that backboard defense.
Last minute with it. Conestoga have looked decent, actually. This is probably the best I've seen them all day, but despite that, we have a Rule 1 in the net. So everyone, I'm assuming most of the people in the audience are Rocket League, but in the event you don't know what a Rule 1 is, Rule 1 is essentially when you have 2 cars who are facing each other, drive into each other, and then it sort of gets into a locked-in position. And at that point, it is a rule in the game that you do not break that Rule 1. It's sort of like a gentleman's rule in Rocket League. It's just something that just happens. Okay, don't ask too many questions or else you might lose brain cells.
Indeed, and I think if either of these players were to break this Rule 1, I just have to say the entire LAN event would go bonkers and they would absolutely lose it. Like Fabzo and it looks like Akaza right now, just gentlemen, being very respectful to each other, respectful to the rule. But 80 is going to disrespect the defensive man and find a beautiful double tap up from the top. You know, 7 seconds left. It could be possible.
See, this is what happens though when you're in a 2s match. Sometimes you just get that space to be able to pop off mechanically that you might not be able to get in 3s, because most people play 2s nowadays. So, last few seconds, Akaza all out of the Rule 1, a bounce, and in. Fabso will be able to collect 3-1 as St. Clair, pop it off, yeah, give it to her.
Fatal going absolutely bonkers. He is definitely the vibes man, in my opinion, for this St. Clair Gold roster. He's bringing a lot of good vibes, bringing the smiles, bringing the teamwork, and now we see a double fake off into the 0 second, and now St. Clair Gold lead 2 games to none.
Yep, they will be on match point. Well earned, frankly, as St. Clair, although at times close, it's still been tit for tat, but generally in St. Clair's favor, as they just have better possession time, better creativity on the offense, and quicker at the goal line with the cuts. So it's been in their favor. Now we see Fabso doing a dance, as I think they're just loving this game. This game is pure vibes. Like, yeah, they're getting 3 out, but hey, you know, it's fine. I mean 2 out. Sorry, I should say. I don't want to assume the result.
But yeah, it's all fun. You can see the Condors as well. They're feeling it. They're getting ready to get back into this 3rd game. Hopefully take one off of the gold team would be a big accomplishment for them, because they couldn't find one against the green team, but they were able to find one against, hopefully, the gold team. Hopefully.
Yes. Well, I mean, not hopefully. I'm biased. Anyway, Fatal underway with match point as 80 will bring it back to a reality. Conestoga on the board with a lead. Whoa, okay. I don't beautiful, but Conestoga coming out early with this one, something they desperately needed just to get the vibes back.
Yep, and that's what I need to hear from the stage. I need to hear the yell, and I need to hear the energy out of both of these teams. We've seen the good vibes, but now we need to hear it. You need to ignite, and it looks like Conestoga have left this so far at the start with a great start to the game. Cyber trying to make that a bigger lead for them. Christian is on the ball, though. Finds a little bit of a pinch there, trying to follow this up. Maybe find a bump or a demo onto someone. No, Fabzo's going to be the one to find a demo onto 80, and now looks like he's coming back into it. Fatal is on the ball, pops it up for himself to follow up. Looks like he's going to find it down past Cyber to Christian. Cyber is going to challenge him now, but Christian has a touch off of the side. Looks like Alcas is going to actually bump Cyber out of this, leaving 80 in the net to try and defend this with not a lot of boost to his name. Going to pop it up for Fatal to intercept. Fabzo tries to find a quick cut shot onto the net to equalize it out. Now Christian's going to pass to the mid, but it is just too high of a shot.
Yeah, a little bit, but you can see that the pace is starting to increase for St. Clair. The vibes are gone as everyone is starting to lock in just a touch now that there is a threat here for St. Clair, and they've been able to, make some attempts on the board, but they've also made a decent amount of errors too, straight up in communication and positioning. Fabzo will take the responsibility. Just try and create a setup here. Fatal going to go up for it, place it low. 80 will take the possession, and would like to see Fabzo cut in the midfield, but Christian's going to take possession instead, go all the way, and again we see a bit of a fumble in the midfield passing.
I think we've seen too many opportunities where there's either a missed call or someone doesn't plan something thoroughly, where we see nobody is left in the net to defend it. And I mean, that must have just been an overcommit from the team on St. Clair Gold side.
A little bit. I think a lot of it came from really rough challenges. Fabzo wasn't expecting Axis to be in position to be able to put a shot on right away, and pays dearly for it. So 2-0 here for Conestoga, 3:14 remaining, and St. Clair will look to make the comeback here. This amount of time left, and hopefully lock in. It's just been a bit of messy gameplay thus far.
Yeah, they've still got 3 minutes to play with. They still have the world is their oyster, and now Conestoga have been putting a lot on the board, but Fatal looking to answer back, looking to find one in the net, and he does! Very slow, very methodically thought shot going in for St. Clair Gold.
This is absolutely a shot I would pop off at in Champ 2. So I'm happy, and I say that because that's my ring. But Fatal, beautiful shot to it. And sometimes you just need the easy stuff to just get through, to at least get everyone on your team to lock in. St. Clair getting themselves on the board off of the super sub in Fatal, coming in forcing their goals.
Back onto the side of Conestoga. Cypher's going to top it off to where Christian is ready. Has a little bit of boost to play with. Going to try to pass it out to a teammate. Finds Fabzo, but does not find the net. Now he's going to stay on this. He's going to find the goal. Possibly, no. It looks like Fatal's going to be the one trying to flip it up, but no. Akasa's going to make a hero save. Holy moly.
How did this save even occur? Fatal had all of the angles for it, but it essentially ping-ponged all the way around, and now it's just a straight-up whiff. Oxy needs to get back in time, and he does. St. Clair Gold knocking at the door, and Conestoga says no.
Absolutely, just slammed right shot. That was so close of a shot. Now, less than half of the game left. Looks like an almost another shot out for St. Clair Gold, but doesn't come through. They're just one goal away from tying this up, but Conestoga have been putting a lot to them, and Fatal is going to be the one to deliver the fatal blow.
I mean, about time, especially because I think he needed the run back from that previous attempt. Fabzo even went in, and that's where the comps start to go all over the place, but St. Clair Gold did a good job at just keeping that pressure alive.
Yeah, all tied up now. 1:50 left on the board. Who will take the next goal and the lead in this game 3? 80 looking to be the one to do it. Doesn't look like he's going to beat yet. Might be Cyber. Looks like he's going to beat one. Beats two. Doesn't beat the third man, though. Fatal is there for the save. And now Fabzo's got to be back as well to take it to his corner. 80 is ready with it, though, and finds it in the mid, but it's going to find a clear out to Cyber. He's going to take it to his own corner, looking to touch it again. Finds it past Christian, looking to follow it up. Does not find it past Fabzo, though. Finds a little bit of an awkward touch there on the rotation back, and it looks like Conestoga are going to start mounting their assault.
Yeah, this is still a tie game, one that's not done and dusted yet. Fatal, you'll be able to get a decent 50. Fabzo fighting for it in the midfield. 80 has been pretty nice thus far in this series. Cyber as well, not having to put the team on his back and able to just kind of hold down the line. Christian waiting. Akaza, everyone is fumbling all over the place, just waiting for this midfield ball as the demos come through. This is open. Akaza, can he get there in time? No! Christian will be able to put this on for the 3-2 lead.
The insane demos around the entire field, just leaving it open for Christian. Akaza mere seconds from getting there to the ball to save it. But now, St. Clair Gold have mounted a lead in this game and look to take it if something doesn't happen in these next 40 seconds.
Now, with the kickoff, 40 seconds is a lot of time with a single possession to work with. 38 now, with St. Clair starting to feel the mechs just a touch. Conestoga's defense has been phenomenal this game, but it can only last so long. Back in transition now, 80 needs a 50. He does. Fabzo gets the read off the back wall. Able to try and get it over one. You can see Akaza, he's diving in, wanting to be the hero for his team. Conestoga doing everything they can, being so efficient with their time and placement as the 1-2 will make this a tie game at 12 seconds.
You can hear the Condors roaring now after that goal from 80, and what a beautiful pass over from Cyber, just finding it through the last two defenders on St. Clair's side. Now, 12 seconds left. Said we could see overtime. We could see overtime.
It is possible. It is very possible, but St. Clair have the mechs, they have the speed, they have the control, especially at 0 seconds. Christian has all the time in the world. It's a pass, but it's pinched off the back wall. Game 3, overtime.
Conestoga looking to stay alive in this event. Will they fall
Good
to the
fake.
St. Clair Gold
Good
team?
fake.
It looks like a shot on, but no, it's saved out by 80, and now 80's back up to it again to make another daring save. Christian keeping the possession on. Looks like he's going to find it past Akaza. Does not find it past Saber, though. Looks like 80's going to be there yet again for a third save. Fabzo's onto it yet again. Christian there as well. Will 80 make another save? He does, and it looks like St. Clair are not messing around in this overtime.
No, how many shots was that in the span of 30 seconds? At least 5. St. Clair not done just yet. Decent 50. Christian tries to fake, maybe just trying to disrupt 80 a bit.
Indeed, now it's on the St. Clair Gold side, so Cyber has the opportunity to make something happen, but Christian is going to be there to take it to the corner and meet 80, who gets it back in the midfield, takes it over to Fatal, tries to find it past a couple. Looks like 80 will beat it just over him, but no, Fabzo is there, gets a good 50 past Cyber. Now Akaza's got it in the air, but he doesn't have enough boost to play with, and it leaves the opportunity for Christian to pass it downfield to Fabzo. Finds one, but cannot find another. 80's gonna bang it out, and it might be in the net. No, it is not. It is safe for St. Clair. The redirect from 80 tries to find it in the net, but no, Akaza's now got to play it to his teammate, and now demo out on to Cyber, trying to get something in here. A minute and 30 seconds into overtime, and it is already so hot with shots all around the board.
I see St. Clair. The main mistake they're making is they are giving Conestoga a lot of space now. I'm seeing Christian hesitate on these challenges and just allowing for the touch and trying to play, and that is the perfect example as to why the midfield pass over to Akaza will give Conestoga their first game.
You know, that's what you need. That's what's going to give you the momentum, the smiles for the rest of the day to say, you know what? We can do this. We could take a second game off of St. Clair Gold. We could move into the rest of this tournament. We've already taken off one. Why don't we take off another? And this is setting the mentality for St. Clair Gold to be like, oh no, we could lose 2 more games to Conestoga. It's not set in stone just yet, but it is definitely lurking around in their minds at this moment.
I mean, this is just a situation where, you know, I don't want to say that it's like St. Clair have a mentality problem, but I think in the ice, they're second questioning some of their decisions. They're, you know, especially when I saw Christian just let the entire midfield go. Like, it's not as if these guys are, the champ players where they're just going to give you possession of the ball. They're just going to touch it once because they don't have the mechs or the control to be able to, do anything effective with it. They're going to play at a level where they will go for passes. They will do whatever they can. And you cannot just be there in the waiting for the ball to come to you. You got to be a bit more proactive. And I think part of it comes down to Fatal as well, struggling with some challenges on the ball. Fabso being a little bit too eager in the midfield. But I think either way, we are still match point for St. Clair, but things are starting to get a bit tighter now as we have a series on our hands.
Fabso tries to get something started in the corner, but doesn't find anything just yet. Leaves it to Christian up top. Looks like it's going to get demoed out. Fatal is out for a couple of seconds, but now back into it. Finds it back on the side of Conestoga. A shot on and a goal to lead it off for St. Clair.
What a dime for Fatal as well. Beautifully placed as our party's been destroyed, but beautifully placed from Fatal. Oh no, that's fine, guys. You just press OK and then you're fine. We go through that all the time. Don't worry. In my own productions for KCP. So Fabso looking for the double top. Can he get it? He will, but Axa straight into his loving arms. Axa will take possession even as well. Fatal going to be able to get the cut in the midfield to try and diffuse pressure that might be coming from Conestoga. Now we get to see, St. Clair Gold, they're playing more of an aerial game.
And I love to see those kinds of plays out from Fabso to take it up and to try and find something on his own. But those kind of hero plays are not what we can see. I mean, we're definitely going to see it out from Christian, but going forward in the rest of the game, it's those heroes moments that Conestoga can take advantage of, because they can work together as a team and they can take down a single player that's trying to shine brightly themselves.
I think St. Clair Gold have kind of unlocked it where they realized, hey, I think we're overthinking it. Their back wall defense isn't as good as ours, and we're kind of just being given these free shots off the back wall, which we have the mechs to convert those into double taps. They have great goaltending, absolutely, and goal line defense, but the back wall is what has been a struggle for Conestoga, and it's going to be them struggling with it. That being said, you got to be careful these transitions coming from the Condors.
Indeed, have too many of those out from the Saints, at least not too many on the net. Condors, on the other hand, have been great at this, great at connecting in the midfield, great at connecting for counterattacks. And now, as it falls back to the St. Clair side, Fatal is looking to take this all the way down to Conestoga. Finds one touch, looking to find it out to a teammate, finds it down to Fabso, but not in the right position. It's going to come back to their side where Christian now has to take it back onto the Condors, and now Akasa's going to follow it up. Doesn't have a lot of boost. Gets a great 50 onto Fabso, leaving it all up to Fatal, and the bump comes out, and Cyber is going to find one for Conestoga.
The way that Conestoga was able to isolate this 1v2 scenario, Christian no boost left in the tank, and you have your two best players on this team who are struggling at getting the rotate back in time. So now St. Clair Gold will be trying again to get this insurance goal. Fatal leaving it for Christian, who's going to knock it into the orange half. Looking for another attempt as well, but Fabso dives in. Christian with the cut. Good defensive play though. The Condors. Fatal. Maybe a shot on. Second touch. Does Fatal put in his hands is a fatal blow.
Indeed. I think it was a little bit of a double commit out there from Conestoga. We saw the ball coming in the direction of the net, and we had one defender coming from the corner, one defender going to the corner, and they kind of clashed heads. And rather than the ball going left or right, it went straight up, down, and left all to Fatal.
Lord.
And now, off of the kickoff, Fabso is going to just find a fourth for St. Clair Gold. And I mean, definitely a great insurance policy so far for the team.
Yeah, I think this is just such a good way to start things off. It lets St. Clair Gold breathe a bit with how much Conestoga are just continuously fighting back. They really are nailing down this transition game quite well. And finally, it's like, okay, now we can just get some extended pressure without having to worry so much about our current scoreline.
Yeah, Aksa pulling a little bit of a 360 there to try and find a touch onto the ball up to Cyber, but Fabso is there to deny it, taking it down to Fatal, who has a full tank of boost and a dream to play with. Finds one toss, tries to find another to a double, but does not connect. Now it looks like 80 trying to get it out, but it looks like a little bit of a collision there from Cyber. Didn't find enough power, was just shut down, and now they're still on the side of St. Clair. They're still applying the pressure. They're still finding a shot, but it doesn't look like it's going to be converted into anything soon.
Yeah, no, but Conestoga was actually setting up quite well. You saw Cyber go for the third man demo as well. Again, just collecting the moment that Conestoga collect that midfield boost, it's like a switch activates of just, okay, we're ready. We can actually make an attempt on net now. And immediately, it's just the possession goes the other way. St. Clair Gold does what they can to just mitigate any threatening opportunities. That being said, Akaza tries to fake, goes for the double touch, but a double commit from Conestoga at the worst possible time.
You can't be doing that when you're on game point against St. Clair Gold. You're 3 goals down. You have to be more composed. You have to be more organized. And right now, Conestoga are not showing it. We've got 1:30 left on the clock, and they've got to lock in now, as the kids would say these days. And I mean, they don't have a lot of time to get this back into their hands.
Fatal. Get slow, baiting some time, waiting for an attacker to come through, but again, that's the symptom. Conestoga know what to do with the space. Cyber almost collecting 2 bumps to be able to open up the defensive rotation of St. Clair, and it looked all too dangerous. Now, Christian collecting some demos of his own. 80 will put it on to punish. St. Clair have to be careful.
You know, you've got a little bit of a gateway now open. 80 is going to find another one for Conestoga, 2 down. You've still got a minute to play with to find, I think, 1 goal. And then if you can take it to 0 seconds to find an overtime goal, I think that would be absolutely spectacular for Conestoga, and that's what they're hoping for. But before they can think about that, they've got to get through the St. Clair Gold team. And looks like Fatal is not going to be having anything today. He's going to try to get it out with Fabzo as well, sending it all the way down on a barreling warpath. Going to try to find the net, but does not. Finds Akaza, though, and looks like he tries to find another touch. Leaves it for Cyber now, off the wall. Tries to find another touch. Fabzo now over. It's got it. Doesn't have it over 80, but Christian is there for the assuring touch. Akaza down to 80, has the pass. Now Cyber is up to it, but beaten out by Christian. Up to it now. Tries to find another touch on the wall to give it to one of his teammates. Doesn't have a lot of boost to play with. Tried to steal it out from Cyber, but no, Cyber stole it out from him.
Cyber almost looking for the pinch pass as well. That's still dangerous. It's bouncing off the crossbar. Christian can't get the angle. Akaza will be there to finish. It's within 1 with 13 seconds remaining. St. Clair Gold on their heels, figuring out what they need to do to put this team away.
Definitely a Cinderella story so far for Conestoga, on the verge of getting knocked out now to a possible 5th game, but we're not there yet. We still got 10 seconds, and it looks like 80 is going to save them from a 3-5 score. Now, 3 seconds counting down. Looks like Cyber has to pop this up to Akaza to find someone, but no, it does not. And St. Clair Gold move on, knocking Conestoga out.
That was a bit of a heater, not gonna lie. St. Clair had to really consider what was happening in the server and play around it. This wasn't just an autopilot for them. This is the boys being like, all right, everything is fine, but maybe we should start playing with our monitors on and actually, plug in our controllers. So now everything is fun, like all love between the players. It was a great series, honestly. You look at it and it's a lot closer than it seems, but St. Clair Gold will be moving on to the semifinals.
I mean, yeah, you got to give Conestoga their props. They put St. Clair on the back foot so many times. I mean, that 3rd game we saw was absolutely great. And then that 4th game was so close. It was so close to coming into their favor. Sadly, didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, exactly. But Conestoga, they played a great game. They played a great tournament thus far. I think of the, top 4 teams that we had, they were one of the most impressive that we had. Cyber, great player, continues to show. 80 got some highlight plays as well, especially during the Rule 1 2v2. That was phenomenal from them. Overall, a really just well-executed series, I think, from the Conestoga Condors. St. Clair Gold is just a pretty good team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to hurt my heart a little bit not to see Conestoga versus Fanshawe, but we're going to look back into our single elimination playoffs. It looks like Old Miss and Humber are on Game 5.
Oh, well, Lunar said he was taking the whole thing and sending Canada home, so I know that Rice is going to be losing his mind right about now. If anything if these results are anything to speak of. So, in the moment, though, with this Game 5, I'm curious to see where it goes. But they are the last team that will be determined for the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, it was an absolute shutout, Durham versus U Windsor. They played the best that they could, and I think it was just due to the fact that they didn't have a full, dedicated team today. We had heard a lot about the team. We didn't get a lot of research, a lot of information prior to. It seemed like an all-alumni team that they were playing with, and you know what? They had fun with it. They were here to play. They were here to compete, but Durham were just the overall powerhouse. Now, Durham versus St. Clair Green is one that I'm going to be interested to see, because I think Durham could put it to our St. Clair Green team for a good match.
I mean, Durham's full of fantastic players, top to bottom. And they did get a win earlier today against Ole Miss. It really depends on how St. Clair Green show up. Like, Jazzy and Cy, love them, but they didn't play the round robin stage. Now that they're in, they've had really, some great time to prepare their hair, take a nice shower, sleep in, really, maybe go to the gym. I don't know if they go to the gym, but maybe go to the gym and, relax a little bit. They got a lot of games to play. Of course, those who don't know, we also have RLCS today. So a lot of these players also have a lot of games to play later in the day. Either way, they're the best team here, bar none. And I am very interested to see how that series goes. I think it's prime direction for Durham to be able to get an upset, though I think to the chagrin, I think, of the hometown crowd. So either way, we have an interview with our winners. It will be a Christian, of course, on the stage. So let's get to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am overjoyed to be standing next to my buddy, my boy Christian. How you doing after that victory?
Nice to see you, Daniel. We're feeling good after that one. We're still feeling a little bit shaky, but I think we're getting a little bit better as the day goes on.
Yeah, I can definitely feel the nerves up here. That game was pretty intense, and earlier in the series, you guys were definitely taking your way, but after they took that first game and then that second one, they started coming back in a very similar fashion. I'm sure you guys started to feel a little bit nervous, but I know this gold team, the vibes are immaculate, and I want to know, how do you think you guys have come together as a squad and kind of meshed together and keep that personality level high? Who do you think keeps the team together like that?
The person that keeps the team together like that is definitely Fatal. He's new addition to our roster, but he's been having a lot of fun, making us have fun. It's just so fun with him.
I mean, I can't lie, this is my first time seeing the guy today, and I feel like I've seen him every day for my entire life. He's definitely meshing with the squad. Hopefully we get to have a chance to talk to him today. But Christian, I'm here to talk to you, and there's one thing I know about you. You can be a pretty loud guy sometimes, Is that work in your favor most of the time, or does that get you into trouble?
It usually works in my favor. It keeps the vibes high, and it makes us really enjoy when we're playing.
Now here, of course, with SGS, there's one thing you have on mind, and that's victory. Now, I know your potential opponents here, the other Saints squad. I know they may or may not be listening to this interview right now, so do you have any words to say to them before you may or may not fight against them?
I'm excited. I hope we get to play against them, and I think we can beat them.
Confident in that? I know you've had a chance to fight them before, but what do you think makes today different?
We got Fatal on our roster now, and yeah, we're gonna upset them.
Fatal. Many words said about you so far. Is this your first ever interview for anything?
Second, but pretty much first. Yeah, for a LAN, it's my first time.
First time on LAN, and I gotta say, step with me, my friend. I gotta say, you look like a complete natural, and I think this environment suits you very well. How much are you enjoying it so far?
It's been awesome so far. Good matches, good competition, and I'm just kind of getting my flow down here for the next couple matches.
I gotta ask, how are you liking your team? I know it's not very easy putting up with this guy. What do you do to kind of regulate yourself and make sure you stay sane?
I mean, he's a loud guy, just kidding.
Not lying.
Nah, I'm just kidding. But I just try to stay calm as much as I can. And that's really all I do, to be honest.
And now I want to ask you, before we send things off to a break, it's your first LAN, and you're just new at this team, but he has faith that you guys can take on the green squad. What do you think? And any words to them if you have to face off against them for that championship?
We'll see. It's going to be close. Good matchup. Saints versus Saints, hopefully, if we make it. But, yeah, it'll be good.
I like this guy. Hope you guys like him too. Hope you guys like SGS. We'll be setting things off to a break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of being joined here by Alex, and unfortunately your tournament run has come to an end at SGS, but that is not all bad because at least you got the memories of this event, and I hope it's been an unforgettable experience as it has been for me. Could you please tell me how it's been today?
It was good. To be honest, I kind of expected how we would play. Our team is like, I looking at the other players here, I just expected what was going to happen. But I had fun. I just wanted to come out here and have fun, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, it was a good time.
Absolutely, and I want to pick your brain a little bit on Rocket League itself. You know, it seems like such a simple game to most people, but obviously we have so many high-level, competitive, talented players just sitting around staring at us right now. So I want to know from you personally, what do you think makes somebody a successful Rocket League player? What does it take to get to that next level for most people?
Definitely just playing a lot. Like, I only have like 4,500 hours, and I'm sure like all the other guys have more. If not, then they're just naturally gifted. Playing a lot and mindset. Just getting around the hump of just the hurdle of not playing well and like just having a bad mindset will set you back pretty far. So yeah.
And again, part of the LAN experience is getting to meet all the different teams, see them face to face, whereas online they're just names behind a screen. What do you say is your favorite team to interact with outside of the game here?
It was definitely Fanshawe. That was pretty fun. Yeah, we just the banter back and forth. I like that kind of stuff. I like talking smack sometimes. Even if I'm losing, it doesn't matter. It's fun.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Now, before I send you off here, Alex, I want to know from you if there's anything you have to say to the folks at home or just any last comments to wrap up your day here today.
Shout out to my teammates, Hawk and Yubi. That was fun. And shout out to St. Clair for hosting this and inviting us out here. That was fun.
Thank you very much for joining us again. Pleasure to have you, as always, and Godspeed. But before we wrap up, I also want to get our next two competitors here. We got St. Clair Saints Green, and we got Durham College coming up here for their next upcoming match. Gentlemen, we don't want to delay anything much more than it already has been, but I want to hear from you two right now, right here. What are you going to be doing to each other out there on the field?
What are we going to do to each other? Oh, we're definitely going to have like a very exciting match. I hope that it will be like very competitive and a close match as well.
I hope so too, but any words for him here?
Oh, we'll just have to try our best, yeah.
Word, I mean, hey, there's nothing more you can do besides trying your best, but that sometimes doesn't cut it. You got to get into the minds of your opponent and do some psychological damage, and this is your opportunity to do that right now. Anything you want to say to really trip him up and set him up for failure here before we get into the next match?
Nothing. Nothing.
Sometimes silence can do more damage than words, but what is your response, my friend?
I mean, just watch out, I would say. Just be careful.
I hope you're talking about just in-game, okay? Let's keep the chaos there, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into that chaos not too far from the future. If you gentlemen feel free to shake each other's hands unless you don't want to. Well, good, we got good sportsmanship, but let's send it to our casters to see that sportsmanship go away.
Well, we are back. Seb, I'm Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Seb. We are in the semifinals, and here on out, semifinals, grand finals, it's time to put up or shut up and go home. That's how it is to win the lion's share of 2,500 and this beautiful trophy. Look at this thing. This thing's amazing.
It's quite nice.
Yeah,
it's quite
is.
nice.
But we have Durham going up against St. Clair Saints Green. So, again, Durham, the lineups of Zocian, Pepper, and Jordan going up against Saints Green of Zai, Jazzy, and Arju. So, again, I don't really have to talk too much. We've been talking about Durham for a lot of this as we've seen them on stream. And I mean, I could kind of just go on and on about Saints Green. You have Team Evo representation here in the form of Arju and Coach Shuffleverse. And even for Team Versterland, you have Zai and Jazzy. So this is just going to be insane. I can't wait to see them.
Yeah, I think this is, although it should be part of the path here for St. Clair Green, this is like one that, they should be taken care of. But Durham, they're on a bit of a run themselves. They were able to take a game against St. Clair Gold, I believe it was, in a full best-of-5 fashion. Nothing to really scoff at, and I think especially when you have the skill and experience that Durham do, it forces St. Clair to respect a bit. That being said, Arju has been on a bender, dude. He's been throwing hands with every single team that he's played against. He already, we mentioned before earlier in the broadcast, but he already scored like a full pitch psycho
I
with
saw that
no
live.
bounce. It was the most absurd thing that I saw. He's balling out today, and I very much worry for whoever is their opponent, be it American, Canadian, European, I don't care. It's going to be a scary one.
Yeah, but I mean, if all you're going to be doing is going for psychos over and over again, that's probably not a winning formula, but then again, it's nice to have the mechanics. But we know that Arju and the green team are so much more than just simple mechanics. I mean, almost every touch of the ball that you see has purpose. These guys have been setting up for each other so well the entire year. I've had the privilege of casting their runs through the CRL Opens, through the one from the second, and so on. So sadly, I wasn't actually around to catch the first one. I was just getting the train back from Oakville. Shout out Oakville. But I was getting the train back from there, so I missed out on them actually winning. But ever since then, they've made deep runs, and you know what? I gotta say, I've been quite impressed to even watch how they've been doing in the RLCS. I have very high expectations for these boys, and I'm sure they think the very same of themselves.
Yeah, I think it is safe to say that when you have Arju, who is just doing so well in North America, compared to when he was in Europe, and has really found not only a spot on Team Evo, but also just found a spot to really let his playstyle shine within the North American space. Plus, really complemented by a supporting cast that is really all the best pieces of their previous rosters, right? We have Sai, of course, who is one of the best pieces of that original Dr. Boomin CRL winning squad. We have Jazzy, who is just cracked out European player coming over and playing really to his potential as a nice support piece to Arju as well, and sometimes just taking the matters in his own hands and can really take over games as well. So what makes St. Clair Green so effective is that they really do just complement each other in different ways, and really the team, the chemistry allows it to pop off based off particular circumstances, whether it's Arju being able to pop off, the whole team working as a unit, or Jazzy being able to pop off to really take over games. And I think that's what's made them so effective. Yeah, they've arguably dipped down in performance in CRL for the past 2 and 3 opens, but that's also because the competition in CRL is mega insane, with the likes of Maryville and Northwood coming back on top. So that's a team that is competing at the top versus Durham, who, while yes, they have made like some top 16s and have been able to continue to really be effective with their current formula, they're still trying to find their feet, so it is going to be an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, but I mean, I have actually seen these two teams go at it before in CRL Open 2. We can bring it back to there, where I saw Durham take a game off of Saints Green in a best-of-3 series. And even for that game 3, I'm pretty sure it ended up being a little bit of a nail-biter. And that was only because of the fact that it seemed like in that Open in general, I remember casting the couple of series before leading up to it, the Saints were kind of going for some team plays over and over again, obviously. Of course, it wasn't the top-level competition, so they were just kind of having fun with it. And then Durham really sat them down and told them, hey, we're not to be messed with. Yep. Scored about, 3-4 different counterattacks on them because they were just all 3-man pressing. And
yeah, man. Get
Red
that
Bull
Red Bull in that water bottle. Red Bull in the shaker. Beautiful.
They're so locked.
That is
They're
actually so locked in, baby. That's so funny.
I might start cheering for Durham because of that.
I might. That's actually based.
But anyway, back onto what we were talking about. I have seen Saints Green fumble games before. Not necessarily series, right, to lower competition to what they're used to playing. But at the same time, we just saw Ole Miss get taken to Game 5 from Humber, a team that was going down 0-3. So on land, people are showing you, if you do not treat people seriously, they will make you pay for it.
Yeah, land is certainly a different environment. The one as Shuffle is doing his little dance. Don't ask me why, don't ask me how, but
it's a Shuffle moment. That's all.
Yeah, he's really kind of going off. Anyway, the point being is that I think the best case scenario for Durham here is relying on the fact that St. Clair Green are coming into this cold, right? They played with Barrist and Shuffle for the course of round robin. Jazzy and Sai were nowhere to be found. And as we get going into Game 1, that is the win condition that Durham are going to be relying on. They've played these games before, while St. Clair Green, this is essentially a new team coming in fresh for playoffs.
Yeah, it is, but we'll see how they perform. Zai now has to try to deal with this. Never mind, going to be let off to Arju, and all of a sudden, I feel like Zai on this Saints green roster, I want to really pull the numbers because I'm almost very confident that when we talk about people leading the statistic in shots taken, Zai is almost damn near at the very top. That man is such an aggressive force when Arju is the one playmaking and finding him down deep. And now Arju, reset, able to get it over one, can try to play for the dunk, but no, gets blocked out. And now it's going to be St. Clair Green who try to force the issue. Durham looking to clear.
At this point, it's just going to come down to control. The 50s touches. We see already a pass over to Jazzy. Jazzy putting it on Jordan. Going to send it down to the midfield. Arju already ready for it in the midfield side, just trying to get the 50 as St. Clair biding their time. Durham doing what they can to just mitigate any sort of retaliation from St. Clair Green.
Yeah, I think one thing this green roster does extremely well is the ability, and hold on as the shot comes through from Jordan, a beautiful pass. I was actually about to say one thing that St. Clair does really well is they do not let big time plays develop. They usually intercept passing lanes. They're very quick to read stuff like that out. But on that one, too quick, too fast for Saints to deal with. Durham get on the board first.
Pepper being the new player of this squad, finding his mark in Jordan, who of course, we all know Jordan is the star player of this team and continues to excel at this level. I believe as his time in school is starting to wrap up as well. This is his legacy-defining mark, who's had such a long career in collegiate as well, almost as long as his pro career. Jazzy looking for the 50, but goes away.
Right now, Arju off the ceiling. He's just trying to find anybody in the middle, but Jordan staying down there, calm and composed. Zosian has the touch off the ceiling as well. Are you kidding me? The ceiling double is immaculate. And Durham, they're up by 2.
This is a case where I think the pressure just did not work out for St. Clair. Jazzy tries to get the 50 on Zosian, but it kind of puts Zosian in a prime position to be able to capitalize with the second touch. So now St. Clair gonna have to work from 0-2.
Right now is Jordan trying to go up the backboard to clear. He's actually going to get picked off from Arju, who's just racing for the beat. Zai able to try to find a pass, and it's going to be left down to Jazzy, but just too high. The follow-up shot, bang, and it's going to fall through. Arju puts Saints on the board.
It's why every single touch is so important, even the 50s. Jazzy was able to put on a back wall that wasn't defended at all. Pepper was there for the squishy, but he was just a bit too short. Arju, of course, with the accuracy as good as ever, will finally get St. Clair Green on the board.
And I think that's really just the win condition, is if Arju can just unlock. He is a big-time playmaker for the Saints, not only when it comes to finishing, but also just moving the ball downfield, setting up for shooting lanes that Zai and Jazzy can then exploit.
Wow.
But right now, the man is on fire. He finds his second, and he nets the brace.
Man, threads the needle and finds his slot. Catches the defense sleeping, especially as that post just catches Durham a little bit off. So St. Clair, after just a minute, able to tie this game back up, and I think it woke up the team a little bit. You know, I know the Jazzy and Sai were coming into this a little sleepy, you know, a little sleepy. I think the boys just needed a little bit of a nap. It's fine, but now it's game time, boys.
Well, again, we were really talking about it earlier. I said it's kind of not the best move I would advise, but they have potentially RLCS to come up later, so I like to just go for those early hours of rest instead and push it back. And right now, that rest may be paying off for them. Zai gets on the board off of a beautiful pass by Arju.
And I feel bad for Pepper too, because you can tell he was in the position, but also Zosi, I think, just got a misread. Actually, I think I saw Pepper got a touch on it, but it was just a frame too late. So St. Clair comes back from a 2-0 deficit with the lead. We'll see if they can hold it. It's game 1 of this best of 5, and that will be another one that slips through. The accuracy is immaculate for the Saints.
Well, it's just been lights out shooting the entire time. The double on the kickoff just beats everyone, and Jazzy's just in the right place at the right time. Could have really put that one anywhere he wanted. Jordan was on 0 boost, defending, not back post anymore. He snuck up too far near, but either way you want to write it, that one was falling for the Saints.
Jazzy puts it over Pepper. Jazzy still has possession.
Bump?
Tries to get the bump, but I think he fumbles a little bit with Arju. Still dangerous, however, but St. Clair, they're going to try and add some pressure while resetting at the same time, or at least collecting the mid boost. Inside goes all the way back, able to get the second touch. Jazzy prepared for it, but Durham able to handle the pressure, no problem. Just doing everything they can to keep that goal line clear.
They're not out of the thick of the woods yet. They need to find this long clear off from Jordan, and that's going to be exactly what happens. Pepper able to find the beat in the corner, I thought at least, but no. Jazzy has the control, has the demo, had the catch, maybe a pass midfield, but no, it doesn't work out yet. It's still good for St. Clair. They at least keep possession. At least they try to. Zai with a low 50 trying to challenge up for Arju. The pre-jump, Zai's in the ceiling. Can they link up 1-2? No,
What?
not quite. Team pinch does not fall down.
What? I am so confused as to what that attempt was there, but I think, sure, go off. Let's experiment a little. Arju still has possession. Pepper tries to go in for a bit early. Jazzy tries to get the doink as he lands, but can't get the angle. Last minute of gameplay approaching, and at this point, St. Clair, I mean, while the first half might have gone into Durham's favor, the second half is surely St. Clair's favor.
Well, I think they just kind of had to wake up, and like you said, the 2 goals immediately were a wake-up call, and ever since then, St. Clair have just dominated possession, and they've been able to just generate whatever offense they'd like and please. So right now, as Arju tries to find maybe a demo as he rotates, he's going to re-engage and finds the 50. Zai already up on the pre-jump. The pass back down to Arju, down to Jazzy, but no, just didn't link up on the timing. What a pitch, but it's just off the crossbar.
That would have been a perfect time to use that brand new crossbar ping.
Oh, I hate that.
All right, pass down Arju Zai, and on the crossbar. That is something they would usually land, especially one that is very difficult to cover. So with 18 seconds remaining, this looks like it is going to be in St. Clair's favor. Not much possession time left. That's a bit too high. Jazzy can't get there for the second touch, but it will go and follow through with Arju, making it 5-2 for the game.
And I mean, at this point, it was already closed. The nail was already in the coffin for this one.
It was in the body at this point.
With a hat trick. He also has 2 assists as well, 5 saves.
They throw hats on the pitch?
Something like that. Because this one is all done. It's all wraps. Jordan trying to find just something for consolation. He will succeed in that notion. It would take nothing short of a miracle for Durham to pull this one off. You'd have to go.
I don't think it's physically possible.
I was going to say, for 2, you'd go fake kickoffs, but then you'd just be able to read that.
Yeah,
for Green.
and it's also I think to score 2, you need to have a direct goal from the kickoff.
Probably.
It won't happen here. So St. Clair Green able to walk away with game 1, although had a bit of a scare at times, but generally handled the business as I will leave the server early. I mentioned change car or something, but either way, great opening for St. Clair Green in this playoff.
Yeah, I think they played incredibly to finish it off again. Little rocky start, but it's all smiles for them. They were able to recover.
Shuffle dancing to, bro? Like, what do you like?
I think Shuffle's just dancing on the corpses of his opponents.
Oh,
That's what.
true.
Yeah, I think he might be dancing
if there is
on
music in the venue or something. If maybe there is.
I know the ads play music, but I didn't hear. I don't think you're not playing them. Surely, while we have a game live right now, that's probably on the big screen.
Pump
So
some Monster Cat music. Like, yeah.
maybe.
This is Club Rocket League.
Maybe it's
now.
just too many Red Bulls. Maybe he thinks there's music going on right now. There's just nothing. It's just all the Red Bulls.
Or he had like a triple espresso shot of Tim Hortons in his ice cap or whatever. They did have ice caps earlier today, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, they did. And we were talking about Italian coffee.
Oh.
And, like how much. Like he was saying, like, oh, North American coffee is just a bit too I don't want to do an accent, bit too watery, like that's terrible. A bit too watery. No, that's terrible.
Don't do that again.
No. But no, Shuffle and I were talking. He's not the biggest fan of North American coffee, but we were talking about Cafe Cremas, which you can get in very specific places in Toronto, but also in Windsor and Italy, of course. He's like, that is peak, and I'm like, that's just like a better version of an ice cap.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair. But as we get into the second game, we're a little late to it. And yeah, St. Clair Green, they're already up.
What a
1-0. But an amazing pass. Jazzy with the slot. And I mean, this one, it seems like Saints Green, they are just picking up right where they left off. And for Durham right now, what do you think, Seb, that they have to do to kind of get back into this? It seemed like after St. Clair flipped the switch, Durham wasn't even really getting the ball into that orange half.
I mean, so this is kind of when we were talking about it earlier today about like just European style versus North American style. A lot of it is just keeping control and possession. Like you never just want to punt a ball downfield with no intention behind it at all. Not to say that Durham are doing that necessarily. They do have intention, but there isn't as much control on every possession or trying to extend the possession as long as possible. And that's, I think, where you can sort of fight back, but you're not going to fight back against that with a bunch of Europeans. You want to be able to do what you can in removing some of that control. So go for more demos, go for more disruptive plays. We see here from Jordan going for a pass, potentially over to Pepper, but it will be knocked away.
Yeah, again, Saints Green, something that I really commend them for is just how composed they are on the defense, even when it's dealing with messy clears like that one. It's near post, it's not an easy thing to do, but players of this caliber, they just make it look like that. And they're just going for the most ridiculous stuff right now. I mean, this is just insane, but again, they've done this versus Durham before, and it has almost made them pay for it. But at the same time, I guess they're just going to keep on doing this until they see any sort of change from Durham, any sort of signs of life, which there haven't really been much yet.
Yeah, at this point, like, there is sort of an honesty check. It's the beautiful pass and shot over to Arju, who will make this 2-0. And again, the defenders are in place, but they can't get a read on these passes.
Yeah, they're not. There's no interceptions happening whatsoever. There's no forcing early. They're giving St. Clair too much time to make these attacks really menacing.
Yeah.
And I think on the other end of the field, what we're seeing is even if Durham can keep possession of the ball and get into the Saints' corners, it just gets forced early. The plays get forced out. The Saints are already on top of it. They have a guy ready. But this time, it might not be. There's a gap. There's a space. And Durham, they finally created something worthy of a goal.
And that was off their own merit. It wasn't anything too spectacular, but it was absolutely earned as the net does everything possible in its power to prevent it from occurring. But Durham will finally secure their first goal, and with it, reduce the lead to 2-1. St. Clair Green have to be a touch careful, have to be just a bit on their toes, especially, again, we know that Durham is capable. We know they have the ability.
But right now, as the pinch goes down, Pepper will have the force over to Jordan. It's over Jazzy, but again, this should be an easy one to deal with. Zai has the catch, over one, is able to create some space. Bizzosi is there. And I think right now, St. Clair, they're always looking for the pass. That's the number one thing that I'm noticing. There's not really a lot of solo plays going down. And that's something that the green team does so well, is they always enable each other before they enable themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it is just par for the course for St. Clair Green, where it's like you're never going to see a player play selfishly or not integrate their teammate in some sort of way. That being said, Jordan was going for the fake as well. Pepper no boost to play with, so he's able to collect the midfield and at least just try and mitigate some of the transitional speed from St. Clair Green. It doesn't do much, as finally Durham can take a bit of a break, and immediately just on the challenge is Arju.
He's got a man in the midfield. It's Zai. Potential double, no, but it's fine. It gets left to Jazzy. Zosi, though, a good job on the clear. They have to move fast, though. However, missing that mid boost will surely stall the attack in time for St. Clair to have their defense ready. Jazzy, with a clear downfield, is going to drop middle again. Zosi trying to find Jordan, but he's gone back a little too deep. Zosi has to keep this one up unless you want to get beat by St. Clair. A little bit of a rare miss there from Zai, but it's okay. He has his man wide in Jazzy.
Now Zosian just trying to shadow the defense right now. St. Clair taking it very slowly as Durham fighting for every single possession, going for every 50 and playing reactive off it. But look at how St. Clair is able to mitigate that. Just go for these solo carries all the way across so that you can at least give some time to your teammates to be able to collect some boost and go right back in the offense. 30 seconds remaining. It's all in St. Clair's hands.
And right now, Jazzy, he has the reset. He's going to look over to the middle for Zai. Just trying to burn time. I think something that you'll see St. Clair do a lot right now is just really focus, not as if they haven't been doing that all game, on the possession and on forcing high touches with time burn in mind. That's all they have to do. And right now, it's going to be Jazzy who gets there first. Sorry, Arju, my mistake. And as the shot comes back down from Zai, it will not matter. They just kept the ball out of Durham's hands when it mattered, and that's ultimately why they won. I really wish we had a stat on possession time or percentage, because that was not close at all.
I mean, the only thing we really have to go on is touches, and St. Clair is absolutely leading in that category. But even besides that, even from the eye test, we can see that when Durham is on their own offense and they're trying to come up with stuff together, you can see they're working with things situationally. They're not trying to create something based off their own possession. They're working with what they have in hand based off where the ball goes off the challenge. St. Clair, on the other hand, you can tell, like, they're not really being challenged when they're making these passing attempts. Ocean looking for the second touch. It's actually going to get the read, but Jazzy as well perfectly places himself in this match point to prevent a goal.
That one almost waterfall down, though, and it was almost perfect for Durham, but now they'll have to wait. Arju with a touch, and it'll send it back in. A shot coming through, but Zai, the second man up, always ready, dinks one to Arju, and all of a sudden Arju with a redirect over one can try to hook up Jazzy. But Zai needs to play patient. He's third man right now. He can't afford to get too over-aggressive and give up a counter for free. But Arju in the back now can try to find him on the wall. And they have Jazzy on the midfield. The pinch goes through. But he's just too far for Jazzy. He can have the redirect and try to extend the play, though. Shot goes down to Arju, and all of a sudden you would have thought that top corner was saying his name. But Arju just didn't pick up the phone on that one.
Perfect example of elongated pressure from St. Clair Green. You saw Jazzy was still on the wall, and Zai was going for the pass, like flick off the side wall so that Jazzy could make a play while he's still there. It is just pure awareness of where your teammates are on the pitch and playing accordingly. Simple as.
That's all you have to know. That's all you have to see in order to realize the skill level of these players. The doink over to Zai is absolutely incredible. I want to know, if Jazzy didn't get this reset, it at least popped the ball up perfectly enough for Zai to have the angle on that top left corner. Absolute artistry from Jazzy, a maestro in his own right as he finds the pass to Zai.
I think that was just a fake reset pass over to Jazzy, was able to put it on. Great defense from Zocian, though, to be able to read. And again, the St. Clair Green being so effective at the team play, you have to also be careful about some of these fakes that are coming through. They're not necessarily Mina fakes, but they are doing and getting the job done. St. Clair Green with a 1-0 lead. Still a lot of game left to play, but it's a good start.
I think right now, Arju taking all the time in the world. Zai has the shot, a good save, but just in taking all that time, it's allowed Jazzy to at least go back, get a full tank, and it's unfortunate. I really wanted the follow-up shot to land there to make the point stand out, but it was a good job of just letting Jazzy take his time, get in position, and be there for the potential follow-up. It just didn't fall that time. But right now, Durham, you have to force the issue. You got to throw kitchen sink. I want to see Durham get a little more physical, maybe try to force some bumps, or maybe just a demo. If you can't find a demo, even just the threat of bump being there to try to make St. Clair move out of position on defense. But right now, there's just no gaps. It seems like St. Clair, they're just an iron wall. They just refuse to go down. And even then, you need to get the ball in the first place. I mean, we're seeing it again. St. Clair, it just seems like they're dominating possession in the midfield.
I mean, along with that, but also even in the opposing half, I mean, Durham just finally got on the offensive side, finally getting some goals of their own. Jordan cutting in early, able to put this one on, breathing some life into the Durham Lords.
Well, it was a little bit of an almost, I want to say, a mistouch from Arju. He probably wanted a little more power on that just to get it over that Durham attacker, but that being said, it just dropped perfectly for them, and you got to take advantage of the opportunity when it comes. Jazzy pass down. Arju's already pre-jumping. Does he have the double tap? Yes, he does. It's on target. The jump from Jazzy. No, not quite. But it would have been absolutely beautiful. Durham, they survived by the skin of their teeth. Arsenal reset into maybe a team pinch would have been amazing there, but it just doesn't fall quite for Durham.
Pass over. Zai. Fantastic positioning too. I mean, every single time in transition, you can already see how the 1 and 2 are set up accordingly. Zai puts this off the ceiling, but good read from Pepper. Great back wall defense.
Look at how much time Jazzy's just taking there. It allows Arju to read the play out so well. Zai now off the sidewall, trying to see if he can find the bump, and he does get it. But there's no one there for St. Clair. It does open up a lane, though, and eventually the pressure does come. but the post is the fourth man on defense for Durham.
Durham caught like posts, essentially, forced to just figure out where the shot is going to be coming from. As Jazzy will give some time for St. Clair to reset as we approach the last minute. St. Clair Green and Durham Lords both fighting for the lead, which could wrap up this game, but for St. Clair, potentially the series if they are able to score one more time.
And now 47 seconds left to go. St. Clair, they're still all over the play. They're just pre-jumping. A little bit of a double commit, actually, but it doesn't matter. Zai has the reset, and Jazzy's already there, has the catch, the 50 as well. Although it definitely goes the way of what I would have thought was Durham, but it was Arju who's already back there. What is going on? What are they trying to make? It's just honestly, they're having fun out there right now, Seth.
I just want to see these shot totals right now because the amount of shots. Oh yeah, you can see it actually. That's 3 for Jazzy, 6 for Arju, 1 for Zai. That is 10 on the board for St. Clair. And still, despite all of that, it looks like we may go to an overtime if the possession goes this way. Though the pass over to Arju, tries to play for the ceiling. Jazzy going to play for one more possession, able to steal the boost, especially with Durham being somewhat low. Is it going to touch the ground? Zai tries to prevent any more pressure going in. Durham, they're going to go for this. They're going to try and go for the 0 seconds. Zosi looking for Jordan. Jordan off the wall. Pepper misses, and we will be going to overtime.
Well, Durham, you're back against the ropes. This is your tournament life right now, right here. Pepper, a little bit of a pinch, but he's given up possession to Jazzy, who has a reset, plays it over. It's on the top corner, but it's not quite going down. Arju, second attempt, double tap, and it should open up a passing lane. Zai makes him pay, and immediately Arju creates a beautiful opportunity. Saints, they get on top of it.
So much of this was on Pepper, unfortunately, just not being able to get the 50 that he wanted. But St. Clair, you knew that as soon as the possession went to Arju, it was going to be a pass over to his teammate. Because again, with the back wall just that open, and with Pepper's positioning, it was a difficult one to handle. Regardless, kudos to Durham for playing it close. It was a great series all the way through. Good smiles on Jordan as well. Really a fantastic series. And St. Clair Green will be your first grand finalist here.
Well, honestly, I mean, no surprise there, especially when you see what they're made of. If that series tells you anything, it means that when the Saints unlock and when they wake up, there really is a threshold that you need to surpass in order to rival them. And I think it was just absolutely amazing to watch their chemistry on full display. Arju was creating so many plays for Zai and Jazzy to at least link up with one or the other, or even just back to Arju. It was honestly just 1, 2, 3, tiki-taka all over the pitch. But I think the thing that doesn't really get talked about is the fact that when they create time on those plays, it allows that first man to then rotate back, get boost. He can either choose to cut rotation if they keep possession, dive down deep if you're waiting for the long clear. The whole point is it allows your players to process what's about to happen.
Yes.
And that's something that a lot of teams or a lot of people watching teams do not focus on and don't think about, but it is something that makes all the difference, and Saints Green showed that off phenomenally today.
Yeah, it was really a top-tier performance from them, showcasing why just like they are such a strong team within CRL. Not just to mention, like you mentioned with buying time, but just like the communication overall. It's just a symptom of very strong, selfless communication. There's no egos there, and if there was, it was just for memes, like when we saw Arju and Jazzy going for a pinch that absolutely was not going to work. Or, just some other shenanigans like that on the pitch. That's just them having fun, but that also is what creates good chemistry between the teams, good dynamics that creates that really good team style that we tend to see from St. Clair Green and a lot of the European teams. Same thing with Maryville. They're very much the same way, where it's a very selfless play style that focuses on good team play and transition. It's very effective, as we've seen over the course of this CRL season and even in professional play. So kudos on St. Clair Green for making it to the finals. They got their warm-up. Jazzy and Zai are absolutely ready, good to go at this point. I think it's safe to say. But that will be it for our top side. We'll be moving to the bottom side briefly. So I don't know. Kick us off. I think we have who is on the bottom side? We have Ole Miss and St. Clair Gold.
St. Clair Gold.
Yeah.
So I mean, so we're just moving that directly? I mean, we can go ahead and do that.
I think
now.
we're still. I think we're doing an interview.
I was gonna say there might be an interview coming up on for Green at least, but until then, that will be your other matchup. But yes, we have Saints Green as your first finalist. But before we touch on that, I just want to give a quick shout out and kudos to Durham. Thank you for showing up for competing.
Yeah,
You
it's a
guys
long way,
were
boys.
class act, especially all the way down from that GTA, that Greater Toronto area. So shout out
It's
to
pretty
you guys.
far.
And
I got some homies in
I was
Durham.
gonna
It's
say,
far.
it sucks that you have to now make the trip all the way back, but
no, I
we
mean
did
that's
a
what
little bit
tournaments
of-
are. You know, like
Yeah.
Durham. I give them credit always because not only are they such a good, effective esports program within Canada, but they always come out. You know, they come out whether it's in Toronto, whether it's in Windsor. They try their best to come out and do as well as they can. Same with St. Clair. To be fair, I think it's important that, like a lot of these programs around Canada, whether it's in Windsor, whether it's Conestoga, Humber, whatever, that it's important that we try and make some time to go to each other's events because it creates a more effective overall collegiate community. That includes our American partners as well in Northwood and Akron and those who are close by.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, but hopefully we get to that interview very soon. Until then, I just want to briefly say, with Saints Green in the final, let's just make a quick prediction for our other part of the semis. We see Ole Miss, they've been battling actually some recent adversity, but they finally showed out, came out on top in Game 5, the gold roster taking down Conestoga in decent fashion. But again, I was talking to Fatal after that match, and he said they definitely think that there were a lot of gaps that they had defensively. And I could kind of see that where they were kind of getting a little too jumbled up together. Sometimes there weren't necessarily the clearest of comms, and we had a couple double commits here and there. Leaving your third man with a little next to no boost for the follow-up shot isn't really the best formula for winning. But that's definitely something they think they're going to be working on.
Yes. All right. Well, I think, are we good for the interview? I think, okay, we are great. Okay, so St. Clair Green have taken the first match here on the stage, and we are now ready for our interview. So let's take it to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of having PZY and Shuffleverse up here. Boys, you guys made a cruise lane path towards the grand finals. You went as fast as your car's doing Rocket League. I want to know, of course, how are you feeling about your performance? Is this business as usual for you guys, or are you feeling a little bit more excited than usual? Who wants to go first? Come on, come on.
You can go, you can go. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors right now.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Well, he goes first. He lost it. Okay, what? Yeah, we're feeling very excited about the grand final, definitely. Like, I'm excited to play with the boys again. It's so much fun to play with them every time. And I'm excited. I hope we play our second team. I don't know, like, what the result of the match is. I pray we play them, but also, like, against Ole Miss, it would be, like, a very good grand final as well.
Absolutely. It'd be really exciting to see Ole Miss here, the American teams. But I guess, it's not too different to have outside of Canada forces coming to Rocket League. I feel like everybody except for Canadians are just like a natural talent for Rocket League. Our Canadian guys, they have to work extra hard to match your guys' talent levels. But again, please tell me how you're feeling after that match.
And we're feeling really good. We're excited for the grand finals, and it's fun experience overall.
And I want to know, you guys have such like a dynamic or a unique dynamic among your team. Like, I feel like watching you guys, even just walking through the hall, you guys just carry yourselves very differently than most others. I want to know, what do you guys think makes your team different from every other Rocket League team here today and around the world?
We're European. We're just better. It's just how it works.
Damn. That's a harsh statement for all the Canadians out in the crowd right now. Maybe you can amend the relationship between Europeans and Canadians right now. Go ahead, save the relationship.
Save the relationship between the Canadians and Europeans? Yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, Shuffle is right, I have to say, to be honest. But also, like, what makes a difference, I feel like, is like we are just extremely good friends, like out of like the game as well. Like we hang out, we do some free, like some like fun stuff, like outside of the game as well sometimes, and especially like in game as well. We just talk about everything. Like, the communication is key in our team. I think that's what like separates us like from the other teams here.
Perfect. Well said. Couldn't have said it better myself. But with this Canadian element putting into it, now I'm definitely rooting for the gold team over you guys. No offense. I'm sure it's going to be a great match one way or the other. It would definitely be nice to see the gold versus green once again, but we've seen that so many times. What would it mean for you guys to be going up against Ole Miss instead on this stage?
Sorry, what did you say?
What would it mean for you guys to have to go against Ole Miss instead of the gold team?
It would be like just sad for us because we just love to play against the boys. It's always fun. Like it's a fun competition against them. I mean, against Ole Miss, it will be like fun as well, but we don't have the connection like outside of the game like with them because we don't talk to them. We see the gold boys and we see them every day. We talk to them every day, so it's just fun to like play against them in a competition as well. So I really hope we play against them.
Well, hey, they're right here, right now. That's the LAN element. You can build that relationship. Guys can go out to dinner when you're done after this, right? Who's going to stop you? But before we go, any last words from your excellent mental coach, as he calls himself, before we get into the next match?
I mean, I just want to thank you, everyone, for hosting the LAN. And I can't wait to see the gold guys in the finals. Go gold.
Go gold indeed. Strong statement, strong words. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me up here on the stage. We have the stage set for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to see who's going to be playing out with us. But before we do that, we're going to have to go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. The most exciting part of the day is coming right up. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I have to tell you what we are standing in the pit for right now. This is mere moments away from the grand finals. I have Arju from St. Clair Saints Green, and I have once again Lunar from Ole Miss. Gentlemen, if you look at your opponent right now, you'll know that by the time, before too long, one of you guys will be champions of SGS. And I would like for you guys to tell me what that would mean for you and your team.
A win for America.
This guy's a patriot. I like to hear it. And you, Arju, what it would be like to defend your home turf from these foreign invaders?
For Europe and Canada.
See, he's more diplomatic than his teammates. I like this guy for that. Now, I'm curious to know, what are you guys going to do with that trophy once you win it, if you win it? I know it's going to be interesting to try bringing that thing through the airport. Are you anything you'd like to say preemptively to the security over there, or like how are you going to explain this thing?
I'm probably just going to have him stick it in his suitcase. Get some nice pictures with it. Definitely stuff will be going on Twitter.
Who's going to get to keep it?
Definitely this guy.
Yeah, he's the one that won that for you. Is that who is that for the folks at home who can't see him?
Our director.
Director. That's going to be his trophy. But, of course, Arju, this is your opponent, okay? Don't let him feel so confident that he's going to walk home with that thing. What can you tell him right now to dispel any confidence that he has that he's going to be taking that trophy home today?
Winning. Not even close.
Damn. It's a simple statement, but it says so much. Now, gentlemen, moments away for the grand championship. This could be the last chance you have to address the folks at home. We don't do losers interviews here, okay? Just winners. So any last words for the folks at home, and how excited are you to be going on that stage to play for the SGS trophy and, of course, the prize money?
Good. I just want to rub it in Seb's face.
I mean, he's been looking at that thing all day. He doesn't need to get rubbed in his face anymore. And you, Arju.
I mean, I'm excited to play, and I just want to make Seb proud.
This is the battle for Seb's heart, it seems. It would be a chance for you to avenge America, and it'd be a chance for you to defend Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all love in the end, out here and on the field, but hopefully we'll see how long that love fades away before we get into this action. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring it to our casters for our grand finals. Take it away.
Come on, Lunar. You know where you can find me. You know, I'm ready, dude. Get in that server. We'll see how it ends up. This is our grand final here. Canada versus America. Canada featuring Europe versus America on the big stage. Very excited for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that these are definitely the best two teams going into today. It's only fitting that they find each other in the grand finals. I was talking to Wyatt earlier, and I was saying, hey, you know what? I'm looking at this Ole Miss roster. I do think on the right day, they could totally beat the gold team for St. Clair if they found themselves in the top four. I predicted the top four was going to be Durham, Gold, Green, and Ole Miss. I think a lot of people would have said the same. That was definitely the favorites coming into this, but not surprised at all that Ole Miss gets the job done against Saints Gold to advance into the final, and man, are they looking to steal it away from Canada and Europe, as Arju said. He's trying to get it done for both.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate most of all that Arju is in it for the boys, you know? He's in it for the country, not just for himself, but also for Canada as well, representing that flag here in our country's city of Windsor. So I'm very excited to see how this ends up. As Ole Miss, you know, if there was ever a team to represent America, there isn't too many just more Americana schools than old. Like, yeah, if we brought Northwood over, okay, sure. You got Michigan, that's basically Canada. You got Akron, okay, that's like Ohio, that's Canada less, but you know,
they're deep.
Yeah, you know, like they're there, but like Mississippi's like there. That's Ole Miss. Yes. That's football. That's, you know, all that great college sports stuff. And now we get to see them here on land for Rocket League, which is what is just great. And they really do have the personalities to match in Lunar, C-Money, and Stealth. All fantastic players. Really a team that I think a lot of people going into this, they're like, oh, St. Clair Green's got this a wrap. But no, this is going to be a competitive series, especially with the run that Ole Miss has been on, a 3-0 over St. Clair Gold.
Yeah, I think that you're going to see a different side to how Green is going to play versus Ole Miss than what you have seen so far today. And if that isn't the case, Ole Miss will almost certainly make them pay for it. I cannot think or fathom it going any other way. I do have Saints Green taking this series, though, but I will say that Ole Miss, if they want to take this win, they are a roster that is capable of putting Saints Green on the back foot for sure. You are definitely going to see a lot more of split time in possession. You're not going to see it as dominantly on the Green side as we have in past series today. And I think it's going to be overall very interesting to see what Ole Miss does with Saints on defense.
Yeah, I think it is going to be interesting to see because these are three players that are very independent. You have C-Money, Lunar, and Stealth, who are all incredibly mechanical in their own right, and it is a complete inverse of playstyles. One that is so puggy in NA, who have done, North American RLCS quals so many times, who have gone deep in them as well. Lunar, of course, having gone to SSA and playing in a bunch of other regions as well. Really a storied player. Having to go against a tried and true European team. And I think it is such a interesting contrast when you look at different playstyles and how they're going to mesh.
Absolutely. I think if it's anything that St. Clair needs to keep up, though, it's, again, just the comms. I think that overall those have been really the cornerstones, the keystones for St. Clair. I think that's why they've been so clean in the midfield. Their passing lanes have been phenomenal. Their chances to create and allow pressure, sometimes even phantom pressure, to really fake out defenses in order to find the real follow-up shot. It's been artwork so far, but again, you got to bring up the caliber of play.
Yeah, I did say, which was kind of funny. Like I went up to Jazzy. I was like, "So what was with those like aerial pinches that were literally nothing?"
Yeah.
Like why'd you go for those aerial pinches that meant nothing? He's like, "Why not?" Like
that sounds like a James answer.
That is like that is the pure amount of vibes that we're reading here. In terms of how St. Clair want to play, purely off vibes. And you see it, how they're reacting, how they're just like, they're smiling, they're having fun, Shuffle's keeping the vibes up, as we're just waiting for, Ole Miss to be able to get set up. But like, this is a St. Clair Green roster that is very comfortable with each other. They all stay on the same campus, they are all chilling, they get Tims together, they get Domino's when it's not bad together.
There's a lot of group bonding.
A lot of Groupons, a lot of Uber Eats, a lot of going out for trying out some different food, because they're all foreign players. They all are coming from different parts of Europe to play here, and I think it is really cool to see them have such a nice bond.
Yeah, I can tell you for a fact that they play football together after. They definitely do. On the back of the field, I remember
you mean actual football,
first semester.
Right?
No, not American football. I mean,
no, that's what I meant.
Okay,
like,
okay,
yeah,
I'm not soccer, as Americans like to call it. But yeah, I can tell you right now that they go out and they do that in the back. So again, these guys, they're actually friends. They're not just players on a team. But I can tell you right now, if I were a betting man, maybe Ole Miss is the same way. I mean, usually teams that are of this caliber, it doesn't really get much better than when you have three friends together, because the chemistry can just be so much more than what it would be without that friendship, that level of bonding.
Yeah. I mean, look at him now. Sai is super excited to get the server. All right. It is game one of our grand finals here at St. Clair College. It is going to be a best of 7 to see who will walk away with our title, and Jazzy and Arju already trying to put a shot on, just barely missing.
Well, again, that one's open net. Arju maybe jumping a little bit too early. Zai trying to find the beat, but no. C-Money, great control. A lot of other teams would have just tried to bat that one out, and Zai would have kept control here. But that's the difference. That's what you get with Ole Miss. You get control in the back line. You get playing for possession on ball, and you get better on ball mechanics. And that right there is the difference maker from what Saints Green will have to look out for. I think right now, as the Saints try to mount their offense, Arju, in the interview, he said this series, and I quote, wasn't going to be even close. He predicts the Saints will absolutely dominate Ole Miss. And I think that he said as well, he's just doing it to make Seb Doc proud.
Based and Canada filled. Love to see it. Shot on and in. No problem at all. Jazzy makes it a 1-0.
Well, I actually heard the screams already outside there. The Saints, they're getting loud on stage. Zai with a great pass. Finds Jazzy in the midfield. Slot. You cannot get any better than that. Good attempt from the defense, but better shot than an attempted save.
Don't think I've ever seen Lunar in the R34 GTR. Really interesting to see. I want to know how that comes into play for the server, if he's going to make a card change after this game. Regardless, St. Clair, same result. Still a 1-0, not giving Ole Miss any space to work with at the moment, as we have a player in the server. Interesting. I believe we're going to have to stop this.
That's Zach Daddy.
Yeah.
Lobby code got out. Private match code got out. Can the Saints 4v3? This is going to be a very interesting question.
Are they still just playing like
Why
normal?
are they playing?
Thank you.
All
right.
Okay,
Nope.
good.
All
We're going
right,
to reset
all right.
here.
What was that?
I've never seen that happen in my whole life. Of casting Rocket League.
So listen,
even watching Rocket League.
sometimes some details get out, which is fine, and you get some funness, whatever, but it seems as though,
Everyone is so confused. We got admins talking, obviously.
Yeah.
That is unacceptable. We have to make sure that we're not doing that, because we're all about competitive integrity here. There's got to be fairness, and well,
so
I don't really know what that was.
normally the rule in this case is that the goal will stand. So the one goal will stand, and then we'll try to ride the timeout right to around when the person joined. That way, it's like everything is fair, everything is like on point. I am not sure if we do or not, but I don't think we have an admin with like admin lobby permissions, because that's reserved for LCS servers.
Right.
And it's a very select few of admins that are able to have that. So we will probably just be kind of doing it like normal in the game, just raw, straight up shooting, getting the goal in, and then waiting the timeout. But interesting state of affairs. I've never seen that happen, but on LAN, it's a bit difficult. Yeah.
I'm just going to say it right there. I mean, for the short time that he was in the server, Zach Daddy was definitely a very big difference maker.
Dude,
for
really,
Ole Miss.
like, kind of just made the entire lobby super imbalanced,
Yeah.
you know?
There was an
it's almost
aura
as if like there's an
difference. It was like,
extra
yeah.
player in the server or something.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think just the aura radiating from him as he joined the server made everyone really freeze up, and I think because of that,
Yeah, Daddy's back.
It's just too much, right? they gotta restart that. No, I've actually never seen that happen before, and the confusion across the Saints players was hilarious.
Yeah, because like
that was really fun.
I'm curious because I want to know where the is Luna's just going through his Snapchat. Brother, you're leaking your Snapchat right now on the
That's
stage.
crazy.
God. All right, but it is interesting because no, get the camera off Luther. I don't need to see his Snapchat right now. Okay, he's on Twitter. Thanks.
Not much better, if anything. That might be even
that's true.
worse,
That's
but
true.
Anyway.
But it is a case where it's like, you know, wherever the lobby password is posted, still strange. You know, sometimes it's easy enough that people can guess. So if it is like super easy, usually our LCS ones are pretty hard to guess. So
Guys, let's maybe change our password from SGS123. That might be good, and maybe we'll avoid that from happening. No, I'm sure that this was just a one-off occurrence. And as our players get back into lobby, we can at least talk about what we were seeing. And that was actually more of just the same. It was actually still St. Clair domination early. There were glimpses where you could really tell that it was a different playing field, just how Ole Miss would react to seeing these shots oncoming in offensive pressures. They definitely were able to pick them off more times than none.
Yep.
One still leaked through, and that's why the Saints were up 1-0, I believe.
we're underway.
We're underway, but it's
So
0-0.
yeah, okay, all right. So yeah, it's 3:30.
Okay, just
and
give
then
a
we
goal away
started
for free
3:30.
and
Get
then-
the goal. Hey guys,
Yeah, I'm hearing
that was
screams
that was
again.
supposed to happen.
I love that. They knew they had to do that, and they scored. And I heard probably a louder scream than when it actually happened.
When it actually
in open
happened.
play.
Exactly.
So
All
there
right,
you go.
But game is underway. Everything is fixed now. We're firmly back into it. And like you mentioned, St. Clair, they've been able to maintain this possession. And although Ole Miss
go.
are going to be able to open things up, Lunar in the GTR will get Ole Miss on the board.
And Amelia, you know, I was going to say maybe the reason why Humber was able to get Game 5 out of them is because Lunar was running that GTR, because you said that never happens. But
It's
no,
just a
he
rarity,
is,
you know, like
he
it's just
is
a
locked.
rarity to see it.
He's locked. And he's on the board right now. C-Money dumping it down, but Lunar needs to stay composed. Pop over Arju. And now Zai needs to be waiting patiently. Takes a 50, but it's going to be C-Money who keeps possession. Playing down to Stealth, and Jazzy's going to be able to get the beat. Running downfield, it seems that Stealth has this one all under control, or at least I thought, but C-Money going to have to dive out and make the save. A pinch goes, but it's just going to be wide off the St. Clair right.
A bit of a scary pinch, though, for St. Clair. Ole Miss doing a decent job with these just long transitions. Zai, it's going to go straight down. It's going to be a fake. Can they slip it through? But no. Arju, straight over to Stealth. Arju can fight for it in the corner. I think St. Clair just fumbling over it a touch in the corner and just looking for that possession.
And right now, Arju, he's trying to get a bump on himself on the backboard, and now composed on the backboard needs to be Ole Miss, but they're fumbling. They're starting to stumble right now. They're letting passing lanes get through C-Money and clear off the backboard, but Jazzy has the catch. Reset, a double as well to try to get the pass down to Zai, but it's going to be forced out wide. And all of a sudden, St. Clair, they're actually looking quite open in their backfield. They need to watch out. Give too much free space open. Ole Miss will be sure to make you pay.
St. Clair have to be careful at this point. How much space they're giving over to Ole Miss, it's going to kick them back. Arju chasing down Lunar. Zai with a decent amount of space to work with. Arju striking to put a shot on. Jazzy tries to rebound but can't get much. Still a tie game at minute 40.
As the pass goes down, I was going to say it's Arju with the bump. This should leave Zai open, but no, has to force it around. C-Money, a good job of just trying to cause the issue, but now Zai rotating back, cuts rotation to try to 50 out Stealth. C-Money, the pass down to Stealth. It's going to be attempted double, but no, Zai cuts it off just in time.
Jazzy doing everything he can to just keep it out at the moment. Arju playing it slow for the recovery with his teammates. Now, St. Clair blocked and load a decent amount, but so much chasing, but it doesn't matter. Zai will get St. Clair the lead.
And I mean, look at this. The bump from Arju, Jazzy able to get it over one. C-Money gets the demo, but it's all for nothing. If anything, it actually helps Zai. It just completely hides the ball. The follow-up defender has no idea where the shot's going to go. St. Clair, they jump back into the lead.
Zai gets a flick over one and a
Beautiful.
pass straight to Jazzy. Easy peasy, 3-1 off the kickoff. Beautiful from St. Clair.
The pop-up is absolutely crucial here, and it doesn't even matter. It was over before it even started. Stealth, there's no reason to even try. It's way past you at that point. St. Clair, they established their safety net too.
Still dangerous, however, if Ole Miss can do something off the kickoff, and that's a decent way to start. Jazzy just barely back in time. Full tank of gas, going to be looking for Sai. He's going to drop it down.
Oh my
Beautiful!
God.
But saved. Arju will be there to clean it up. Cross pitch, 1, 2, 3.
And it doesn't even matter. The fact that Zai puts a shot that powerful on Stealth, he's just not in position to get a power clear. He can only loft it off his own backboard, and it sets up perfectly for Arju. The follow-up defender is nowhere to be found. Saints Green, they set up, they strike, and when their shots don't go through, their follow-ups are always on point.
Beautiful doink, though, from Stealth. Dominus. Bad 50, though. Lunar has to chase this down. The R34 does what he can. Arju try and go from the ceiling. It's a pass wide, a touch too wide, but with 40 seconds remaining, this is in St. Clair's favor. They are in the driver's seat to open up this grand final.
I was going to say, as Lunar tries to go down the pitch, he's just got to watch it. His gas tank's getting low. He's going to have to call off soon. C-Money and Stealth, the ones who try to force the issue. Going to be the 50 that goes the way of what I thought was Zai. But he's just going to be able to do it again and again and again. Arju able to find the steal, but Zai, you got to get swole, guys, if you want to take the ball off him. Big man stuff, and he gets the job done for St. Clair.
I got the, like, I don't know if you've been seeing the big man blast. Yeah, that. Yeah. But, like, yeah, I've been feeling that right now. Big man Zai in the server. Arju decided to steal that, like, a very ungentlemanly person at the moment. You just got to leave that for his teammates. Either way, clock winding down. St. Clair Green have played to perfection in this game one, even despite the pause. Maybe one to go, but either way, it looks as though Ole Miss will be working from behind for this one. A 5-1 for St. Clair Green in game one.
Well, can't lie, I definitely didn't expect it to be this wide open. Saints Green, they've really turned it up. Ole Miss, you know, again, they're not anyone to be joked with, as we hear in the headset people cheering on from the crowd. I believe there's some Italian going on back there, too. That might be from Paris.
I want Arju to know right now that he robbed that last goal, okay? And I want him to know that, all right?
But he's doing it for Sebdot.
Yeah, I
He's
guess
doing it for
true.
Sebdot.
I
He's
guess
just padding
true. But
stats
come
for
on,
Seb.
you got to give Zai a break. He earned that one. You know, he muscled his way through.
That's fair.
And went to the gym for it. So that will be a Game 1 lead here for St. Clair Green. As we can see, Ole Miss vibes currently down. Just coach talking it through, trying to make sure that everything's good.
Yeah, and I think that could be potentially the beginning of the end. Look, I know that this isn't over, but the coach getting very passionate. He needs to be, because he's got to unlock these players. These guys, they have to wake up. That's cool. You're down in a slump, but it's only one game. In a best of 7, that's nothing. You just have to make sure that you can crack through and break Saints' momentum, and that's not going to happen if you're just falling asleep on the wheel. Good on the coach, at least for Ole Miss, trying to wake his players back up. But again, let's talk more on St. Clair. That was just exquisite performance throughout the entire game.
Yeah, fantastic. And it looks as though Lunar is going to stick with GTR for this one. Game 2 in this best of 7 for this grand final. Arju looking to open up, and he will with the 50. St. Clair, the kickoff goal to kick us off.
Something I love from Saints Green, I watch it all the time, is the near flawless low 50s that Arju and Zion Jazzy can create. They're absolutely, they're things of beauty. We saw Zai doing it last game. I feel like that's something that this team has over a lot of people, and it really does show how much it can mean, even if you're on low boost, to go for the 50 instead of the Euro play to set up your teammate, or try to move the ball down the pitch through your own momentum. Zai trying to get the dunk, and he has the bump as well, but it's just not safe a lane for Arju. He's trying to find other ways, though, off the backboard. Lunar, great save, but he's just a little too quick on the attempted save. Predicts where Jazzy's going to shoot, but he revealed his card too quick. Already used his first jump, and Jazzy knew if I can just put this right behind him, there's nothing he can do about it. His momentum takes him too far.
Lunar is just a player that really is a momentum-based player. He does have emotions, and he really does get into it. This will be a good turnaround for him. A nice kickoff goal just to get Ole Miss back in mentally, to keep them around, to not let this one run away from them.
It's a quick response, and it's what Ole Miss need right now. Saints still up 2-1, but their safety net has been cracked open. No more shutout. Granted, we are only 29 seconds into it.
Yeah,
Zai,
just 29 seconds.
Kickoff. It's going to be down to Lunar, who's setting up for stealth right now. And the problem with this is, how do you deal with Arju? He's just out. He's picking off everything. He's not giving anyone an Ole Miss time to create plays. Shots are coming through. A double commit as well. Leaves Zai to try to beat stealth. But who's going to be up again? It's going to be Lunar, who gets the clear C money, trying to challenge onto Jazzy. Ball up high, and it should be stealth with the beat. But he has to just wait. He's on 0 right now. Tries to go for the bump on Zion. I like that I'm seeing that out of Ole Miss. Make the Saints have to move on defense. Don't let them just sit and just rely on their positioning to get them those clears. Make them have to panic. That's what they need to do. But right now on the other side, St. Clair, they're just too dominant.
Yeah, it's just a case, I think C-Money should have had this read. I think he thought he had a lot more time than he did, and then St. Clair wasn't going to challenge it. Fair enough. But that's where I think comms has to come in. Like, normally, in that situation, your teammate will be like, you have time, and you can wait for that bounce back because you don't have anyone challenging you. But that's where the comms come in to be like, hey, no, he's challenging, and then that's when you just go in, start to rush the play a bit. And that's just an indication, I think, a symptom of the comms being slightly off for Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think for Ole Miss right now, if it's anything we checked on the player cams, they definitely could be mentally shutting down, and that's not good. If that's the case, then this one's going to be an easy day, a quick day at the office for Saints Green, but we'll see if they can bring that into fruition. Stealth right now on ball, trying to get it over Zai, but Zai has the cutoff. Jazzy trying to force mid, but C-Money's going to beat him, but it's okay. Arju trying to force C-Money into a high touch. Lunar next up, where's Stealth? It just doesn't connect, and that's going to be one that he wishes he was able to put on target.
A little bit, as St. Clair Green still maintaining this lead, and showing no signs of stopping. I like it when Ole Miss are able to take away the space and going for these offensive demos. It clearly seems to work, but even in transition, St. Clair are getting the read in rotation. Stealth just trying to get a pass across. T-Money, though, can't do much with it, as Ole Miss will look to reset.
And right now, that's exactly what they need to do. Reset not only in-game, but also mentally as well. They've seemed to be doing a decent job of it. It's a lot closer of a game, at least so far, than what we had before, at least possession-wise, from what I'm noting. Arju, reset that will cause the 50. Stealth up on his lonesome, he can try to find a pass, and it's going to be down to C-Money, but it gets picked off nonetheless. Zai in transition should set this one up to Jazzy. Never mind, Jazzy's on 0, so he's going to elect to take it himself, but doesn't get through. Was looking for the reset dunk, but it doesn't fall.
That's what's so interesting about St. Clair Green is, like, you cannot guarantee that every challenge you're going to make is, you know, the player going to be taking a solo play. You have to essentially do a 50-50 of, oh, are they going for this play for a pass, or are they going to try and solo? And that's like a read you have to make in a microsecond. As Jazzy put a shot on, C-Money will be going to the back wall. That's going to be another shot on. Lunar just barely reaches for it, but somehow Zai from the back wall manages to make this work and dunks it down straight in Lunar's face.
I really want to see the replay on this. He comes back from the wall he landed on, has that flip, positions his car with the air roll to find the angle to where he can put that back moving forwards. A great job from Zai to stay in the play. And right now, Ole Miss, they just look completely dead in the water. I mean, this is just utter domination.
Yeah, I am a little, you know, we keep flicking back to the St. Clair camp. I'm curious as to what the Ole Miss camp is looking like right now.
Probably not very much going on.
Yeah, you know, it's just like, but I hope that Ole Miss and Lunar can take this and be like, dude, get off the R34, get comfy, and whatever you feel like. If this is what comfort is, well, I'm hoping that we get to see a bit more from it. Remember, like, Stealth is also a fantastic player in his own right. Is really strong, and one of the pieces that they brought into Ole Miss to really help all their problems, but St. Clair is just a different beast right now.
Yeah, again, I think Stealth is a player who, as of yet, I haven't seen unlock quite yet in this series. Actually, if anything, I was going to go ahead and say, you can say Lunar's throwing on the R34, but to me, he's actually...
I'm not saying he's throwing.
Well, not necessarily throwing. I was going to say, to me, he's actually been the most lively in terms of what I've seen in the server. He's the one actually trying to force plays downfield, and finally, we see one work for Ole Miss. But even then, we're not seeing fist bumps, we're not seeing smiles. And don't get me wrong, it's hard to smile when you're down 5-2 in a best of 7 when you're already down a game. But at the same time, there needs to be a change. There needs to be a change, and hopefully this is the start of it, because I sure as hell want to make sure that this SGS final is at least a competitive series. I don't want it to be a thrashing.
Yeah, I mean, the best of 7 is a long series with plenty of time to make stuff work. Sai with great defensive play as well, going to be able to block off Lunar with it. Arju, full tank of gas, we'll see what he does. Going to go for the pass off the back wall to look for Sai, but Ole Miss doing a good job at not giving the space. 30 seconds remaining, and although this one's essentially done and dusted, we can see the pace start to increase from Ole Miss.
Yeah, again, just talking about the composure there, I really thought Ole Miss, when I saw Zai there, I thought they created a gap. I was like, well, Zai's so awkward on this ball, but no. Just puts it off his own backboard, has the comms that is clear, and another Saints player just jumps right on top of it. So even when Ole Miss think they have a gap, 9 times out of 10, it is just not true. Jazzy with the reset, it's going to fake out everybody, but no need for a follow-up. This one was already done and dusted. 5-2 your final score. Saints move up 2-0.
We'll be going to, yeah, shout-outs to the crowd. Yeah, let's go, crowd.
I think that's
They're just in the darkness.
That's Bears impressed for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. they're having a good time. Either way, this is still a 2-0, and one that I think this is where, I don't know if we have a timeout rule in place, but this is, I think, where you take the timeout as much as possible.
Yeah, I think, oh, there's our host Daniil as well on the left, and Humber as well. Humber, you know, they took Ole Miss to Game 5. As you hear the chants in the background.
All right. Settle down, you two. All right. But no, we can see Coach again just giving a talk. I mean, this I understand this is a coach, but They're just trying to get into it. Lock in. This is blue lock level, boys. You know, you got to just get into the server, forget all the distractions, forget the noise, and make sure you're ready for what comes next.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's good. At least we're seeing them just fist bump each other. Signs of life, at least, meant to say, okay, guys, like, you know what? Let's just get it together here. But right now, actions, they're going to have to speak louder than words. It doesn't matter what you tell your teammates. You need to prove it on the pitch. Lunar, reset, trying to go for the 50, finds it, but where's the follow-up? C-Money, there it is. And that's all they needed to get back on the board. See, they're still in it. They can still force the tempo. A great play from Lunar there to isolate Arju on low boost. C-Money takes complete advantage, dives on in, and puts Ole Miss up by 1.
Yeah, I mean, even Lunar's positioning was also fantastic. Even if there was a defender, you can go for a pass over to Lunar, and it would have been well placed. And that's just strong to start. That being said, St. Clair on the kickoff. Good read from C-Money. Stealth for just a nice 50. It's not the best, but Lunar will chase it down, looking for some more possession in the midfield as we start to get heated up. Beautiful pass, though, from St. Clair to at least get some pressure off them.
But Stealth, you know, he's keeping possession. That's a good reset to try to keep the ball in way, but the double comes through. It's just off the interior post. Follow-up shot gets blocked as well. Good from Ole Miss to be aware of that. But these bumps, they're piling up. Ole Miss, they're kind of all together, clumped into one side of the field, but now they're starting to extend out. And we're seeing St. Clair get a little bit of pressure on their own end, but Zai able to dribble it out. Has a man mid. Can he force it on the flip? No, not quite, but it's okay. It ends up faking out Stealth anyway. Lunar back on ball. Has a reset of his own. Maybe a pass downfield. Where's C-Money here? Doesn't want to dive in because the triple commit would not be smart with the Saints on the ball.
See it with Lunar. Try and go for a challenge. C-Money competing in the midfield. And again, we look at this midfield control. It's all in St. Clair Green's favor. They're collecting the boost. They're doing everything they can. And although Ole Miss isn't getting as rattled in the defensive end or sending it down, it's just giving away possession. Look, pass, straight shot to Sai, even though he wasn't able to put it on, but that's just a symptom. And now this is going to go all the way across. Can Jazzy get there back in time? He does.
And again, just near pressure for Ole Miss. But right now, they're in the lead. As long as they can wait off this St. Clair attack, which I know is very much easier to be said than done. Technically, that's all they need to do is hold on. Right now, I was going to say, St. Clair, they're always knocking on the door, and that's kind of the problem, is even if you try to do that, I mean, the Saints will just put on shot after shot after shot. The boost starts to get drained, you start getting defenders on low numbers, and eventually gaps will open up.
The thing is that this team excels when you actually have Lunar on the goal line with Ole Miss. I mean, he is such a surprisingly smart brain when it comes to defensive reads in terms of positioning and everything, but St. Clair, with so many shots that they're going to put on, it is incredibly difficult to actually read them in the first place. Again, all the way transition across side, going to put one on straight to Stealth's hand. Beautiful demo, though, from the Ole Miss side. Now transition all the way across. C-Money, can you get it done? Arju's going to set this up high. Stealth with the read, going to put it off the ceiling. It's going to bounce down, and St. Clair in the backseat just a touch, trying to make sure they can stay alive.
I was going to say, they looked a little bit awkward there, but it's okay. They recover. The shot's on target, but nothing too hard that Lunar can't handle. Clear goes out, and Saints, you note, they're actually low on boost for the two that are on ball right now. They're just trying to wait. Zai, the one with full tank, has to try to make a play on this ball, but he's going to miss. And right now, Saints defenders, they need to try to regroup, and that's exactly what they've done. 2v1, and all of a sudden, it's just an open net for Zai. And when you give him that much of a free lane, 99 times out of 100, it's going to be in the back.
I mean, it was so hard because Lunar had to pay attention to Arju as well, who was playing the super aggressive first man, so wasn't expecting so much, and so I was just going to go for the carry in. Either way, minute 40, a tie game for St. Clair Green. Sai is going to attempt to put a shot on. Stealth will stuff it down. Stealth maybe looking for the transition goal as well, but it's just barely saved by St. Clair Green.
Again, you know, Ole Miss, they're knocking on the door. This is easily the most awkward I have seen the Saints look on defense all tournament, but that also speaks volumes considering the fact that they still look like they're starting to run away with it as of the 3-minute mark. Ever since then, the possession has definitely swapped hands, and St. Clair, they're all unlocking at the perfect time. Jazzy puts that one through, gets the Saints in the lead. with 60 and change to go.
I mean, Ole Miss, they're doing a decent job now, just like having offensive possession and keeping St. Clair at bay, but it is those key moments in transition now that they're struggling with. St. Clair is an incredibly quick team. That's a beautiful pinch, but not going to be able to get it on. Seamani going to look for a teammate. You can see Lunar diving in, still with the save. St. Clair Green, a green brick wall, trying to keep Ole Miss at bay, and with it, keep the Americans at bay. 45 seconds. All St. Clair needs to do is keep this lead.
Well, on transition, they're so effective, but I think the thing that Ole Miss is having problems with is cracking through St. Clair's supportive style of defense. They're always there with each other to make sure that someone has the follow-up. And like I said, and like you said before, that also comes down to just simply having clear comms, having a clear mental. That is why this defense is so effective. Everybody knows where everyone is at all times, and that's why their transition is also so clean. Arju, with a touch up, he's going to try to maybe find, I thought was a pass, but no, trying to get it into the corner.
Whoa.
Shot downfield, and this is going to be a tough one, but Zai gets the save, but it's about the follow-up. Both players miss, and all of a sudden, into the corner. Stealth has to keep this one up, but no one is there.
One to go.
The dump goes downfield, but it doesn't even matter. Saints, they move onto match, series, and tournament point.
Championship point for St. Clair Green will make this a very large uphill battle for Ole Miss. And now we can see Coach continuing to try and talk, figuring out what's going on. Why are they getting swept like this? This is a team that is incredibly capable on all levels, both individually and from a team play point of view. Now, with the amount of ability in this server, we just see St. Clair Green. They're just smiling, they're having fun. They're playing a video game. And Ole Miss are fighting for their lives.
Yeah, I think a lot of people always forget that Rocket League, especially on LAN, tournaments, whether it's online, LAN, or whatnot, it's just simply who's better on the day. You know, if this is another day, maybe we see the reverse of this. Maybe if Saints are having a bad day, then Ole Miss capitalizes. And Rocket League is such a beautiful game because at the end of the day, there is a mechanics level that rarely gets broken. When you have players of this caliber, everyone can do almost everything. And at that point, the game really does become 70% mental, and it all relies on comms and positioning.
Yep.
And I think, you know, St. Clair, they've just been the better team on the day when it comes to that. But Ole Miss, it's not done yet. They're still not dead yet. They can still fight back and claw their way back into the series, and Stealth has just made one step into doing that.
It is a small step with many more to go. 4:22, Game 4, championship point for St. Clair Green. Everything on the line for the Americans who have come over so graciously, wanting to fight us on our own turf. And at the moment have done everything they can. Made it to the finals, beat St. Clair Gold, and did everything. But Sai will be able to put a shot on. Beautifully saved from Ole Miss. Looking for another. Archu looking to keep the possession alive as St. Clair Green will look to at least regain, try and get more boost as well. Bad miss from Sai, though. Could he leave an opening for Ole Miss?
Well, potentially that's what you would want, but Zai is just so quick back to the ball. It seems like they're just beating Ole Miss in the midfield. Luckily, Lunar on that back line, though, and he was the one who actually had that beautiful save as well. Just like you said, having Lunar on your back line is something great. He's a great player when it comes to defensive awareness, but right now, are you aware of this? Yes, he is able to read Zai's touch, but C-Money needs the long clear. Lunar, a pass to him, but he's got 0 boost, so he has to just wait and let Zai take it. The demolition comes out, and that's what I like to see out of Ole Miss. Make the Saints have to run. They've done that now, but can they capitalize? C-Money with a lofting touch. Stealth should have the beat here. Maybe a corner read, potentially. That's what he's going for, but he just can't quite find it.
No, and now we're starting to see Ole Miss. They're going for demos in transition, or at least making sure that if St. Clair Green are going to go for an offensive possession, they're going to have to work for it. They're not just going to be given for free. And Lunar, it's at the goal line. Lunar managed to dive in, but will be demoed for his efforts. It's passed over to Zai, but can't get much done. Zai looking to extend as much as possible. Pass over to Arju, who's putting it into the corner, I guess for the 50 on C-Money. I hope we're not seeing trolley gameplay, but either way, they're having fun with it.
They are. And I think to be honest, the crowd is also helping them do that. Well, it's not that many. The voices are oh so loud, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. Jazzy tries to find a pass down. It's going to be a beat, but because of the jump, the defender has nowhere to go, and Arju just has to place this simply where the lofting defender in Lunar is not there.
The thing is, it would have been so easy for him to just put it right back in the defender, especially the angle he put it in. But he was able to have the awareness to check where the defender was. We have another fake kickoff coming through. This one's just going to go off, as Sai will be able to make it there in time. Half a game remaining, and St. Clair looking to repeat game 3, where Ole Miss was able to get an early lead, but this time coming back once again.
Well, it's just the stamina right now. What does Ole Miss have left in the gas tank? They have to force the issue. It's a good boost steal by C-Money, but in fruition, what's it going to create?
Bang.
Zai has an open shot, and I mean, you just called it. It doesn't get much better than that. A statement goal as Jazzy links up with his teammate of the whole year, Zai, able to find one on target, and no save is going to be able to stop that one.
And Ole Miss was doing such a good job at mitigating exactly those scenarios, but instead St. Clair decided to adjust, rotate wide as Lunar will be able to shut me up real quick, make it a tie game. The breaths of life have returned from Ole Miss. They're not done yet.
I think, honestly, when we look at kickoffs, earlier in the series, St. Clair, they definitely were coming out on top of those, but recently, I think Ole Miss has found decent kickoff success. I almost caster cursed them, but that one just goes out wide. Minute 53 left to go in St. Clair. They definitely can feel that this is the most competitive game yet in the series. But for Ole Miss, they're already down by 3. Stealth with a clear lane, but it gets picked off for Zai.
Yeah, I think St. Clair have to be careful. You don't want to give all the midfield over to Ole Miss, even if you are resetting with boost. Zai will take his time, go all the way back. Arju ready for an attempt. A lot of space given. C-Money needs to be careful, especially, I think that was essentially a given away possession at that point from St. Clair. That was a shot straight to him, and they have to be careful if Ole Miss want a chance at this. Just over a minute, everything is on the line, the goal line, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely, but Ole Miss, they just barely survive out of that one. Arju trying to loft it high for Jazzy, but it can't get connected. Stealth has the double as well. Lunar chasing, trying to see if he can find a bump or just extend that pressure. Zai off the backboard, off the ceiling, has a touch. It's going to be left down to Arju, but it's not going to connect. The pass downfield. Jazzy picks it off, though, and we are still at a standstill in what feels like a game of midfield tug-of-war.
C-Money literally has no boost. There's no way for him to stop this from side. That's why he needed his teammate to come in. It is very smart to do so, but all of the shots coming through on St. Clair make this so dangerous.
Absolutely. Lunar just has to sit back with that full tank. Both of his players, they had 0, so you just have to make them chow the ball, because if you miss, then they have nothing on defense. And at the rate that St. Clair are putting out shots, you can't have that risk. Right now, Ole Miss, they're trying to see if they can set up anything. The demo, though, should lead for an open play for St. Clair. If they can just get the pop-up like that and put a shot on target, I was going to say it should be free, but Lunar, great defensive awareness, is able to shut that one down.
St. Clair Green have worked tirelessly, and while this may go to an overtime, this is still a championship point for them. One last possession here for Ole Miss. Sai is going to go for the challenge. Lunar looking to do everything he can to end it at last second. The ball will touch the ground. Eventually, we're going to overtime.
And right now, Ole Miss can definitely feel it. They are back against the ropes, and this is not the position that you want to start in. Jazzy right now can try to find a pass down to Arju. Arju lurking, just trying to play for the delay, trying to make sure that the offense doesn't move down very quickly. Lunar trying to create a play down and disrupting that back line, but it's all gone the way for St. Clair, just barely off the crossbar. The double tap potentially to seal the deal, and it's going to be Zai. He shuts out Ole Miss in sweeping fashion and shuts out America from taking the trophy back on Canadian soil.
St. Clair Green will be your Saints Gauntlet Series champions. The SGS winners here, done in dominant fashion, defending the pride of both Canada and Europe at the same time, on home soil, on home stage, sending Ole Miss home.
Well, again, you know what? I would have wanted that one to be maybe a little closer, but Ole Miss, we saw them with the mental struggles. Arju was right. It wasn't even a close series. And the reason why is because he locked in, he got St. Clair to lock in, and they did it all for you, Seb.
You know, I'm wearing this jersey for a reason. You know, I don't wear this unless a very specific scenario happens. And in this case, it's coming home, y'all. But huge on Ole Miss for being able to come out and represent America here. And honestly did a fantastic job in doing so. They took down every single person in this tournament and really did so in great fashion. We had exciting games out of them. They were able to dominate St. Clair Gold. It was just St. Clair Green that, at the end of the day, are an incredibly dominant team. They are the reason, at least on my ranking, they are the third best CRL team in the world right now and continue to prove why, with the only teams that can really match them at this point just being Maryville and Northwood. And those are the big three, basically. They are the big three.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd have to agree with you. But looking back on our bracket, I mean, what stands out to you? Shout out Humber. I'm still very surprised that even happens, but Ole Miss got the job done, and shout out to Ole Miss for making it all the way. But we saw St. Clair Green. I believe they might have dropped one game the entire day.
I think
they
one
dropped
game
one
to
game
Durham.
To Durham.
I believe it was to... No, sorry. Wait, yes? No.
No, they're not in the same group.
No. I'd have to double check, but...
might have been Conestoga.
May have been. It might have been. Or Windsor. Either way, I believe they dropped one game in
Windsor.
groups. It was to Windsor, so shout-outs. Dropped one game throughout the entirety and just clean sweep all the way through. I really did think that Ole Miss was going to take some games. Like, they are a very capable team.
Absolutely. If you asked me what the result was going to be, I would have had St. Clair winning it in 6. I think 4-2 would have been what I would have expected. I don't think the game 7, but at least giving Ole Miss one game and having it go to 5.
Yeah, I mean, and there was the opportunity. I think there was quite a few times, but it's like, it's really a switch for St. Clair Green where the moment they want to lock in, play the style, play not, selfishly, like they play it as a team, it's just so hard to defeat. Like, it really reminds me of like prime Northwood in a lot of ways where it just becomes a case of, even if you do make a comeback, even if you are playing close, you're still losing, So it's such a difficult monster to overcome, both in the game, but also mentally as well.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think shout out to Saints Green, shout out to Zai, shout out to Jazzy, shout out to Arju, and shout out to the coach Shuffleverse. Shout out to all you watching.
Shuffle, dude.
Yeah, shout out Shuffle. Dancing early,
yeah,
the vibes going for Saints Green.
Absolutely, dude. Shout out to everyone in this bracket for really having an incredible job throughout the course of this, for making this tournament awesome. It has been a privilege to cast this. They will be our winners of this amazing trophy. I believe if we have our interview ready with the players, we'll be sending it to the stage. So for the final time, St. Clair Green, your SGS champions right now, being on the stage, winning this incredible championship. Let's go to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have been waiting for this moment all day, and I'm sure you have too. We have finally crowned our SGS Rocket League champions, St. Clair Saints Green. Give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. We have our champions here. Yeah, come on. And now, I'm not going to spoil the moment for you guys. I could ask you guys 1.5 million questions, but I want to offer the floor to you. What do you guys have to say after your monumental accomplishment here today? The floor is yours.
Me?
Anybody?
Sure. No. I mean, I think it's always fun to play with these guys. I'm always having fun. Obviously, it's nice to win as well. And I want to thank everyone, St. Clair for hosting it, and everyone for coming and playing, making it a fun event.
Well said, but guys, come on! You just won SGS. Come on, more.
I want also shout out to the casters. They did an amazing job, and the crowd. The crowd was it was so fun to play. Yeah, let's go. Bro, the crowd went insane today. It was so fun. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, absolutely, it's been a very memorable day so far. Oh, look at that.
Thank you, Arju.
Oh my God, these guys, it's been a remarkable day, and I'm sure you guys are ready. You're excited for your grand prize here. You have the trophy, and it's going to be my honor. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take it? Hey, everyone has to agree. Hey, you taking it?
take a second. I take it. Oh my god, it's beautiful. God damn. Wait, are we lifting it? Are we lifting it? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this is all about. Bringing everybody together to celebrate your favorite games. I think we have absolutely had a huge success here today. We have our champion, St. Clair Saints Green, walking home with the championship. And I think that brings us to a close. Thank you so much for joining us here today at SGS. Thank you to everybody in the back who made this show possible. Thank you to everybody in the front who made it possible. This show wouldn't be so fantastic without all the players, without all the talent, without the incredible crowd we had here. And I hope you made some wonderful memories watching at home, watching here, playing, whatever you did. I just hope you loved it as much as we did. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a fantastic night.